Dr. Augustine Lawrence's cuffs were stained with blood, and his mackintosh had failed against the persistent drizzle. He looked damp, miserable, and scared of her. Jane Shoringfield couldn't take her eyes off him, even though her attention was clearly overwhelming. This was the man she intended to marry, if he'd have her, if she could convince him. He was frozen in the doorway to her guardian's study, and she was similarly still just behind a desk. Even from here, she could see that she had several inches on him in height, that his dark hair was full, slightly waved, and going silver already at his left temple, and that his wide eyes were a murky green, and gentle, but almost sad in the wrong light. She hadn't expected him to be handsome. "Doctor!" Her guardian's voice boomed down the hallway, and the man startled, turning to face it. "Mr. Cunningham," he greeted in turn. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I lost track of your maid, and—" "No matter, no matter. How good of you to join us. I was afraid you might change your mind." Jane couldn't see Mr. Cunningham, but she could picture him perfectly. White hair carefully combed back, a fine but comfortable suit, bright brown eyes. Short and narrow, almost too narrow for his orator's voice and charisma. "I'm afraid I may not be the best or most decorous company," the doctor said, hazarding a furtive glance back at her that lasted only one appraising second. "One too many house calls. I wasn't able to stop back at the surgery." That explained the state of his cuffs, at least, but that meant he wasn't early. Jane looked at the clock and winced. An hour had passed while she wasn't looking. She wasn't ready. She was still wearing her reading glasses, and she could feel a smudge of ink on her temple. Mr. Cunningham's account books lay spread out before her. She was not making the best first impression to aid her suit. "Don't worry," Mr. Cunningham said, closer now but still out of sight. "You will find that this isn't a peacocking courtship." The doctor's cheeks pinked. "I understand, but I have given it some thought, and I must—" "Before you continue," her guardian said, cutting him off, "I want to remind you that you have not heard her logic yet. I think you should." It had been Mr. Cunningham who had presented the match to Dr. Lawrence last week on her behalf, when the doctor had come round to evaluate his lungs in preparation for the Cunninghams' great move to Camhurst, capital of Great Britain, and a full day's ride away from Laurenton. However her guardian had framed the proposition, it had been enough to get the doctor here, now, today, looking very pale and very nervous, looking like he was about to flee. "Please do let me explain," Jane said, grateful that her voice came out more than a whisper. The doctor turned to her again, lips slightly parted in surprise. Whatever protest he'd been about to voice, whatever demurring, silenced. Mr. Cunningham laughed and appeared in the doorway at last. "Ah, that explains what waylaid you." "I apologize. I hadn't meant to spy," Dr. Lawrence said weakly. "Miss Shoringfield." "Dr. Lawrence," she said, inclining her head in greeting. "Will you allow me, at least, to make my argument in full?" The doctor looked between her and Mr. Cunningham and recoiled, the reflex of a cornered animal. She was coming at this all wrong. She should have paid better mind to the time, met him in the sitting room as Mrs. Cunningham had planned out the night before. But they were here, now. "Save me," she thought at Mr. Cunningham. "The brandy," he said, not hearing her desperate thought, "is in the sideboard." And then, chuckling, he was gone. Jane and the doctor regarded each other again across the space between door and desk, and Jane gestured, as gently as she could, to a chair. The doctor hesitated, but at last took a few tentative steps into the study. He didn't sit. Jane turned from him and busied herself pouring 2 glasses. As her hands moved, she summoned up the steps of her argument, and selected, for her opening, the strongest and least specific to her situation. "Marriage is, at heart, a business arrangement, not one of hearts or souls," she said, without turning. "It is best to discuss it plainly from the first." She could hear his startled exhale. Still too much. And yet she didn't know how else to approach this. She had already botched whatever chance at a gentle introduction they might have had. Keeping her back to him as she stoppered the decanter, she continued, "I have evaluated our options thoroughly, Dr. Lawrence. Leaving aside dances, which I suspect you have no time for, and childhood acquaintances, whom I haven't seen in many years, there are few opportunities for courtship for us. So I start from a premise of shared goals." She listened for his fleeing footsteps. They didn't come. "Shared goals," he said instead. "And what shared goals do we have? We have never met." There was no derision in his tone, no mockery. He sounded wary, but curious. She seized on it and turned back to him. She came around the desk, holding out his glass from a respectable distance. He did not retreat. Instead, he took it from her, careful to avoid brushing fingers. "We are both unmarried, and at an age where that is beginning to raise questions," she said. "A man of your standing and appearance could choose whichever woman he wanted. You haven't. For whatever reason, you do not wish for a normal marriage. I'm not asking for one." She watched him, trying to measure his response. At first, there was something very much like want in his eyes, but then it was replaced by the fear again. Why? She took a small sip of her brandy to keep herself from fidgeting. "I cannot marry you," he said. The brandy burned in her throat. "I don't mean it as a slight against you, Miss Shoringfield," he added, "but while your logic is impressive, it is not appropriate for me to take a wife, any wife." "You are unmarried," Jane repeated, confused. "I am not married," he agreed. His jaw tensed as he considered his next words. The fear in his eyes had been replaced with something else, something more distant, more pained. "Please, Miss Shoringfield, I understand that you have thought through your proposal at length, but I do not wish to cause you more pointless effort. I cannot accept." The polite, proper thing to do was to apologize, accept his refusal, and subside. Approach the next man on the list she had drafted, another who met her criteria, who might be more amenable. She needed to sit and to smile, and yet she found she could do neither. "Dr. Lawrence," she said, gripping her glass tightly, "please." He ducked his head. "My parents died when I was very young. When Ruzka began gassing Camhurst," she started, then stopped, hands shaking. She hadn't meant to say it. She never spoke of her parents. But her honesty worked a change in him. He lifted his chin, brows drawing together in concern. She pushed forward. "They left me in Mr. Cunningham's care, along with an annuity to support me. Here in Laurenton, it has been more than enough to cover my costs, even as I've grown into marriageable age. There is, however, no dowry, and now the Cunninghams leave for Camhurst within the month." She fought to keep her voice even as she spoke. "Were I to accompany them, and they have requested that I do just that, my expenses would outstrip my annuity, even if I were to largely avoid society, which would be impossible given Mr. Cunningham's new judgeship. And she would be surrounded by shell-scarred buildings and new construction that tried to replace what had been destroyed, none of which she could stomach, even the thought of. But that was too personal to share, by far. They are willing to pay the difference, but I am not willing to let them." The doctor's mind worked. "But, as you can't remain here unmarried, exactly. If I'm to stay, I have to find a husband, or things will be quite a bit more difficult than even the capital would be." He shook his head, finally looking at her again. "I understand your plight, and I feel for you, Miss Shoringfield, but you do have other options. Surely there are other options." His cheeks colored, and she remembered again how he'd looked at her from the doorway. Fear that had been caused by her proposal hanging above his head like a sword, knowing he would have to decline. But perhaps it wasn't just fear, or if it had been fear, it had been fear of a different sort than she'd first thought. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. "I can't imagine you will have much difficulty finding a more suitable husband." "You are a perfectly suitable husband," she said, steeling herself and stepping forward again. She could hear his breathing, they were so close. The wariness in his eyes was entirely gone now, replaced by fascination. "And I am not asking you for charity, Dr. Lawrence. I have skills that would be useful to you." "Skills? I attended Sharpton School for Girls until I was 15, she said, "and I have kept Mr. Cunningham's books for the last 6 years. I maintain the ledger, I work with the banks, I help him set his fees and collect on them. I can only imagine work of the same sort must be done at a surgery." He sucked in a surprised breath. "You weren't speaking in metaphors when you said this was a business arrangement. My remaining annuity funds are not so large as to directly benefit you, I suspect," she said, "but I do bring mathematical skill and a methodical nature. I can run the business of being a doctor, and you can focus on the medicine. You know nothing about a doctor's life, about the business or the medicine. I can learn. I want to learn." He hesitated, stunned, then fumbled out, "There is blood, and great sadness, and terror. Being part of it, it won't be easy." But it sounded less like a warning and more like a test, an invitation. "It is a calling, not a skill. Ledgers and sums are my calling, just as medicine is yours. The rest I can learn when the most important element is fulfilled. It is thankless, and I often won't home. Night calls and—" "But if this is a business arrangement," she interrupted, "then it is more employment than marriage. I won't mind your absence. You are suitable." She had brought him to social concerns, down from professional. She was making progress. She held her breath. He took a hasty swallow of brandy. He glanced toward the ceiling. Then he looked back at her and said, "You would be alone. I spend my nights at my family home, several miles out of town. It would be an inviolable condition that you never join me there." She nearly fell to her knees in relief. He had begun to consider. He hadn't rejected her, not outright, not this time. She remained standing, but only barely, and managed to smile. "As I said, you are perfectly suitable." From the way his brow creased, she'd surprised him again. "You knew?" "I have heard rumors," she said. He had only been in practice in Laurenton for a little over 2 months, and Jane was no gossip monger, but the Cunninghams always knew something about everybody in town. Everybody knows you employ a runner at the surgery to fetch you, though most still think it's because you're often out on house calls at night. Only a few have noticed the extent of the waiting time and how it's consistently necessary to wait. "You are observant," he said. She laughed. The sound prompted a final transformation in him. The fear left him entirely, and he regarded her, shoulders straight. "I should not marry you," he protested once more, but it was perfunctory. "A chance," she said. "Give me a chance. Let me prove to you my worth. I will meet your conditions if you will meet mine." He thought a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Come by the surgery. See what it is like in the particulars, instead of the abstract, before we make any binding decisions. There will likely be blood, and certainly hard work. When shall I come by?" "Tomorrow, mid-morning. Wear clothing you don't mind getting soiled. I'll have you take a look at it all, the patient files, the finances, and you can sit in on any calls that come in. While sums may be your calling, you will still need to become something of a nurse, in case anybody arrives at the surgery in my absence." "Of course," she said. "Tomorrow then, Dr. Lawrence, I shall attempt to prove myself. And you can do your best to scare me off." Jane made her way quickly across the center of town toward Dr. Lawrence's surgery with the Cunninghams' maid, Ekaterina, at her heels. Ekaterina was valiantly keeping up one side of a conversation. She had lived in Camhurst before coming to Laurenton, and was delighted to be returning, and with an improved position. Jane couldn't blame her. Not everybody in town was ready to trust a Ruxkin girl, not here, not even so many years after the war. But she could not summon up the slightest interest. She was entirely fixated on thoughts of Dr. Lawrence and his surgery. She'd told him the truth the night before, about her reasons for marrying him. She was fairly certain he'd believed her. That was nice. Most men would have looked for an alternate cause, if Mrs. Cunningham was to believe, and most men would not have accepted her eagerness to keep the marriage as a business arrangement, eschewing all the expected intimacies. And yet it had been that premise that had won him. Miracle of miracles, she'd told herself, when she realized that marrying was soon going to be the best option for her, that she could only marry if that distance was maintained. She wanted courteous indifference, not unwanted touches and a passel of children. She was not built for intimacy. She was built for numbers, for work. Her guardians, the Cunninghams, were not built as she was. They had always been entirely proper in front of her, but Jane saw the way Mr. Cunningham looked at his wife, saw the shared easy touches as they passed in the hall. When they'd taken her in at her parents' request, at the height of the war, with their youngest child nearly full grown, they were still obviously in love. Jane admired them for it, but she was fully aware that the odds of her finding anything like they had were very low. She was not skilled at forming the sorts of emotional connections that affection seemed to require. No, a normal marriage was not for her. It would leave her harried and uncomfortable and resentful. But some kind of marriage was a necessity, and so she had contrived to find a husband who would allow her to remain much as she had always been. And Dr. Lawrence, who lived well out of town and had to keep somebody in his place at his surgery, was impossible perfection. A man who wasn't married, despite being in his early 30s, despite being a doctor, despite being, in his own way, quite handsome. A man like that had a reason as good as hers. "Miss Shoringfield," Ekaterina called from behind her. Jane looked over her shoulder. She'd somehow managed to put a great deal of distance between herself and the girl over the last few streets. Jane readied an apology. Ekaterina reached her side, smiling up at her. "You certainly are excited, ma'am." Her cheeks heated. Ekaterina had come to work for the Cunninghams only 6 months ago, but she had settled in quickly. To another woman, Ekaterina might have felt almost like a sister instead of a maid. She was certainly amiable enough. The only problem was that Jane didn't know how to be friendly. She could be polite and kind and could engage over work, but small talk had always been a struggle. Friendship had always been a struggle. "I think," Jane said, resuming her walk at a much more reasonable pace, "you will find the surgery very boring." "Oh, I had not planned to go in with you," Ekaterina said cheerfully. "I'll get the shopping in, then perhaps walk you home after." "That sounds appropriate," Jane said. A younger, richer woman might have needed a chaperone, but the rest of the world had changed greatly over the last few decades. And besides, this was a business arrangement, not a courtship. They walked the last few streets together. Between the Cunninghams' home and the surgery were mainly private residences, with a few shops on the ground floor. Almost all had been built at least a century before, though a few were newer, made of smooth concrete instead of old brick or stone, and lacking the worn sculptures on their lintels that people had once carved to protect their homes. The Cunninghams had one such figure, a face surrounded by wings that roosted just above the front door, and as a child, Jane had been fascinated with it. It was so similar to the carved downspouts that had loomed above her in Camhurst, but the ones she'd grown up with had been painted. Theirs was varnished wood. She and Ekaterina turned the last corner toward the surgery, which put them once more on one of Larrington's main thoroughfares, alive with business in the clear weather. The street bustled with a mix of farm workers, shoppers, and shopkeepers, and visitors from farther afield. Larrington was small enough to have only one doctor, but it was still a thriving town. Across the way, a small cluster of black-clad undertakers alighted from a retrofitted convent carriage and filed into a boarding-house foyer. Jane watched them a moment, their confident movements and swinging skirts. If the Cunninghams hadn't taken her in, she might well have been one of their number. They were no longer dedicated to faith and ritual, but such women had always taken care of the dead, and many orphans had found sanctuary in their order. She might have enjoyed that life. But Ekaterina had not stopped to watch, and Jane had to hurry to catch up. They passed only a few more buildings before they reached the surgery. She slowed to a bare crawl as she approached the door, then turned and looked at Ekaterina. "Come by in a few hours? The work will be done by then, I suspect. Her untrained part, at least." "Yes, ma'am." Ekaterina inclined her head and strolled off back to the main streets. Jane watched her go, then turned back to the surgery. There were no steps up to the front door, the better to allow the injured and infirm to reach the doctor. The door itself was wide and a deep red, set into 2 stories of brick wall. The lintel here was similarly carved to the Cunninghams, though this winged face was wreathed in incised laurels, and worn, nearly unreadable script down the sides of the door frame. The building was old, built to house a previous physician of a previous era, with all the attendant faith behind it. But Dr. Lawrence was a young, Camhurst-educated doctor. He likely held no truck with such superstitions. She wondered if he would have it all planed down or painted over. She checked to make sure that her hair was still carefully pinned up beneath her black broad-brimmed hat, then reached out and knocked. The porter opened the door a moment later. He was an older man, perhaps once a laborer or even a prize-fighter. He was stocky and muscular, and there was a faded scar across one side of his face, distorting the lay of his faint growth of stubble. He smiled at her, his cheeks a bit rosy from the day's chill. Jane suspected her own nose was bright red. "Miss Shoringfield?" he asked. "Yes," she said, surprised and pleased at being awaited by name. "The doctor asked me to assist today." He stepped back, motioning her in. "He's just finishing up something upstairs. He said to tell you to feel free to explore, though not to touch anything in the operating theater. I've got some tea on, if you don't want to get into the nasty business right away. The butcher's boy brought over some sausages, too. Can I take your hat and coat?" Jane felt herself smiling back, infected by his good cheer. Dr. Lawrence was widely known to be quiet, reserved, hard to read, and unsociable, but generally kind and likable. His porter appeared much the same, which spoke to good judgment on the doctor's part. "Oh, thank you, but I think I shouldn't give my stomach any ammunition for the day," Jane replied, stepping into the house. She looked around as she unbuttoned her burgundy coat and handed it to the man along with her hat. The hallway was filled with a stale, acrid stench that she tried to ignore, but her stomach flinched in warning. Books. She was best with books, not blood. At least chances seemed good that once she was working here properly, most coming to the surgery would be here from indigestion or something else that could be solved by a small sit-down and a check of their files. The most ill would be bound to their homes, she assumed. "What's your name?" she asked, turning back to the porter. "Mr. Lowell," he said, inclining his head. "And you fetch him when he's out of town, yes?" "That, and help him move heavier patients, keep the kitchen stocked, that sort of thing. Though I suppose you'll be helping with the kitchen more in the future, eh?" Jane flushed. He said that? Mr. Lowell chuckled, in a fashion. Never expected him to take a shine to somebody, to tell the truth. A shine? Oh, no. Her stomach leapt in an altogether different manner at that, and she absently curled her hands over her belly to still it. Mr. Lowell's glance dropped down. She lowered her hands, flushing. She was going to give him cause to spread rumors of alternate causes, and she couldn't have that. To tell the truth, last night was the first time we met. Truly. How much to tell? He didn't know about the marriage arrangement, and now he knew she wasn't with child, at least not the doctor's, so she concluded he knew about as much as he needed to. "Yes, strange, isn't it? I never thought to be a nurse," she said, then took a few steps down the hall. Best to change the subject. "Does he keep an office on this floor?" "Aye, first door on the right. Am I allowed in?" "He made a point of it, said you might look at his books." She quashed a small pleased smile. His cooperation was a good sign, and beyond that, it made her feel welcome, hopeful. Perhaps Mr. Lowell was only reading too much into that cooperation. In any other case, a man being so amenable to a young woman would likely be read as affection. "Thank you, Mr. Lowell. I think I'll be fine from here, and I've kept you a while now." "Not a problem, miss," Mr. Lowell said, then inclined his head and went to a set of doors that she guessed led to the operating theater. The acrid smell increased for a moment as he opened one and slipped through it. Jane looked at the hallway a moment longer. There were no portraits in the whole hall, and only 1 or 2 landscapes right near the door and front sitting area.
but there were some framed photographic prints of nebulous things. The daguerreotype closest to her appeared to be of a gnarled piece of wood. She frowned at it, puzzled, then made her way to his office. The door stood open, and inside was a perfectly ordinary and clean room. Dr. Lawrence had a sizable desk that was in a much worse state than Mr. Cunningham's, but beyond that, the room was spotless. There were 2 chairs across from the desk, as well as a large armchair by the far window with a raised cushion to put one's feet up onto. The walls were bare, save for several bookshelves and cabinets behind the doctor's desk. Settling her reading glasses on her nose, Jane peered at the various drifts of paper, finding hastily scribbled notes, with names in large script at the top right of each page. The cabinets, when opened, revealed row upon row of small folders, also all labeled with names, as well as a pad of pre-printed paper. A look back at the desk showed a few leaves of that paper with carefully written notes all in order, and the same name on top as a few of the closest note pages. He was transcribing the important notes into a neater system, she realized. Quite clever and helpful for her. Before she could begin reading, however, some organization was called for. She set about tidying the piles and retrieving sheets that had fallen to the floor. She was reconsidering Miss
Lowell's offer of tea when Dr. Lawrence cleared his throat from the office doorway. Dr. Lawrence. She stood up from his desk, guilty as if she'd been caught peeping in his washroom. He didn't look annoyed, however, as he entered the office and surveyed the stacks she'd made. He didn't even look embarrassed. "As you can see," he said, "your skills would be much appreciated, hypothetically speaking, if you are not too frightened by what you found." "Hardly." She squared her shoulders. "Where is your logbook? Of patient transactions?" "I don't have one," he said. She frowned at him. He lifted his hands in defense. "I intend to have one, but as I only bill at the end of the year, I intend to reconstruct based on my notes." "That's a great way to miss out on money that may already be difficult to collect," she said. "Not only that, but you must need to replenish your supplies regularly. Mr. Cunningham has far fewer expenses, and he bills once every 2 months. I require that he keep a daily log of his work to make it simpler and more accurate. He balked at doing it by the minute, but a list of documents he creates, or procedures in your case, is easy enough." He looked at her a moment, stunned into silence, then shook his head in wonder. "You really are skilled at this, aren't you?" "I have a lot of practice. I'm sure you understand that they're different things. Different, but often related." She flushed with pride and began to pace to disguise it. "Do you at least keep a list of what medications you've prescribed? In patient notes?" "No, I mean an ordering list. How do you track inventory?" He tapped his brow. "The age-old skill of eyeballing. That won't do at all. Without somebody like you assisting, while all that work would be very helpful, it's not particularly time-effective for me. I aim to survive and help others survive, Miss Shoringfield. That's the extent of it." "Well, and now you have me." The words were out of her mouth before she could think better of them, and she firmed up her lips and straightened her shoulders to mask the sudden frisson of embarrassment that went through her. Too much. Dr. Lawrence turned away, briefly tugging at his collar. "You've certainly convinced me to employ you," he said. "But marrying is essentially the same thing." "It certainly is not," he said. "I'm not sure what kind of man you take me for, but I wouldn't a nurse in my employ such intimacy. It's insulting, Miss Shoringfield." But he didn't sound insulted. He sounded flustered, frustrated. He'd clearly been thinking about the implications of a marriage since last night's talk. She should have been relieved that he'd come to the same conclusion, that intimacy was not appropriate or desirous, but instead she felt her own cheeks burning. Best to get this out of the way formally, though. She removed her glasses, rubbing them clean on her dress. "I suppose a marriage would need to be consummated, legally," she conceded. Dr. Lawrence choked, then turned back to stare at her incredulously. "You suppose?" he echoed. "I am sure, though, that we can find a way to balance the statutory requirements with how we wish to conduct the marriage. But if you feel I misrepresented anything last night—" She was interrupted by a sharp, loud banging on the front door, followed by the harried ringing of the bell, and Mr. Lowell's footsteps, fast and heavy in the hallway.
A muffled cry of pain from outside. The doctor's troubled expression disappeared, his features blank and still, save for the focused light in his eyes. He rolled up his sleeves. "Miss Shoringfield," he said, voice wholly transformed. "Please go into the operating room. Leave both doors wide open. There are aprons and gowns in there. Have one ready for me." The front door opened, and Jane could hear screaming. "Now, Miss Shoringfield." Jane sprang into action, dashing across the hall to the operating theater. Mr. Lowell had left one door open, and she pulled the other one out of the way. She could hear a woman talking, fast, voice high-pitched in panic, as Jane looked around for the aprons. She found them on a coat stand out of the way, and pulled down one of them, then turned as the cacophony reached the doorway. Mr. Lowell and another man were carrying the screaming patient, a heavy-boned, broad-shouldered laborer who was clutching his belly. "Get it out," he cried. "Get it out! I didn't mean it!" Blood pulsed from between his fingers, through the soaked fabric of his shirt, spattering on the floor. Jane swayed on her feet, then clenched her jaw, determined to stay upright. Behind the man, an older woman clasped bloody hands around Dr. Lawrence's forearm. "I heard him screaming from the woodshop," she said. "He had the knife. He was cutting. I don't know." "Get it out," the man bellowed again, thrashing. Mr. Lowell nearly lost his grip. Dr. Lawrence turned to the woman and murmured something, with a nod of his head toward the door. He pried her fingers up so slowly Jane wanted to scream along with the patient, but when he was free, the woman disappeared back into the hallway. He crossed the floor to where she stood, as behind him Mr. Lowell and the volunteer assistant hoisted the bleeding man onto the table. Trembling, Jane draped the apron over Dr. Lawrence's head, and he turned so she could fasten it down the sides. Then he took her by the hand and pulled her over to a filled basin. "Antiseptic. Wash your hands, Miss Shoringfield, thoroughly. Rub under your nails, too." She did as she was told, then turned back to the table. Mr. Lowell had strapped the patient down at the chest, wrists, and legs. The volunteer who'd helped carry the patient stared as the man thrashed and howled. Mr. Lowell pulled a protective cover off an array of tools. "Mr. Rivers," the doctor said, and the volunteer dragged his gaze away from the patient. "Please step outside. Miss Shoringfield, with me." Dimly, she realized she hadn't thought to grab an apron for herself, but one look at the patient told her why the doctor hadn't reminded her. They didn't have time. Through the sodden, gaping fabric of the man's shirt, Jane could see that his belly was split open. A makeshift bandage had been wrapped around it, but he had torn at it, pressing the ragged edges inside the flesh. Dr. Lawrence surveyed it in barely 2 seconds. "Miss Shoringfield, I need your hands," he said. Before she could question him, he took one of her hands in his, clamping it over one side of the slit in the patient's belly, fingers around the separated flesh. She held on even as the man gave another bellow and the slippery skin heaved in her grip. Dr. Lawrence guided her other hand to the other side. "Hold the wound open. Mr. Lowell, wash your hands, then get me a flushing bulb." He grabbed up a pair of shears and made quick work of the patient's shirt, then cleared the rest of the bandage away from the wound. Jane's fingers trembled. Blood covered her hands, seeping beneath her nails, and it stank. Spirits take her, but it stank. She'd never seen this much blood in her life, and it was slippery and hot, and more of it forced against her hands, and pooled in the too large gap in the patient's skin with every rapid, desperate pulse of his heart. He was still conscious beneath her hands, still screaming, still moving, and every heaving breath he took made the inside of his wound rise and fall with it. Mr. Lowell returned to the table and passed Dr. Lawrence a glass tube with a rubber balloon set above it. Dr. Lawrence squeezed the balloon, and water surged into the wound, diluting the blood and forcing it from its pool. Beneath it, she saw gleaming, multicolored ropes. Ropes like sausage casings. Bile rose in her throat. She hadn't known what a man looked like on the inside before. He looked like meat. Brutal, horrible meat. He's cut all the way through. Dr. Lawrence did not curse and did not stop with horror. He spoke with what could have been cold detachment in another man, but in him it was an attentive declaration, a statement of truth that helped orient and ground Jane in the moment. He could fix this. He had to fix this. The doctor left her side,
moving to the patient's head and pressing a cloth soaked with ether to his nose and mouth, the fumes burning her nostrils even where she stood. The thrashing lessened, and the howls that had become an unending, unchanging background noise turned to low, vague moans. Dr. Lawrence lifted the cloth and looked directly at her. He is going to ask if I can handle this, Jane thought. Please do not ask that of me. If he did, the answer would be no. As long as he kept silent, as long as he presumed she was capable, she would follow where he led. He gave her a little nod, then returned to her side. "Mr. Lowell, retractors," Dr. Lawrence said, his voice quiet, but the room was quiet now too, all their breaths held. Mr. Lowell passed him 2 gleaming pieces of metal bent back upon themselves at one end. The doctor slid them each under the skin Jane clung to, then eased her fingers over them instead. Her hands slipped at first, and the metal was shockingly cold after the burning heat of the patient's flesh. But not feeling fresh blood on her hands was a relief. She held them firm and, at the doctor's direction, spread the wound open a little further. "What in the world?" he murmured. Jane, despite herself, leaned in. His way cleared, Dr. Lawrence reached inside the man's belly, gently pushing the pearlescent ropes of the man's bowels aside. He eased forward a thicker section, tangled up in much the same way as everything else around it. No, she was mistaken. It looked as convoluted, but where it folded back onto itself, it seemed to go inside itself, though there was no perforation she could see. The flesh simply melded together, and a faint shape moved beneath the surface, a form beneath a shroud. She could not keep it oriented in her mind's eye. It seemed to slide and twist. "What did you do to yourself?" Dr. Lawrence whispered. For the first time, she heard uncertainty. But his hands did not falter as he grimly set about cutting the mess of twisted flesh away from the surrounding tissues, exposing more of the larger organ until it ran even and smooth. It's a miracle, perhaps, that he was driven to cut himself open. Had this gone unnoticed, he would have died of septicemia within the week. He lifted the tangled mass from the patient and set it aside carefully, almost tenderly. Jane stared at it as Dr. Lawrence took up needle and thread. It still looked vital, alive. Blood coated it, and she thought she saw it move. "Miss Shoringfield, please keep tension on the retractors," Dr. Lawrence said. She forced herself to look down again, to watch as he stitched up a lower reach of disrupted gut, then fed the freshly cut section of bowel through the gash the patient had carved in himself. She removed the retractors when he indicated, and watched, transfixed, as Dr. Lawrence miraculously closed membranes up, and then the man's skin, his stitches precise. He worked like a master craftsman, like an artist, and the confidence in every line of him bewitched her. The patient moaned, and the spell was broken. Her body threatened revolt. "Grab a cloth and soak it in antiseptic, then wipe down his skin. Get him as clean as you can. It will speed recovery," the doctor said, calmly redirecting her. Tasks helped. She got her cloth and began with the bottom of the man's rib cage, then gently blotted the margins of the wound. When it was clean, she moved to the man's hands, pulling the scraps of fiber from under his blunted nails. He was sleeping now, face drawn from pain and exhaustion, but otherwise peaceful. Wiping a bit of grime from his brow, she looked up at the doctor. He was bent over the man's torso, quickly cleaning and stitching up other small lacerations. He spared one glance up at her, as if he could feel her eyes on him. "We have done good work here," he said, smiling. "You have helped save his life." Golden warmth bloomed in her chest, and she realized she'd begun to shake, for the first time since he'd placed her hands on the man's bleeding gut. "Oh," she said. Dr. Lawrence soaked a sponge in fresh antiseptic, then set it over the opening still left in the man's stomach, where the hole of the bowel protruded. A few more minutes, and he was done, stepping away from the table and going to the sink. She trailed after him, unsure of what else to do. "You did well," he said, turning on the faucet with an elbow and rinsing blood from his hands in the sputter of water. "Come here, clean yourself up. I should have told you to don a gown, but I suppose I didn't think you'd well. Many wouldn't have been able to stand standing the whole time. It's a grisly business, as I warned you." Jane glanced back at the table. The patient looked whole and slumbering, as if Dr. Lawrence's surgery had been some form of magic. "That was incredible," she said, then looked at him, at the lines of his face, his steady hands. "I didn't know such surgery was possible. It isn't, in most cases. I was taught by the greatest instructors in Great Britain." He said it without pride or boasting. "What happened to him? That thing you removed, what was it?" "The large bowel, malformed from something. I will send for a specialist. But he'll live? Now that it's removed? Now that you've—" She trailed off, left without the right words or understanding, but she nodded back to the man's abdomen, the covered hole. "The sponge will catch the output of the digestive tract, and as long as the site is kept clean, and he is lucky, the tissue will callus, and he may live many more years. But this is no amputation, where we understand everything that we do, and our patients survive more often than they do not. I hope he will live." His gaze dropped, his hands tightening on the edge of the sink. Jane approached him and resisted the strong, surprising urge she had to lay a hand upon his shoulder. "We have done good work here," she echoed back to him instead. He glanced up at her with a small, thankful smile. Her heart sprang into an erratic, unfamiliar rhythm. They were alone in the room. Mr. Lowell had left unnoticed some time before. She tried to focus on the stink of blood and bowel, the astringency of the antiseptic, the faint whiff of ether on the air. Anything besides him, because his smile felt intimate and intoxicating in the wake of that horror. "How are you feeling? If you feel at all faint, I'll get you to a chair." He searched her face, no doubt seeing her confusion, reading it as weakness, waiting for her to say she'd changed her mind about being a doctor's wife. "I feel—" It was inappropriate to fixate on him like this now. But there were other emotions below that. She felt elated, as though she were soaring, but also bone-tired and worn out, and she knew, somewhere below it all, she was still horrified. Her skin still burned where it was coated in blood. "You feel alive," the doctor supplied, "and it's sometimes a very overwhelming feeling. You should wash up, then sit for a while in my office. I'll send Mr. Lowell out for a change of clothing as soon as the patient is settled in the recovery room." She looked down at herself, at the blood soaking through her gown in dark, spreading stains. Her nails were caked black, the lines of her palms filled with drying gore. She shook her head, then joined him at the faucet, mechanically rubbing the blood away in the ice-cold water. "Here," he said, taking one of her hands. His fingers were lightly calloused, and he worked quickly, methodically, getting soap up under her nails and leaving her skin more or less what it had been when she arrived. Her breath caught in her chest, and she wanted, desperately, confusingly, for him to cradle her hands in his, to stroke his thumb along her knuckles. But he didn't. He simply took her other hand and repeated the work, then shut the tap off and handed her a clean towel. And then he left her, shedding his apron and tossing it onto a pile of stinking laundry, ready for Mr. Lowell to pick up as soon his other tasks were done. Jane looked after him, unmoving. His office seemed miles away, her world contracted to the four walls of the operating theater and the rasping breath of the patient. His chest rose and fell, the rhythm gently off-kilter. Slowly, she walked around the table. She froze when the tangled length of bowel came into view. She'd half expected it to be gone, swept away into a bucket of bloody rags and torn clothing to be discarded, but it sat, the blood on it congealing but otherwise just the same as when Dr. Lawrence had removed it. It had not deflated in any way, and even now it gave no sign of death. She leaned forward, frowning, refusing to blink. If she didn't blink, she was certain she would see it pulse with the same slow beating of his heart. "Miss Shoringfield," Mr. Lowell said from the doorway. She tore her gaze away. "Yes?" "I'm about to move Mr. Renton here to the recovery room," he said. "Can I help?" No, but before I move him, do you need anything? Tea? Brandy?" "Oh, no," she said, clasping her trembling hands together and lacing her fingers to still the shaking. I'll just move to the office then. Oh, our maid, Ekaterina, she might be by soon. You can send her for my clothing. I expect you're more needed here than running errands."
"It's no trouble, but I'll look for her. Maybe take an apron to sit on, though," he said, and with a nod of his head, stepped past her and over to the table. She colored, took one of the aprons she should have donned earlier, and hurried out, down the hall and into the office. Dr. Lawrence was nowhere to be seen, though she could hear his voice, far off, too far to make out the words. Closing the door behind her, she looked around. Could she really live here, work here? Could she handle another Mr. Renton, whether she was in the bloody theater with him or across the hall listening to his screams and speaking with his relatives? And the way she had felt when Dr. Lawrence had taken her hand, thinking of it now left her adrift, confused. She laid the apron out on the chair by the window, but stopped just short of sitting when she heard footsteps. Sound traveled in the surgery, including voices, even those hushed so that she had to strain to hear them. It was Mr. Lowell and Dr. Lawrence. She said she found him in a circle of chalk and salt, Mr. Lowell said. Should we call the magistrate? Chalk and salt? All thoughts of touches and blood were pushed away. She took a few steps toward the door, the better to hear. Surely chalk and salt weren't sufficient signs of a crime to send for the local judiciary. But Dr. Lawrence did not immediately respond, and Jane's certainty wavered. It rocked entirely when he said, so quietly she could barely hear him, "Superstitions do not cause medical malformations, Mr. Lowell, but they do cause madness occasionally. Accidental poisonings, certainly. And mutilations?" Mr. Lowell pressed. Could it be some kind of ritual? Jane frowned. Great Britain had cast off its church over a decade ago, though, of course, not everybody had stopped believing. Some of Mr. Cunningham's clients even clung to practices older than religion, small offerings left to ensure a better harvest, love potions, and the like. But ritual mutilations? She had never heard of such a thing. No, it had to be the fruit of madness only. If anybody were to know the reality of such dangers, it would be the magistrate. "He cut his own stomach open, sir," Mr. Lowell pressed. Dr. Lawrence's response came quicker this time, his voice firm and growing louder. "There is no way the larger insult to his descending colon was done by his hand. I may not be able to explain what caused it, but such a malformation would have been excruciating enough to drive any man into questionable decisions. I know that is uncomfortable, Mr. Lowell, but you must believe me. He was simply unlucky." It was Mr. Lowell's turn to fall silent. Dr. Lawrence's words must have wrapped around him in much the same way they had around Jane, the certainty in them bolstering her and dispelling her unease. Superstitions could cut both ways, after all. They could cause people to do irrational things, or to assign irrational meaning where there was none. "Aye, doctor," Mr. Lowell said at last. "Hot or cold for Mr. Renton?" "Hot. Build up the fire until he sweats, then bank it." Their voices receded, and she sat at last. He was a good doctor. She had not known it for sure when she proposed to him, had never imagined him the luminary she had seen in the operating theater, but it soothed her soul to know it now. No, that was a lie. It didn't soothe her. It sparked something in her that refused to die down or be contained. If Mr. Renton had lived in any other town, or if Dr. Lawrence had never come to Larrington, she suspected he would have died. But in Dr. Lawrence's care, he had survived. She couldn't forget his screaming, but she also couldn't forget how deftly Dr. Lawrence's hands had moved, how his directions had steadied her, how they had worked in concert to set the body to order. She had never before seen the appeal of a physician's task, but now it made sense to her. They shared the same goals, the same lens through which they viewed the world. She sorted numbers, he sorted humors. And yet where she analyzed impartial numbers, he cared for the most human of concerns. He was likely with Mrs. Renton even now, and Jane pictured him holding the woman's hands lightly, telling her all that would need to be done to care for her suddenly incapacitated husband. Husband. She had thought of Mr. Renton as a body just now, so easily, and as meat in the heat of the surgery. What sort of monstrous woman was she? Perhaps she was not as like Dr. Lawrence as she thought, or as she would need to be to remain here. That remove had kept her on her feet through the surgery, had helped save him, but guilt rocked her. He wasn't a body. He was a man. He was a living, breathing man. She heard footsteps again and the creak of the office door, but didn't look away from the window, where she gazed unseeing onto the street. It was the clink of a saucer and cup that made her at last turn. Dr. Lawrence had placed a cup of tea on the small side table by her elbow. "When I said there might be blood, I didn't expect for today to be quite this exciting," he said, after a minute. "But it is part of a doctor's life." She made herself pick up the cup. The porcelain rattled against the saucer. "Sometimes, not all the time." "Is that too much?" "Too much? Yes, of course." And the match was hardly settled. All she had to do was say, "Yes, it was too much. I have reconsidered." Or perhaps she should echo his words from the night before. "It would not be appropriate for me to marry you." But she found she couldn't say either. She didn't know what to say, but she didn't want him to stop talking. I'll just move to the office then. Oh, our maid, Ekaterina, she might be by soon. You can send her for my clothing. I expect you're more needed here than running errands. It's no trouble, but I'll look for her. Maybe take an apron to sit on, though," he said, and with a nod of his head, stepped past her and over to the table. She colored, took one of the aprons she should have donned earlier, and hurried out, down the hall and into the office. Dr. Lawrence was nowhere to be seen, though she could hear his voice, far off, too far to make out the words. Closing the door behind her, she looked around. Could she really live here, work here? Could she handle another Mr. Renton, whether she was in the bloody theater with him, or across the hall listening to his screams and speaking with his relatives? And the way she had felt when Dr. Lawrence had taken her hand, thinking of it now left her adrift, confused. She laid the apron out on the chair by the window, but stopped just short of sitting when she heard footsteps. Sound traveled in the surgery, including voices, even those hushed so that she had to strain to hear them. It was Mr. Lowell and Dr. Lawrence. "She said she found him in a circle of chalk and salt," Mr. Lowell said. "Should we call the magistrate?" Chalk and salt? All thoughts of touches and blood were pushed away. She took a few steps toward the door, the better to hear. Surely chalk and salt weren't sufficient signs of a crime to send for the local judiciary. But Dr. Lawrence did not immediately respond, and Jane's certainty wavered. It rocked entirely when he said, so quietly she could barely hear him, "Superstitions do not cause medical malformations, Mr. Lowell, but they do cause madness, occasionally. Accidental poisonings, certainly. And mutilations?" Mr. Lowell pressed. Could it be some kind of ritual? Jane frowned. Great Britain had cast off its church over a decade ago, though, of course, not everybody had stopped believing. Some of Mr. Cunningham's clients even clung to practices older than religion, small offerings left to ensure a better harvest, love potions, and the like. But ritual mutilations? She had never heard of such a thing. No, it had to be the fruit of madness only. If anybody were to know the reality of such dangers, it would be the magistrate. "He cut his own stomach open, sir," Mr. Lowell pressed. Dr. Lawrence's response came quicker this time, his voice firm and growing louder. "There is no way the larger insult to his descending colon was done by his hand. I may not be able to explain what caused it, but such a malformation would have been excruciating enough to drive any man into questionable decisions. I know that is uncomfortable, Mr. Lowell, but you must believe me. He was simply unlucky." It was Mr. Lowell's turn to fall silent. Dr. Lawrence's words must have wrapped around him.
The apron had spared the majority of his clothing, but there was drying blood spattered across his sleeves. It was nothing compared to what she must look like. She was just about to beg off, to send him back to his patient where he belonged, when he said, "You were incredible in there." It stopped her cold. He flushed, rubbed at the back of his neck. For somebody with no experience, no training, you were able to keep your wits about you, to do what had to be done. What could she say to that? She fumbled for some matching compliment. "And you were a virtuoso with a needle," she said, thinking of how he had handled the flesh. And there it was again, the immediate jump to meat instead of man. She winced. "Miss Shoringfield, I think I was only able to help because I stopped seeing him as a person." She watched him for horror. It didn't come. "Is that not monstrous?" she pressed. He offered a gentle, almost patronizing smile. "Hardly. I was the same, in my first year of medical school. It made bearing their pain easier, made inflicting the pain that was needed to save them easier. Many doctors never get past that, but many more grow beyond it. It becomes a tool rather than a retreat. You recognize what happened. That is a good first step." He was being too kind to her. They were not made of the same stuff. She frowned down at her tea. "I've sent for that specialist," he said. "She may be able to help Mr. Renton's recovery. No matter what, her work will benefit from our efforts. You should be proud of yourself, Miss Shoringfield." His words touched her with a surgeon's precision, and she did feel pride. She shivered with momentary relief, and in that breath of weakness, she said, "I believe you can call me Jane now, if you like. I would like to." Her heartbeat syncopated. His recovery, she said, hurriedly returning to sobering ground, away from the strange intimacy that the heat of the surgery seemed to have created between them. What will it entail? He will be out of work for several weeks, months perhaps. Her mind went reflexively to the numbers. Months of not working, of not earning a wage. His house would founder. His bills would go unpaid. Dr. Lawrence's would be one of them. He will not be able to repay you. Perhaps she could learn to be better in the surgery, but what of her numbers? They were her constants, her rules. Their logic flowed through her like blood. But they led now to horrible conclusions. Life was worth more than a sum on a page, and yet it was only worth a sum on a page. "Mrs. Renton will pay as she can," Dr. Lawrence said, oblivious to the nausea rising up in her. "Currently, that is not much. I don't lose anything by not charging her more." Her fingers tightened around her teacup. "But sums don't lie. I agree with you, I do, on moral grounds. But you will need to pay for equipment, rent, food, and clothing. If you don't, you cannot remain a doctor, can't continue to save lives." The numbers had no room for kindness and humanity. "There will be donations. There always are in these cases." "Donations cannot be controlled," she protested, "cannot be relied upon." She would see the disparity every day in the ledger. It would be her job to collect when she could. "I'm sorry, Miss Shoringfield, Jane. I don't claim to have an answer." She grimaced, ducked her head. "And neither do I. But I have a mind for sums. If I were your wife, I feel that it might lead to tension, anger, misunderstandings. I apologize. This isn't something I anticipated when I made my proposal. Work has always been straightforward, and yet this is not. It would not be appropriate for me to marry you." The words were so close, so ready to come out. This was foolishness. They were at odds with one another after only a day. Fondness was too much to hope for, but she needed them to agree with each other. Anything else was less than optimal. "I will understand if you've reconsidered my suit," she said, too embarrassed and stubborn by half to break the arrangement herself. "I have not." Her heart sped. "To be clear," he added, "I am still not sure I wish to marry at all. But if we were to proceed, is it not natural to expect that we would learn over time how to sort all of this?" Her mouth was dry. Her head ached. She wanted too many things all at once, and couldn't see any of them clearly. "And what of your other misgivings?" she pressed. "The issue of consummation?" His gaze dropped, and he blushed. "I am sure that if we decided the marriage must be consummated, we could find a way for it to be consummated on mutually beneficial terms. There is room for me to see you as more than my employee, while still respecting your desire for distance, don't you think?" His patient logic stunned her once more into silence. She searched his face, looking for some explanation. What had changed? Over the course of one blood-soaked surgery? How had they transformed from him arguing against the idea and her for it,
to her trying to poke holes in both of their defenses? Perhaps they agreed on some deeper level than she had been focused on. "You would still consider me, knowing I will never stop talking of bills and expenses," she ventured. "That I may not always see our patients as people? Knowing that you are, in fact, human, and not some fevered fantasy of a lonely mind?" He responded. Human. He heard her monstrousness and thought instead that she was human. He had come up against the limits of her plan, a plan that had felt so thoroughly considered until she'd actually met him, and devised ways that they could still proceed. "You have clearly given this some thought since yesterday." "Beyond my initial arguments. More today, particularly since about halfway through my discussion of post-surgical care with Mrs. Renton," he confessed, still not looking at her. "It occurred to me that your starting premise had merit. Marriage is always a business arrangement, of a kind. And not only do you have the skills to recommend yourself to me, you are quite nice to be around." "Quite nice to be around," she echoed. She wasn't sure that she had ever been described in quite those terms. "That is to say," he continued, "if I didn't enjoy speaking with you, your skills would have made it hard not to hire you, but marriage would have been out of the question. But as I do, even if the marriage would never be more than a strange employment arrangement between us with a single legal obligation met, I don't necessarily object to it being called a marriage." "I see," she said, and she did. She saw more murkiness, more blurring of the original boundaries. She could still demur, could still apologize and terminate the courtship. She could still walk away, try again with someone else, hope for something less awkward and convoluted. But Dr. Lawrence understood her. Perhaps it had been the blood, or the fear, or simply the work, but he saw her now in a way she would not have chosen to be seen, and he did not turn away. He didn't think her a child in need of protection, the way the Cunninghams still did, and he did not think her a monster because her brain focused on logistics instead of emotion. She hadn't realized such an outcome was possible. And if the original lines were blurred, what did it matter if the truth of the arrangement continued? Them, married, with polite kindness between them. Him, understanding her, respecting her. "I'm glad you're still considering it," she said. It did feel good to help Mr. Renton." "Yes," he said, "it did." "How do you feel now?" She took inventory of herself. There was still blood on her skirts. Her hands still ached from gripping the retractors. Before all this, there had been a man, and he was alive now. She had done that, in part. "Proud, I suppose," she ventured, and before, almost ecstatic. "But it's layered with my fear of failing a patient, with my worries about the accounts." "Open up to the positive emotions. Focus on them," he said. "This is the best part. It's like having a sun inside you. Let it light you up."
What did you call it? Feeling alive. He stood alive. Yes, it thrives off itself. You're alive and they're alive, and so you feel them being alive as if it were yourself, and it doubles. It's intoxicating. Jane stood up as well. The chair and footrest were close enough that standing put her just a few inches from him. The effect was disorienting. "Intoxicating?" she asked. "It can make you do very silly things," he said, his gaze dropping for a moment to her lips. Her heart fluttered in her chest despite herself. Then he shook himself and stepped back, one hand rubbing the nape of his neck. "That is, try to enjoy the feeling, but be careful on your walk home. I don't want you back in my surgery today." "Are you sending me away?" "Yes," he said. "Wouldn't you agree it's for the best? We both have much to think about, and I have my work to attend to, as do you, I'm sure." Yes, I do," she said. "When shall I return? Tomorrow?" He hesitated, and her heart sank. "That is, if you think working together would help you in your decision." "I do," he said. "If you think it would help you, that is." "I do," she said, perhaps too quickly. He smiled, perhaps too widely. "Then I will send for you as I can. Keep thinking on your fiscal dilemma." "I will. It and all the rest." Jane worked all that evening in an attempt to set her mind to order, and late into the morning the next day. She wrote out final bills for Mr. Cunningham's clients and prepared a clean account book to begin his judgeship with. Each itemized document brought with it the memory of Dr. Lawrence's ledgers and his challenge to her. As much time as she spent with her head bowed to her work, though, she also found herself looking out the window, measuring the gait of every man who passed, searching for Dr. Lawrence's dark hair and stained coat just in case he happened to walk by. He stubbornly refused to appear, and she could not logic away the fact that she missed Dr. Lawrence, no matter how hard she tried. Missed him, though they had left on good terms, even after they had laid bare the complexities of her proposal. She had only to wait. She did not want to wait. She kept remembering the strange magnetism between them in those last few minutes in his study, when he had spoken of intoxication. If he had come another step closer, if he had touched her cheek with those skilled hands of his, with a lurch, she realized that she had wanted him to kiss her. They had made a mistake, clearly. They had strayed from arguing compatibility to discussing enjoying talking with each other, and rated that an optimistic sign. Quite nice to be around, indeed. And now here she was, desiring. She'd never considered the possibility, and so hadn't included it in her calculations. Now she was left embarrassed and confused. It was one thing to reveal herself to be undone by thoughts of financial ethics, but this was so far beyond what she had offered him, what she had promised him, that there was no way he could rationalize it with her. The thought shouldn't have hurt, but it did. Could there not be other options? She had never felt like this before, and though it had not passed in an evening, might it still not dissipate in time? She tried to think instead of her pride in saving Mr. Renton's life. She had dreamed of it the night before, of blood on her hands, but also of his even breathing, after the worst was over and the ether had set in. Her hands had let Dr. Lawrence do his work. She had proven herself useful. She would only become more so, with time, with practice, with dedication. It was a stronger drive, her need to work and succeed, than any alien tenderness she felt for her potential husband. It would win out in the end. In fact, if she were to lean into these odd fancies of hers, she would only be left cold in time. Such a strange part of herself, unglimpsed until now, could not be long-lived. Best to focus on the work. She could master her unruly, unfamiliar longings and be the business partner she had offered to be. She was sure of it. All that she needed was a task. Sitting here wondering was doing her no favors. Jane was in the hallway before she could second-guess herself, pulling on her oiled wrap. He had not sent for her, perhaps would not even be in, and Ekaterina would be setting out lunch shortly. She should wait, should at least tell the house where she was going. She donned her hat and slipped out into the late morning. The sky was grey, and Larrington busier than it had been the previous day. Everybody working double time ahead of the threatening rain. She took a different path this time, a tangle of back streets that would keep her out of the throng. There was little chance of being recognized, but she could not bear the thought of being seen. Her feet took her past small houses with kitchen gardens out front, and from there through the half-deserted plaza before the old church, now the magistrates' offices. The courts were closed for the morning, the curtains drawn. When Jane had first come to Larrington, when she had been officially signed in to the Cunninghams' care, the walls had still been covered in vibrant murals, though they were old, flaking, and only half cared for. Now everything had been whitewashed. The change had been slow but steady, and when it was done, Mr. Cunningham had said he was glad the old leering figures had at last been covered. From the plaza she came out once again onto the main street. The crowds were thinning now, thunder rolling gently on the horizon. But as she approached the doorway, the rattling of wheels drew close behind her. Turning, she watched an elegant black carriage draw to a halt opposite the surgery.
Its fineness was distinctly out of place in Larrington, and it bore a crimson emblem on its side, only partially obscured by the mud of travel. Crown University Royal Teaching Hospital. The driver hopped down from his box and opened the carriage door, and out stepped what could only be Dr. Lawrence's specialist, come all the way from Camhurst. She was short and spare, with sharp-edged cheekbones, and dark hair drawn back severely from her brow. Her skirts spread out around her like an inky cloud. She wore a surgeon's coat, but it was trimmed incongruously with fur. She carried no doctor's bag, only a small case hardly larger than a book, and she regarded Jane with a chill focus. Jane inclined her head in greeting. "Are you the specialist Dr. Lawrence sent for yesterday?" "Yes," the woman said. "My name is Dr. Avdotia Semyonovna Nizamyev, Ruskin." Her accent was stronger than Ekaterina's, and Jane was seized by the wild thought that the other woman was currently emphasizing it, perhaps to gauge Jane's reaction. But no, why would this Dr. Nizamyev test her? "You must have ridden through the night to get here so quickly. Camhurst was nearly a full day's journey by carriage, and that didn't account for the letters transit. The speed with which she had arrived was scarcely believable. I left as soon as I received Dr. Lawrence's summons. Health waits for few, and death for none." "Are you a surgeon, then?" "No, neither surgeon nor generalist. I administer the asylum run by the Royal." "The asylum," Jane repeated, doing her best not to frown. What need would Dr. Lawrence have of her services? But then she remembered chalk and salt. Superstitious madness. Except he had decided on sending for Dr. Nizamyev while still in the operating theatre, before he knew. Ah, a man cutting himself open for no reason, except perhaps pain? The much simpler explanation. "I expect," Dr. Nizamyev said, voice cool and dry, "that I am needed inside. Not explaining myself to a nurse?" The woman looked Jane up and down again, measuring. She couldn't be much older than Dr. Lawrence, but in her sharp appraisal she seemed ageless, unyielding. "Not exactly," Jane said, straightening her shoulders. "I am an accountant, training to assist Dr. Lawrence." "I see," Dr. Nizamyev said, and her tone was empty of amusement or confusion or derision.
She opened the door to the surgery and stepped inside, and Jane trailed after. The door swung shut behind them, and a moment later Dr. Lawrence appeared in the operating theatre doorway. Jane felt a wayward surge of excitement, then stilled as she took in his expression. He was wearing his surgeon's focus. Come quickly," he said, voice harsh. Jane's stomach dropped. "It is Mr. Renton." "Avdotia, you can wait in the office. It's just, I will come as well," Dr. Nizamyev said, and though no surgeon, she strode into the operating theatre with a confidence Jane could not conjure in herself. Mr. Renton. What could have happened? Why was he back from more of the knife? Was there another impossible tangle? She followed and donned a gown with trembling hands. Their patient lay on the operating table. He was quiet, but not from ether, and though he was strapped down, there was no need for it, for he did not move at all. Dr. Lawrence had laid bare his belly, and removed the sponge covering the gaping hole of his bowel. His skin was red and taut around it. "Hands," he said, and Jane obediently scrubbed herself clean, then joined him at the operating table. "What has happened?" Dr. Lawrence looked up at her, grim-faced. "His pulse has grown very weak. I have attempted purgatives and bleeding, but there has been no improvement. He may have a hemorrhage in his gut, either that we missed or that I caused." He delivered the facts in a rush, controlled but too rapid for confidence. "I will need to open him up. Retractors, if I may impose upon you again, Miss Shoringfield." Jane found them laid out on a nearby counter. She was back at his side in seconds. He worked the stitches open, and a slow-moving gout of filth oozed forth, clotted into masses and stinking of death. It was impossible for Jane to make out any other details, but Dr. Lawrence swore, then demanded, "The bulb, the flushing bulb. Jane, take it, fill it with water, just water."
Her hands refused to still as she grabbed up the equipment, as she turned on the tap, as she manipulated the fine glass and rubber instrument. Where was the confidence that he could create in her? Dying on the table, curdling in her heart, slipping away, too fast. She handed the equipment to Dr. Lawrence. Black filth ran from Mr. Renton's abdomen as Dr. Lawrence worked the bulb. She looked for any hint of red or healthy pink beneath the skin, and found none. He plunged his hands into the wound and methodically slid his fingers along 6 slick organs, feeling where he could not see. If we can clean the rot, if I can find the perforation. Mr. Renton's chest rose and fell, shallowly, slowly. The doctor pushed his hands deeper. His chest moved slower still, shallower still. Dr. Lawrence swore. Mr. Renton's chest moved not at all. It was a small change, from shallow breaths to nothing, and yet without that last vital scrap, Mr. Renton was transfigured. Dr. Lawrence kept working a few desperate moments longer, and then he pulled his hands out entirely. They were black. "He is gone," the doctor said. Jane looked between the corpse and Dr. Lawrence, simultaneously numb and on the verge of tears, and then retreated to the sink, turning on the spigot and washing her spotless hands as if they were coated in blood. When she was finished, she turned around to find Dr. Lawrence unmoved. "This is my fault," he said. Behind him, Dr. Nizamiev arched a brow, but said nothing. She was watching Dr. Lawrence with predatory focus. For what, Jane couldn't say. If Dr. Nizamiev had been a surgeon, Jane might have seen competition or judgment, but no. No, it was something unidentifiable that nevertheless left Jane uneasy. "I moved too quickly," Dr. Lawrence continued. "I flushed the wound at the start, but not at the end. The wound was befouled. I could have caught this." "Dr. Lawrence," Jane murmured. He did not respond, stalking past her to wash his own stinking hands. He scrubbed hard with lye soap. "May I see the specimen?" Dr. Nizamiev asked. "The patient is dead," Dr. Lawrence snapped, turning the tap off sharply and rounding on her, his fingers clutching tight to the sink rim behind him. "There can be no certainty. You might reach Camhurst before midnight if you set out now. I apologize for calling you out unnecessarily." Nizamiev did not look frustrated, as a woman called away from the capital for nothing and sent back unceremoniously might. She also did not look sad for the corpse between her and Dr. Lawrence, or uncomfortable, or much of anything at all. "You sent for me for a reason, Augustine," she said after the silence had stretched far too long. "I said that it was a small chance," Dr. Lawrence said, voice clipped. He shed his soiled apron and tossed it into the laundry hamper with startling ferocity. Dr. Nizamiev glanced at Jane, though Jane had made no motion or sound. Uncomfortable, Jane, too, shed her apron. "And your own research?" Dr. Nizamiev asked. "Abandoned. You'll forgive me, but I am not one for company today," Dr. Lawrence gritted out. "Next time," the woman said, approaching Dr. Lawrence in an almost inhuman glide, "wait to ensure your patient will survive before you send for me then. I do not appreciate being called out on a maybe when you are not willing to stand beside your instinct. You know that I have never cared for playing games." Dr. Lawrence clenched his jaw, but nodded, and gestured Dr. Nizamiev out of the room. He walked her to the door, Jane following them both. Before he showed the specialist out, Jane thought she heard him mutter, "I called you here to set my fears at ease, not stoke them." "I am not here for your comfort," Dr. Nizamiev returned. And then she was gone, sweeping out to her carriage. Dr. Lawrence stared after her, his breathing harsh and shallow. Jane drew up beside him. She should have commented on Dr. Nizamiev's strangeness, or perhaps asked questions about what her specialty was exactly, but she could not find the words. The triumph of yesterday was sour. Everything had gone wrong. She wanted to roll back time. "I must call upon the undertakers," he said softly. "And Mrs. Renton, too. I must send word to her." "Of course. Should I return home then?" He turned to her at last, and seemed about to take her hands, but clenched his at his sides instead. "Jane, I am sorry that you had to witness death here today. I am sorry, so sorry, that I could not save him. It would have been magic if you had. He flinched. I should not keep you. No, of course not. She took a deep breath, turned to go. And then he said, But I am weak, and I would ask that you stay. You do not have to assist me today, or work, but I do not want you to— I don't think you should be left to deal with this loss alone. His voice bled with pain. She didn't want to leave his side, not now, for 100 selfish and virtuous reasons all twined together. And more than that, she couldn't imagine going home, returning to Mr. Cunningham's office, holding the death of Mr. Renton inside of her. Of course I'll stay, she said, turning back to him. I can even come with you to visit the undertakers. No, the weather is beginning to turn once again. I will go to them when it passes. Outside, the gathered clouds had taken on the fullness of impending rain, blotting out the sun. I'll clean up, prepare the surgery for other visitors. Mr. Lowell will be back within half an hour and can take over for a short while, and then we can sit together. Upstairs, to the right of the landing, is my personal study. There is whiskey there and books. Please, make yourself comfortable. I will not be long. Jane nodded, though she watched uneasily as he passed through the operating theater doorway once more. Saving Mr. Renton had given her such pride, and his death now perverted it, made her feel hollow and dirty. She was happy to flee the sensation, climbing the stairs to Dr. Lawrence's study. The walls were crowded with shelves, and on all of them were books piled upon books.
His desk here was a smaller thing, but more well-loved. Behind his desk, as he had promised, was a decanter and 2 glasses. Jane poured herself a draught despite the early hour. She sipped at it, standing before a glass-fronted cabinet. Within were many strange things she did not recognize. Several branches with thick blisters on their bark, a stone cracked open to reveal a lattice of brilliant crystal, a string of something white and creased like cauliflower. What first appeared like a strange red flower in full bloom resolved on closer inspection to be a wax model of a human head, the nose gone and the skin falling away from disease. Strange and gruesome, all of it. Jane drew back and made to turn, then noticed a newer addition, free from dust. It was a large glass jar filled with a lump of something floating in pale golden liquid, somewhat cloudy, sediment already accreting at the bottom. It took her a moment, but then she recognized the mass. It was the warped tissue Dr. Lawrence had excised from Mr. Renton's abdomen yesterday morning, the specimen. Was this what Dr. Nizamiev had wanted to see? She frowned but could not take her eyes away from it, even as she remembered it lying, inert, on the operating table, even as she remembered that Mr. Renton's lifeless body still lay below her. Would he get rid of it now that his patient was dead? Why keep it in his study? But even as she questioned, she began to suspect the answer. It was fascinating. She traced the curves of it, and, this close to it now, and with less panic clouding her mind, she could see that it did disappear into itself, the way she had perceived the day before. It twisted not in the way of rope or sausage, nor was it knotted like string. She could not make sense of its exterior and interior, its top or bottom. It made her head ache. Footsteps on the stairs. She turned to face the door just as Dr. Lawrence entered, still looking worn, drawn. He regarded her silently, then looked behind her to the cabinet. "What do you think of it all?" he asked. "I confess I forgot you would see my collection when I recommended you come up here." "What is it for?" Jane asked, caught between disgust and interest. He came to her side and poured himself his own small glass of whiskey, then leaned back against his desk, regarding the shelves filled with stones and wood and jars. "My own education. I collect curiosities," he said. "I have for many years. Models or samples of medical oddities, strange natural phenomena, that sort of thing." "Including that," she said, nodding to the jar. "Mr. Renton's." "His large bowel, yes," Dr. Lawrence said. "Do you intend to keep it?" she asked. "After?" "Yes. I've never seen anything like it. I may never again. Does that trouble you?" After some consideration, she said, "No, I don't think so." She did still step away from it, and pressed a hand to her eyes. It smelled faintly of death, though she had not touched the foul seepage.
She shuddered and thought again of Renton's blood on her hands the day before. Her hands inside the wound that had been fouled. She had scrubbed her hands before she'd touched it, but she might have done it wrong. She quailed at the thought. Another mistake, another misstep that rendered her unfit for whatever this was. "What is it?" Dr. Lawrence murmured, seeing her distress. "You blamed yourself down there for Mr. Renton's death," she said, not looking at him. "Do I not share equally in it? I am inexperienced. I distracted you. No," Dr. Lawrence said fervently, setting aside his glass and taking her free hand in his, drawing her farther away from the cabinet. "Don't think like that, Miss Shoringfield. Jane, please promise me you won't think like that, not ever." "Dr. Lawrence," she murmured, stunned by the warmth of his skin and the passion flashing in his eyes. "Jane, if the fault lies in anybody, it lies in me. I am the one with training, and, more than that, I was the one in charge of the operating room. You cannot blame yourself. That shame is a path you cannot come back from, once you start down it," he said firmly. "I am a doctor. I am built to carry that load. I have sworn to do so. You were simply there, willing to help. You did all you could, and that is all anybody could ask of you. And so did you." That stopped him, his jaw working. "Perhaps," he said at last, "but I'm the one who can bear it, not you. I can't ask that of you, not even if we are engaged." Jane stopped breathing. Her thoughts raced, unable to maintain her guilt, her fear, her confusion, all at once. "Engaged?" she repeated, voice barely more than a breath. Her head was full of buzzing, too many emotions in too short a time. She wanted to flee into the night, but also wanted to be here, only here, and for him to look at her again. Instead, he withdrew and straightened his cuffs. "That is," he said, "even if you are my potential wife. Forgive me." "Dr. Lawrence," she said. "I find my thoughts are quite out of order today," he continued. He was blushing, she realized, beneath his worn pallor. "I should not have asked you to stay. We have hardly agreed to Augustine." His given name stopped him cold. "Yes?" he asked. Take it back. He must take it back. She had been impulsive, foolish, wild to come here just to see him again. She could not let him do this, unknowing of how she'd betrayed his trust. She had demanded a business arrangement, and he had agreed to it. Anything else was against both their wishes. And yet she wanted, more than anything, for him to say it again. She set her glass aside and clutched her hands together so tightly that the skin looked bleached. She hoped wildly, in two antithetical directions. "Engaged?" she asked. Without a word, Augustine reached for her, then passed her to the cabinet. He drew out one of the lower drawers. Several small curios were arrayed on the velvet-lined interior, and right in the center were 2 rings. "I meant to give these to you," he said. "Not today, of course. Even if Mr. Renton had lived, it is still much too soon. But now it seems the most inauspicious start possible." He glanced at her at last. "As I said, please forgive me." She joined him and looked more closely at the rings. They weren't simple bands of metal or even gem-studded jewelry, but instead made of many interlocking pieces of something white and matte. Carved bone. She reached out and traced one porous curve. At her ear, Augustine murmured, "I had a patient once, a man whose entire body ossified over his lifetime. I removed a series of growths that locked his elbow in place, and he had them fashioned into these." "The bones of a man," she repeated. "A man with an uncommon illness, one she had until now never imagined." She was beginning to see a pattern. He picked up one of the rings and turned it around in the palm of his hand. His name was Julian Etheridge. He had a unique sense of humor and asked that he be allowed to keep whatever we removed. Said he'd made it himself, after all. So we gave him the pieces, and he had some of them made into these. He tried to give them to his son and his son's new wife, but they were disturbed. When he offered them to me, I accepted. Really, what better gift for a blood-soaked surgeon to give to his bride than a ring made of the fruits of his labor? And perhaps it was best that she bore a reminder of the inevitability of death. to chill her fevered thoughts. She plucked the other ring from its velvet nest. She turned it over, looking at how the white bone had been carved so finely, with such care. A gentle touch with the pad of her thumb pushed the pieces into a new configuration, the hoop they formed narrower but taller than before. Genius to take such a one-of-a-kind material and design the rings in such a way that they could fit throughout the seasons of life, on any number of people. The geometric figuring to make such a thing would have been extensive. She wished she could see the plans. But Augustine was watching her. She should say something.
Thank you. Perhaps, or no, or yes. When she had decided to marry, she'd had Mrs. Cunningham write down a list of all the unwed men in town between 2 years her junior and 14 her senior. From there, she had narrowed it based on income, filtering out all who made more than her guardians and anybody earning much less. She'd used statistics, mathematics, to purify her choice. Her intent had been to avoid the most heated competition for the wealthiest bachelors, to save the Cunninghams from embarrassment at a lower match, and to increase the chances that she would be spared from bearing 9 children to mind the family farm or trade, instead of working herself. In the end, Larrington and the nearest towns had boasted 13 men who matched those requirements. She asked only Augustine. He'd been at the top of her list, perfect in every way. And then she'd met him, and for the last 2 days she'd hardly been able to think straight. She wanted, so badly, to say yes, and that was the problem. Her heart, normally such a measured and predictable thing, had grown erratic. For him. He had been so hesitant to consider marriage at all, and it had only been her terms, her dedication to avoiding intimacy, that had persuaded him. There was still a chance she would return to normal, that he might never notice, but if he did... Her fingers played with the ring, spiraling it in and out. "People aren't static," she said at last. "People aren't perfect. An employee you can replace. And though this is a business arrangement, uppermost, a wife cannot be replaced so easily." Something darkened in his eyes, thinking, no doubt, of all the widowers he had known in his career. And then he said, "Jane, I would never replace you." "You are sure," she asked, looking up at him, "that you want to marry me?" "I can think of little else," he said, finally taking the ring from her and gently, so gently, slipping it onto her finger. "After just a few days, I find I've completely lost my mind over you." Oh, it wasn't only her heart, then, that sped when they drew close. "Doesn't that terrify you?" she asked, voice soft. She leaned in, her heart beating wildly in her chest. He swallowed, nodded. "It terrifies me. But you don't, and I can't leave the thought of you alone." "Me neither," she said, and kissed him. They were married with little fanfare less than a week later. Neither had large numbers of guests to invite. In fact, Augustine invited none. Jane had Mr. and Mrs. Cunningham, Ekaterina, and a few friends of the family. The ceremony itself was bare bones and unremarkable. After the devastation and horror of the war with Russka, the government had officially abandoned its theism. The church had already become decrepit and half ignored as industrialization unsettled old ways of life. The terrible new engines of war and their attendant death toll had simply finished the erosion in a single spectacular blow. Halfway through the war, 70 people had sheltered in one of Camhurst's great cathedrals, certain it would not be targeted, that they would not come to harm. They had all been dead by morning, the building a burnt-out, poisoned husk. Faith had hobbled along after that, yes, but it had shed its adherents, its bones and flesh, with every step. What little religion did remain in the civil ceremony mirrored what remained among the citizenry. A half-grudging, half-panicked belief in spirits and the movements of the heavens, and a deep, abiding fear of chaos and conflict. So Augustine and Jane had passed, independently, through a series of small rooms separated by draped fabric in order to shake off anything negative that might follow them into marriage, before meeting in front of the magistrate for the signing of the marriage contract, which was written in archaic, highly structured legal prose that left no loopholes or misunderstandings. They removed their rings and placed them in a small bowl with an assortment of offerings, and it was taken up to the top of the courthouse spire to bathe in the midday sun while the contract was read out in full,
When they put their names to it, the bowl was brought back down. They slipped the rings back onto each other's fingers, and that was that. They were married. Through it all, Jane could not stop thinking of their first and only kiss. She had kissed him, and he'd folded his arms around her, hesitantly, even as he returned the kiss with greater fervor. She'd never kissed anybody before, and had been fumbling and awkward. He had seemed unsure at first as well, but soon had grown bolder, guiding her with a touch of his fingers to her jaw, a pass of his tongue across her lips. Her rational mind had deserted her for a few beautiful, burning moments. By the time they'd been interrupted by the sound of patients entering the surgery below and she pulled away, the damage had been done. He'd looked at her like she'd ripped his heart straight from his chest, before finding a smile and laughing awkwardly. They'd apologized to each other. He had spent 15 minutes with his patient, and then he'd walked her home, the both of them careful not to touch. Augustine had told Mr. Cunningham his decision. She had affirmed it, and he had left to fetch the undertakers for Mr. Renton. It had been the last sobering reminder she needed. Her growing attraction and their increasing intimacy still frightened her, felt uncertain and fragile, and unnecessary. They might have spoken of temporary madness, but not of changing the terms of their marriage. And Augustine seemed to agree. They hadn't been alone together since. She had spent the rest of the week setting up an account book for him and going through 2 months of patient records to start filling out who had received what treatment, and she had done as much of the work at home as was possible. She had come round only when he had several patients to see in the surgery, and he had insisted on her sitting in to observe. He had kept a respectful distance, and there had been no more indiscretions. But she hadn't been able to keep her eyes off him. She'd watched how gentle he was with his patients, how firm when it was needed, and how solicitous when compassion was called for instead. A few mornings he'd arrived looking like he hadn't slept at all, though she knew from his notes that there hadn't been any house calls during the night. She hoped only that he had not been kept up by thoughts of her. He looked the same now, as they emerged from the ceremony hall into the blinding sunlight of an unseasonably favorable day, surrounded by a bustle of activity that seemed too great for the scant number of guests they'd invited. Jane stopped in the doorway, staring, the size of the crowd far too much. Mr. and Mrs. Cunningham led the charge as if converged in on them, and she went rigid as they were both hoisted into the carriage that would take them to the surgery. The gathered crowd cheered, growing as people she did not know, drawn by the commotion, circled the carriage itself. The horse threw its head at the attention and the noise, and Jane retreated into the marginally quieter, very much darker interior of the cab, shutting the door firmly behind them. "Well, Dr. Lawrence," she managed. "Well, Mrs. Lawrence," he responded, voice a little huskier than usual. He stole a glance at her in her bright blue wedding dress. A boyish smile curled his lips, then fell as he looked out the window. "There are so many," he said. She shrugged helplessly. The carriage lurched into motion, and Jane waited for the sound of the crowd to fade. It didn't. As they rattled through the streets, the wedding guests and the accumulated onlookers kept pace, shouting and laughing and hugging one another. Jane turned bright red as she stared out the small window in the cab door.
She'd seen these parades before, friends and family escorting the newlywed couple to their home, some wearing masks, others playing loud music intended to celebrate, to confuse, to mark the transition from independence to marriage. But the thought that they could do the same for her seemed alien, terrifying, the weight of their attention on her far too much. What was she meant to do? How was she meant to act? "I truly didn't think anybody would care about the wedding," he said. "And yet we have an audience. And just this morning I received a letter from my colleagues in Camhurst proposing that they come to celebrate the nuptials in person. I turned them down, of course," he added hastily, as she tensed still further. The crowd outside was bad enough. Hosting house guests would have stressed her far more. Across the small gap between them, Augustine seemed to feel much the same. He grew paler with every second the noise outside did not abate, and he clutched the edge of the seat, knuckles white. "They mean us well," she said, trying to reassure them both. But with the crowd around them, the carriage wasn't able to make the turn that would take them to the surgery. Instead, the crowd bore them faster and faster toward the edge of town. Augustine made a pained sound and finally lurched toward the door, opening it even as the cobbled road gave way to dirt beneath them. "Mr. Lowell," he called. The older man appeared, grinning and doffing his hat in congratulations. "Dr. Lawrence, Mrs. Lawrence, we are meant for the surgery." Augustine's cry barely surmounted the din of the crowd, which seemed to double, triple with every passing minute. Jane couldn't recognize half the unmasked faces in the crowd. She trembled, unsure of how to process such a great parade. It wasn't for her. It wasn't for him. Was it only for a marriage? Were they all relieved to see her gone? Mr. Lowell had lost his words and was turning a brilliant vermilion. He stammered, "I had thought you would both be headed to Lindridge Hall tonight, sir, it being your wedding night and all. Mrs. Lawrence's traveling case has already been sent on ahead." Augustine went very still, even with the jolting of the wheels, and Jane thought for a moment he might throw himself from the carriage. As she watched, he closed his eyes, as if fighting for control over himself. Jane leaned into the open doorway. "It's all right," she said. "I can send home for another set of clothing. We just need to turn the carriage around. Can you help us?" Mr. Lowell worried at the brim of his hat. "So you mean to live at the surgery regularly?" "Yes, I will be living there full time. Dr. Lawrence will continue living at, what did you call it, Lindridge Hall?" "Aye, Lindridge Hall." He struggled to keep pace with the carriage and stay close to the door, the crowd pushing on him from all sides. Frustrated, he hopped up onto the rail below the door, grabbing onto the top of the carriage to brace himself. Well-wishers cheered, grinning at Jane, waving and shouting and dancing. Somewhere behind them a full band had begun to play, a cacophony of off-tempo brass and flutes. She was trapped in a nightmare. Mr. Lowell turned his attention once more to Augustine, who was clutching tight to the door handle. "Sir, I apologize. I had thought, when you asked for the spare bedroom to be fully appointed, that you meant it for later, when you'd both stay here on occasion, not tonight. But I don't know," he grimaced, looking over his shoulder. "I don't know that I can stop such a great crowd without causing a scene." She didn't care about causing a scene, not really, but she could see her guardians out among the crowd, delighted and happy and proud, and she didn't want to hurt them. She froze, unable to decide. "Mr. Lowell," Augustine said at last, "have you also sent ahead the ingredients I had you purchase for dinner?" "Yes, sir." He sat back in his seat, letting go of the door. Mr. Lowell braced it instead. Grimacing, Augustine said, "Then I suppose we will be dining at Lindridge Hall tonight. But I will be sending Mrs. Lawrence back to the surgery at sunset. That way she can fetch her belongings and the crowd need not be disrupted." He said it all in a strange, strained voice, but Mr. Lowell only nodded and said, "Yes, doctor." He dropped back to the ground and shut the door behind him. Jane searched Augustine's face. He'd very eagerly agreed to the part of their arrangement where they would live separately, even more than the proposed lack of intimacy. He had never gone back on that element, even as they had discussed consummation and flirted around the edges of their business arrangement. It had struck her as odd, but it had aligned with what she'd needed, even as the rest of her plans fell apart, and so she hadn't questioned it. But now, even given how uncomfortable the wedding procession was making the both of them, she couldn't understand. "I wouldn't mind staying the night at Lindridge Hall. It would no doubt be much easier," she said. "We can satisfy the legal requirements, then resume our arrangements tomorrow." "No," he said, looking directly at her for the first time since the crowd had formed. He didn't blush, didn't flinch. She frowned. "It is our wedding night. It seems appropriate that we—" "You will never stay the night at Lindridge Hall." His expression took on a darkness that she'd never seen before, not even the day that Mr. Renton had died. But then he shook himself. "Please understand that," he said, voice softening. "Whatever else may or may not change about our arrangement, that needs to remain true. You will never stay the night at Lindridge Hall, and I always will." "Why?" He ran an absent hand through his hair. His dark suit and shirt were rumpled from the ride already. He looked abstracted and beautiful. Jane once more found herself wanting to kiss him, everything else. She pushed the impulse away.
"Why, Augustine?" "Because," he said, "if a patient comes to the surgery when I am out, Mr. Lowell can send for you tonight, if he has to, just as I would, if that happened." He didn't answer immediately, looking away from her and out at the crowd. His eyes grew unfocused. At last he said, "Because Lindridge Hall is not for you. It's been empty for many years, and while I employ a cook and a maid, they are not there full time. It is a very dark place. You'll be far more comfortable in the surgery. Why must you stay there then?" He grimaced. The carriage rocked as the dirt track they were on grew rougher, but the noise from outside continued despite the less pleasant terrain. "It's my family home, and there's nobody else to keep it. You can't rent it out, or stay only a few nights a week?" When he'd first laid down this rule, she'd accepted it at face value. She had marked it as none of her business. But now that she had kissed him, had worked beside him, had learned the sort of man he was beyond her statistical analysis, none of this made sense. Augustine Lawrence should have wanted to stay close to his patients, if not to her. "It has a lot of history," he said at last. "It's complicated. Call it my pet irrationality. But we will hold to the terms of the arrangement, won't we?" Her unease refused to quiet, but she could rise above it for the pain she could see in his eyes. She nodded. "Of course, I'll leave before sunset." The closer the carriage came to Lindridge Hall, the stranger Augustine became. He shifted restlessly in his seat and worried at the cuffs of his jacket. His eyes fixed not on her, nor on the crowd still following them, but on the horizon beyond. His agitation disturbed her. What could be so horrible about a neglected home? It couldn't be so bad, or else he couldn't live there. But if there was something she needed to know, something that threatened the happiness or safety of their marriage, well, isn't that what you get for agreeing to marry a man you've known for a week? She looked out the window at Mr. and Mrs.
Cunningham, the former having taken up a small drum, his cheeks high with color. They were happy for her. They trusted Augustine, approved of the match. They trusted her judgment. "Are you all right?" Jane turned back to Augustine in confusion. He was watching her closely now. "What? You've gone a bit pale. Are you feeling nauseated? Carriage travel can—" "I've ridden in carriages before, Augustine," she said, smiling despite herself. "I'm fine, but thank you for your concern." He nodded, adjusted his high collar. He certainly still looked distracted, but his impulse to check on her health had broken through it. She took the opportunity. "Your cook, what's her name?" "Mrs. Luthbright," he said. "And the maid's name is Mrs. Pearl. They both live on farms that pay rent to my family, and come in every day." "But they don't stay at the house at night, either?" "No," he said. "They have families to return to, and I hardly need their help to sleep." He offered a sheepish smile. "I'm sorry, this must be making you nervous. It really is just that the place is in a bit of disrepair, and I only stay there out of duty, not enjoyment. You'll be much happier in town, I promise, and I am loath to have our entourage see it as well." Oh, Augustine! She could sympathize with his embarrassment all too well. "I didn't know that they would do this. But you are much loved, even after only these past few months. Perhaps we should have realized." The carriage drew to a halt again, and when she leaned over to look out the window, the mass of what had to be Lindridge Hall towered over her. It was made of green-gray stone, and rose 3 stories, with an imposing entryway flanked by thick columns. It was the largest house Jane had ever seen, and was ornamented with intricately carved flanges demarcating seemingly random sections of stone. Many of the windows were shuttered, and the few that weren't had thick, waving glass panes, several dirty and fogged over. The crowd around the carriage stilled and grew quieter. They, too, were fixed on the edifice and its front garden, dead and withered despite the good summer they'd had. "Is this it?" "It is," he said. He opened the carriage door and stepped out. The cry of celebration from their well-wishers was strained and weak. She waited for him to hand her down, but his attention was fixed on their audience. He had not touched her since they had exchanged rings at the ceremony, she realized with a selfish pang. But why should he have? To reassure her?
She pasted on a smile, following him out onto the dirt path that led to the front door, clasping hands with Mrs. Cunningham, with Ekaterina, with Mr. Lowell. Everybody wanted to touch her shoulder and give her advice, but they were also all distracted. The mood had soured. The grounds around them were overgrown, the lawn covered in weeds and shrubs, the grass endlessly encroaching at the edges of the road. The shadow cast by the house felt like a solid thing, and the wedding party began to withdraw, waving, smiling, but pulling inexorably away. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt alone. Cunningham was the last to turn away, and looked the least unsettled. She came to Jane one last time and kissed her cheek. "May you be happy, my dear," she said, squeezing Jane's hands in hers. "The house will be quieter without you." And then she, too, joined the procession back down the hill. The music resumed when they reached the main road again. Behind her, she could hear Augustine talking quietly with the carriage driver, arranging for him to remain so that he could take her back to town. Relief flooded her, followed swiftly by guilt. Their agreement had said nothing about accepting and loving every part of each other. Far from it. But she couldn't sort out what she intended to do anymore. His gentle care and honesty had undone her, and this house threatened to scatter the pieces. Augustine came to stand beside her. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I didn't want you to see this." "It's not so bad," she assured him, making herself turn to look at the house again. This time she mastered her expression first, then took a more measured inventory. Lindridge Hall had a pitched roof, with peaked dormers studding its lower edge and short towers capping the corners. This close, and without the waiting crowd, Jane fancied she could see mathematical proportions in the windows and decorations. At the far end of the west wing of the house, the top floor was crowned with steel and murky glass. Augustine gestured to parts of the roof that were covered in heavy moss, and a stretch of wall that was crumbling under the onslaught of a large ivy plant. "My parents haven't stayed in it for quite some time, and I was gone away at a government posting for the last 2 years. It's embarrassing. I should have told you sooner. Have you never hired a groundskeeper? My parents have other endeavors they prefer to spend their money on, including their residence on the sea." He shrugged as they started walking toward the front door. Again, he did not proffer so much as an elbow. "And well, you know very well now how little country doctors are paid." Yes, she did. It must have been beautiful in its prime. It was glorious. Now I keep to only a few rooms of it. The rest are either empty or have moldering furniture in them. Eventually I'll have the whole place cleared out, but it just hasn't been a priority. They climbed the stone steps up to the main doors, which were pulled open hastily by a short, thin woman with a frilled cap and a simple brown dress. The woman was perhaps in her mid-40s, curls of thinning flaxen hair escaping her cap. "Hello, Mrs. Pearl," Augustine said. His tone was warm, with a faint hint of apology. "There was a misunderstanding with Mr. Lowell. He had Mrs. Lawrence's things sent here instead of keeping them at the surgery, as I'd intended." Mrs. Pearl glanced at Jane appraisingly, then smiled at Augustine. "I hardly mind, though she'll be returning to the surgery after dinner," he interjected quickly. "Is the dining room fit for guests?" "It certainly can be. I wouldn't want to keep you. It's a special occasion, Dr. Lawrence. I don't mind." She curtsied to Jane then, saying, "A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Lawrence." Jane had opened her mouth to respond to the greeting, but Mrs. Pearl had already turned away and headed deeper into the building. "Well," she said after a moment, "she seems nice," Augustine suggested. "Yes." He turned toward her and finally took both her hands in his, looking into her eyes. The contact was electrifying, lightning coursing through her bones and making her heart seize. She leaned in reflexively. "Are you happy?" he asked. Happy? Her thoughts were lagging behind, caught up in the sensation of his skin on hers. "You're not regretting today, are you?" No, I'm not regretting it. And yes, I'm happy." He smiled. "I'm glad. Well, I would give you a tour, but there's not much to see, and I think Mrs. Luthbright will want some input on dinner. I could show you to my study here if you like." He let go, began to walk away. She hurried after him as if on a lead. What about the conservatory? The conservatory? The room on the third floor with the glass roof? Augustine laughed. Oh, that. It's a library, not a conservatory. It's also entirely empty, I'm afraid. Books moved to the seaside house. Perhaps I'll just wander then. At his pained look, she reached out a hand, then let it drop, unsure, to her side. You don't have to be embarrassed by this, Augustine. If I'd had a requirement that my husband have a fine, well-kept house, I would have checked that, she said, hoping it would get a laugh out of him. It didn't. Is it unsafe to wander? He trailed off, thoughtful, then said, No, Mrs. Pearl hasn't told me of anything like that. But I would feel much better if you didn't. She was pushing too much, she realized, on too many fronts. She schooled herself back to propriety. I understand. Your study is? Upstairs, he said. Come with me.
He turned and led her up a staircase, its carpet worn but clean, its banister polished to a serviceable soft finish. The entry hall was 2 stories tall, with an arched dome of a ceiling. The stairs curled up along its sides, then out into the wings of the house. They turned down the eastern corridor into a long, wide hallway with bay windows made of the same murky green glass of the library's roof. The windows let in little light, and Jane could see that the iron girding was in a different pattern in each window. She wanted to slow for a closer look, but Augustine kept moving. They reached the first corner, where he indicated a door but did not move to open it. My room, the same as when I was a boy. Extremely boring, I assure you. The study's just around here, though. It was just a few more doors down the hall, and he let her in with a small smile. The room was large, larger than his study at the surgery, and every single wall was covered in bookshelves or cabinets. Many of the bookshelves held not books, but more of his collected curiosities. Jars of unknown substances, wax models of sores and growths, and more than a few skulls, glabbering down at them with empty sockets. Some were human, some were not. The rest of the room was arranged around 2 long, low couches and a great armchair in front of a cold hearth. A gasolier hung on the opposite side of the room, providing the only illumination. It was piped for gas? Yes, about 10 years ago, while I was off at university. It's quite handy in such a large house. Augustine crossed to the hearth and reached for the wood stacked nearby. I can imagine. She stepped into the center of the room and turned slowly. There was one bank of windows, but they were covered in heavy curtains, the better not to let in a draught. A writing desk was tucked into the far corner and looked largely unused. You have quite the collection. Have you traveled much? Some, he said, but many are either from Great Brelton originally, or I purchased them from travelers. The skulls? She asked. He straightened for a moment, looking around at them as if he'd forgotten they existed. Do they bother you? I'm not sure, she said. I've never seen them. I mean, I've seen drawings, and I've seen our cook defleshing a few animal heads, but it's a little different, looking at a skull and knowing it was once inside a person. And yet her own curiosity was stirred again, the way it had been when she looked at Mr. Renton's twisted bowel. Medical training attracts odd people and makes us even odder. He offered a self-conscious smile, then crouched back down at the hearth. Jane watched for a moment, reflecting that in a normal house the fire would be lit from its own coals, or with coals from another fire. But Lindridge Hall wasn't a normal house. She hesitated to even call it a home. It was a building. Only that. No wonder he wanted her to leave before sundown. She only wished he would come with her. Should I call for Mrs. Pearl? I'm entirely capable of lighting my own fire, he said, and so saying began working steel against flint. She found herself appreciating the flex of his coat across his shoulders and returned her attention to the skulls. Where did these skulls come from? The animal skulls are largely from my friends who hunt for sport. The human skulls, several were specimens my primary instructor kept. They were from his own patients. They all have malformations or unusual injuries of some kind. The others are actually fakes, some made of plaster, but I find them amusing. Like the one on the shelf to the left of the windows, with the horns? Peddled as proof of demons walking among us. That's a child's skull, with 2 goat horns glued on with pitch. If you look closely, they tried to carve the skull itself in a few places, then abandoned it. Satisfied that the fire was growing steadily, Augustine dusted off his hands and stood up. "They're bothering you," he said, coming to stand close to her, close enough that she could hear his breathing. Her thoughts grew muddy once more, and she fought to keep her wits. "I enjoy learning the connections," she said, fighting the urge to move closer still. She kept her gaze fixed firmly on his eyes and away from his lips. "You have a brilliant mind, Augustine." He laughed at that. "I have a suspicion you're the quicker-witted of us. You're certainly the more determined and adaptable. Am I? I don't think, in your place, that I would be nearly so accepting, and yet also still curious," he said. "I wish—" Jane waited, but he didn't finish the thought, staring off somewhere over her shoulder. He had gone somewhere else again, like he had in the carriage. It did not look like a happy place. Her resolve fractured, and she reached up and lightly touched his jaw, bringing him back to her. Her fingers trembled slightly. She did not know this dance, did not know what he would welcome, or what she could offer. But she couldn't resist any longer. Her touch brought him back to her. Augustine gazed into her eyes, then closed his, leaning his forehead against hers. His skin was warm. "I should go see Mrs. Loothbright about the menu," he murmured. He was right, but the thought of him leaving again conjured up anger in her breast. Just another few minutes, alone. Couldn't they have that? Long enough for them to sort out where they stood now that she wore his ring. Long enough for her to untangle the snarl of emotions and desires that writhed inside her. "Don't go," she whispered. "Jane?" He pulled back, eyes open once more. He searched her face for some explanation. She was too embarrassed to put it into words. "There is one last part to today's wedding," she blurted instead. "That is, if you're not going to come back with me to the surgery." "I can't," he said. "If you're not," she continued, "then perhaps we should take the opportunity now to fully embrace our union." Silence. She looked down, unable to meet his gaze. "Fully embrace our union?" he repeated at last, and she expected frustration, perhaps even anger. And then he laughed, a breathy little thing. He folded his arms around her. His embrace was light, easy to escape from, tentative. She stepped closer, heart stuttering. Her hands settled against his chest. His next exhale ghosted over her lips. "So romantic, Mrs. Lawrence." "I'm a businesswoman above all else, Dr. Lawrence," she countered, unsure if he was teasing or not. "What was it you said? Our union on mutually beneficial terms." Augustine pulled back a fraction of an inch, a stunned but pleased expression on his face. "You memorized that?" It was hard not to. She cringed, fingers curling lightly into her waistcoat. "I've thought of it often." "As have I," he confessed, voice dropping to a husky note. His throat worked, and his thumb stroked her cheek. Her toes curled in her shoes, unbidden, and the urge to kiss him returned, nearly overwhelming her. But she still resisted. She had pushed them too far ahead once more. They should discuss this properly, at a safe distance, if they both were comfortable, truly comfortable, with this change to their plans. And yet she could only resist so much. She did not kiss him, no, but she whispered, "Will you take me as your own?" A knock cut off any response. He pulled away, smoothing out the rumpled front of his waistcoat. "Yes?" His cheeks were stained as red as hers felt. "Pardon the interruption, Doctor, but Mrs. Loothbright has asked for you downstairs." Augustine shot Jane an apologetic look. She shrugged. What excuse could they offer? None at all. Augustine touched her hand briefly, then went to the door. Jane lingered in the study for over half an hour, hoping Augustine would return to her. But it was the maid who came to fetch her. She followed Mrs. Pearl down to the dining room, where Augustine greeted her with a faint smile. He pulled her seat out for her, and she sat gazing up at him. But shutters had closed across his features. The openness from before was gone, and she realized, when Mrs. Loothbright entered with the first course, that they had an audience. When he commented on the weather and the likelihood of an autumn storm that night, she picked up the thread. Mrs. Luthbright set out roasted river eels and fennel soup and a host of other dishes, made small for only the two of them, but no less sumptuous for it. They spoke of nothing of substance, as Mrs. Luthbright bustled in and out, and as they heard murmurs behind the door, Mrs. Pearl commenting on their comportment. "I hope dinner was to your liking," Augustine said, when the dishes had been cleared. "I should have asked what you preferred." "No, it was delicious," she said. She searched his face, waiting, hoping for an invitation to repair upstairs, or to another sitting room, an excuse for them to be alone again. "It's been a long day," he said instead. "It has," she agreed. She thought to say more, to be more forward, then caught sight of her reflection in the window. The sun sank low on the horizon, and the growing darkness outside, combined with the bright gas lighting, made the polished glass nearly impenetrable. They'd run out of time. Augustine rose and came around the table, offering his arm to her. She took it, reluctant and eager all at once, unsure of when she'd get to touch him again. Together they went out into the main hall. The carriage was waiting outside, and Jane could see her traveling case safely loaded onto the back already. He paused at the door, then looked at her, a myriad of emotions dancing over his face. What happened now? Did they shake hands? Did they kiss like amorous newlyweds? She wanted to reach out and touch him, wanted to beg him to let her remain just one night. "I'll see you in the morning," she said instead. Augustine nodded, summoning up a small smile. "I'm looking forward to it," he said. "You'd best get going." As Jane watched Lindridge Hall recede behind her, its unkempt grounds and lowering gables fading into shadow, an acute loneliness settled around her. For the first time since her early childhood, she wouldn't be sleeping under the Cunninghams' roof, and though she liked Mr. Lowell well enough, she hardly knew him. She hardly knew Augustine either, but he was her husband, and without him, and without her guardians, she was a woman under her own power and at her own mercy. She would have to get used to it. It was, after all, exactly what she'd asked for. Jane rested her forehead against the window as her carriage rattled along, hoping its movements would jar the sentimental, almost fearful thoughts from her head. This was not the first time she had been left alone, she reminded herself. Her parents had joined the volunteer forces when the war had reached Camhurst, and then they had left her. They had sent her far away, to the home of one of her father's old friends, Mr. Cunningham. For those long hours in that crowded carriage into the heartland, still trembling from the shelling that had stopped only a few days before in a temporary ceasefire, she had been without a single person in the world. She had survived then, and she could certainly survive a wedding night on her own. They were only a half-mile along the dirt road back to Larrenton when the rain started. At first it was only a few scattered taps along the top of the carriage, but within minutes it was pouring, hammering on the roof and sheeting down the small glass windows. The water blotted out the hills they traveled through. The carriage lurched, slowed abruptly, and listed to the left. Jane reflexively pressed herself against the opposite wall of the carriage, but her weight wasn't enough to stop it from tipping, wavering on two of its wheels, and finally crashing over. Outside, the horse screamed. The impact threw her against the seat, and she curled up, trying to protect her head. Even on its side, the coach continued to move, sliding. Were they on a relatively flat portion of the road, or on one of the many ridges that wound their way through the hills? Another inch, and another. She pulled herself to her feet, hunching almost double to stand in the much shorter width of the cab, and scrabbled for the door handle. The carriage driver's shadow fell across the window, and he hauled the door open from the outside. He leaned in, hat dripping, and greatcoat-clad shoulders slick with rain, and grabbed her by the arms. With his help, she heaved herself from the cab and tumbled out onto the ground below. Rain swiftly plastered her hair to her face, destroying the careful coiffure Mrs. Cunningham had arranged for her that morning. And it was cold, so cold. The driver left her side, and as she pulled herself to her feet in a tangle of wet silk, she saw him struggling to free the horse. The road had been washed out by a mudslide coming from the hill to her right, and the carriage was within a foot of the drop-off to the dale below. The horse's every spasmodic lurch dragged it closer to the edge, the swift flow of water and crumbling earth promising disaster. At last the driver freed the horse. It shot to its feet and bolted. Jane watched it go, great hooves churning up the muddy soil. Her driver swore viciously, then turned to her, feeling for his hat and righting it on his scalp. "Are you all right, ma'am?" he asked. "The mudslides, they come out of nowhere this time of year. I barely saw it before it hit us." "Yes, just rattled," she said, looking back at the carriage. It had stopped its wild slide. "Your horse? I'll find him." The driver came over to the carriage, reaching out and touching one of its wheels, then giving it a tug to see if he could right it. It didn't move. "Best that you wait here, ma'am." At that, a great jag of lightning split the darkened sky, followed by a seemingly endless rolling boom. The rain came harder, and the wind with it. The carriage was useless for shelter, and the rain would only continue. She looked behind her, up the road toward Lindridge Hall. Augustine would not be happy, but he would hate for her to be out here in the elements even more. "No, we're not too far yet from my husband's house. I'll walk back," she said. He frowned, looking past her. "Are you sure, ma'am? This isn't weather to be out in." "I will be out either way," she said. "Find your horse and get yourself somewhere dry, sir. I'll be safe." The driver hesitated, then tipped his hat and turned from her, taking off at a jog. He looked over his shoulder only twice, both times at his carriage. Her case? Where was her case? It was no longer on the back shelf. She peered over the edge of the road for it down below, but it wasn't there either. Turning in a wide circle, she finally spotted it thrown some distance behind the carriage. There was nothing in it to combat the rain, except for a hat, and she didn't relish the thought of soaking the rest of her clothing just to get it out. So instead, she hefted it into her arms and began to walk. The slip that had formed so disastrously on the surface of the road with the initial rains was quickly giving way to true mud, and as she walked, the weight of her gown and her case made her boots sink in deep. Each step was met with a great sucking pull at her soles, and she quickly moved to the shoulder of the road so that the grass might provide her some protection from the earth's covetousness. Half a mile was nothing on a sunny day, or when she intended to be out in bad weather, but now, with the rain beating on her shoulders and thunder cracking the sky every few minutes, every yard was a small victory. The night chill was settling fast into her bones, rattling in her chest. She clawed her fingers more tightly around the case, hugging it to her. At last she rounded the bend and saw Lindridge Hall looming once more out of the darkness. Night had descended entirely, and only one light burned in the manor's many windows. But between the lightning flashes and a lingering, unearthly grayness from above, she could make out its form.
She hurried for it, nearly tripping over her sodden skirts, and threw herself upon the doorstep. Dropping her traveling case at her feet, she brought her fist down on the heavy wooden door and waited, panting for a response. The cold tore at her lungs. The portico shielded her from the rain, but not from the winds, and she was growing more frigid every minute that passed. She banged on the door again, her hands stinging. Then, desperate, she retreated from beneath the portico and craned her head back. The light in the window was still there, unchanging. There were no shadows moving in front of it, no other sign of life. But that made no sense. She hadn't been gone more than an hour, and even if Mrs. Pearl and Mrs. Luthbright had gone home before the storm crashed upon them, Augustine must still be inside. Surely he wouldn't leave somebody to freeze on his doorstep. And yet the front door remained resolutely shut, and Jane realized she was afraid. She was stranded. The cold felt colder, her hammering pulse heavier and more final. She had to get inside, but he would never hear her shouting through the stone walls. She returned to the door and tried the latch. It gave. Jane stumbled inside, holding back a relieved sob, and dragged her case in behind her with a dull screech across the polished floor into the thick darkness of the foyer. The door shut behind her. Small blue lights danced in the dark overhead, the gasoliers.
She felt her way to the wall, then along it, hands questing across the wall-papered plaster. There would be a switch. There would be. Her fingers found a dial set in an ornate housing, and she twisted it. Light sprang into being, bathing the foyer in a soft glow. She sagged against the wall, then pulled away, afraid of staining the paper. "Augustine!" she called out, retreating back to her case, shivering as her soaked gown clung to her skin. "Augustine, it's me, Jane. Are you there?" A dull noise echoed from above. She grabbed her case and hauled it with her up the stairs, to the second floor, down the hall to the study. She lit the gas sconces with the dials she passed, blessing Mrs. Pearl for leaving them all lit with a pilot instead of extinguishing them for the night. It was the only path she was certain of, and she hoped, desperately, that that was where the light had been shining from. That it was Augustine who had made the noise. "Augustine," she called again, and again there was no response. Her skin was gooseflesh. All she wanted was a hot bath, a change of clothing. If she doubled back, if she went to his room, she could do that herself, couldn't she? But why hadn't he come to the door? For all he knew, she could have been a patient. She could have been Mr. Lowell. He was so dedicated a physician. Why hadn't he come? She at last reached the study door, the gap between it and the floor glowing warmly, invitingly. And then it went dark. She dropped her case with a heavy thud and pressed both hands to the door. "Augustine," she said, voice catching, "are you there?" What if it wasn't him? Jane shuddered. This was ridiculous. She was still overwrought from the carriage crash, and she was cold. And if only Augustine would open the door, it would all be made right. It would... The door opened a half-inch. The light from the hall spilled in across him, revealing wide eyes, pale skin. His hair was wild, and his posture was of a man hunted. His fingers held tight to the doorframe in terror. And then she blinked, and he was himself again. "Jane?" "The road washed out," she stammered, brushing at her sodden gown, self-conscious. "You didn't answer the door. Why didn't you answer the door?" He said nothing. His mouth worked, and his face flushed with shame, but he made no sound. A heavy shiver racked her body. "You'll catch your death," he said, reflexively. "A hot bath. I'll go draw one." Mechanically, he walked past her. He trembled, though he clenched his fists tightly in an attempt to disguise it. What had happened? Where had her husband gone, the man who could leap into action when the worst horrors were brought through his surgery doors? "What if I had been Mr. Lowell, come to fetch you to a patient?" she asked. He stopped, silent, then at last turned back to her. "Is the driver all right?" he asked, and as she watched, Augustine covered the last of his weakness by drawing his doctor's duty around him like a mantle. "Is anybody injured?" "No, not that I know of." "Are you all right?" He searched her face, as if seeing her for the first time. "Yes," she said, "just cold and tired and scared." "Augustine." "Good. A hot bath," Augustine said, more firmly this time, "and some tea and brandy. Then..." He glanced at the window. "Then, bed, if you really are to remain here." He sounded so disturbed by the idea that she fell back a step. "You wouldn't really send me back to Larrington in this storm, would you?" she asked. "It's only one night." Of course I wouldn't," he said. But he kept a distance between them that felt different from his unease that first night at the Cunninghams, and different from their calculated dance after their kiss. "I'm sorry, Jane. I'm not myself just now. Lindridge Hall is not the best for my nerves. A howling storm isn't wonderful them either, when you're not sure if all the windows will hold through the night. But my room is safe, regardless. You'll stay here, and in the morning, if my regular carriage doesn't come, I'll see if I can't borrow Mr. Pearl's horse and ride out and see how bad the damage is." "I called for you," she said. "You didn't answer." He ducked his head. I thought I was dreaming," he said. Dreaming? She'd caught him half awake, confused. Of course. That made all the sense in the world. Relief loosened the tight knots of her shoulders a fraction of an inch. "You're not dreaming," she said. She reached out to touch him, but he evaded her smoothly. Perhaps my presence will make you feel a little safer tonight," he laughed, though it was weaker than he usually sounded. "Lindridge Hall cannot be fixed by company and good cheer alone, I'm afraid." She stooped to grab her case, her fingers stiff and sluggish. She followed him down the hallway to his bedroom, and then, inside, to the small washroom. It housed a deep porcelain tub. He stepped around her to turn the taps, and after a few rattling pops in the walls, water splashed down into the basin. A push of a button on the wall-mounted geyser set it steaming. It looked like bliss. She turned to him, unsure what to expect next. "Where will you sleep?" she asked at last. "In my study, I suppose. My bed is too small for the both of us." "Is there no other?" "Trust me, my room will be more comfortable and warmer. I'll leave you to your bath." She had half a thought to ask for his aid, but he wanted to flee every second he remained with her, embarrassed. Of the house and of his ill response to her appearance. "Of course," she said, giving him quarter. "I'm freezing." Augustine turned to the door, then paused and came back to her. "A part of me is still afraid I'm dreaming you," he confessed. Her heart ached. "You're not," she said, and touched his face as lightly as she dared. He clasped her fingers for just a moment, his skin hot against hers, and then he left the room and shut the door behind him. She woke several hours after first light to the sound of voices far off in the hall. They weren't the voices of the Cunninghams, or of Mr. Lowell and a patient, but after a disoriented moment she remembered where she was. The mudslide, Augustine's nerves. That wasn't how she'd planned her wedding night. She wasn't sure exactly what she'd imagined, but it hadn't been a storm, hadn't been her husband's strange confusion and fear. Was he all right? Could a man truly believe his wife wasn't real? Augustine was too young to have served in the war, but that didn't mean he couldn't have memories clinging to him like a shroud.
After all, hadn't she herself balked at just the idea of returning to Camhurst? She had spent years tucking away those terrible memories of the shelling and the gas attacks, where she would not think of them, and yet she still had nightmares occasionally. Maybe that was what she had roused him from, and why he was too afraid to stay at his surgery, where anybody could hear his weakness or see him wandering his halls, disoriented and fearful. Or maybe he stayed out of sentiment, despite whatever nightmares plagued him here. People were irrational. So was she, wanting to be close to him, hoping he still felt the same feelings she did, despite their awkward courtship, the rules they had both begun from that they now seemed destined to break one by one. Was it so strange that he might stay here for similarly strong emotions, illogical but impossible to resist? Just at the edge of her hearing, she could make out Augustine's voice. With the sun so high already, he would surely be on his way back to Larenton. She was amazed he hadn't already gone. She pulled herself from his bed and dragged on her housecoat, slipped on a pair of shoes, and made her way out of the bedroom and toward the foyer. Down by the door, Augustine clutched his bag, talking with Mrs. Pearl. It was Mrs. Pearl who caught sight of Jane first, and Augustine followed the line of her gaze, turning and smiling up at her. Daylight illuminated his face, and he looked healthy, well-rested. "Good morning, Mrs. Lawrence," he said. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes," she said, descending the stairway, marveling at how Mrs. Lawrence curled her toes. At her approach, Mrs. Pearl quietly excused herself and disappeared down the hallway that led back to the kitchen. "Has the road cleared?" "Not yet," he said. "I'll be taking Mr. Pearl's horse into town. If it's safe enough by midday for carriages to be out, I'll send somebody to retrieve you. Otherwise, you may have to stay another night." "That wouldn't be so bad." He hesitated only briefly, then asked, "Can I send you anything from town?" She had 2 clean gowns in her valise, and bringing more would be troublesome without a carriage. She would manage. But there was one thing. "A parcel may have arrived for me from Camhurst," Jane said, "a mathematical treatise. If Mrs. Cunningham drops it off, I would very much like to see it." "Of course," he said, "and you may have the whole use of my study." She couldn't stop herself from smiling. "Mrs. Luthbride will have breakfast set out for you in the dining room in a little bit," he added. "I will miss you today. At the surgery." He looked very much as if he wished to reach out and touch her. She stepped closer, the hem of her skirt brushing over his shoes. "Forgive me, Mrs. Lawrence," he murmured. "I treated you horribly last night. It's been a long time since I've had guests. Since I've had to remember how to have guests. I'm not a guest. I would never judge you," she assured him. In fact, she was perversely grateful that the storm had wiped out the road and thereby brought her this far into his confidence. "I wanted you to be here so badly," he said, "that when I heard your voice, I feared I had conjured you from nothing. But I am here, now, truly." She thought for a moment to tell him about her own fears, memories of the shelling, the gas attacks, all her childhood pains. She stopped short, unsure of how it would help, but what a strange feeling to want to share them. At last he reached for her. He cupped her cheek, his thumb stroking her skin as he gazed into her eyes. "I must apologize for how foolish I was, thinking that you staying the night here would pose any problem at all. In fact, having you here made everything that much easier." She felt a surge of pride at that. "If the roads are clear, I would very much like to stay the night again. With you. Will you consider it?" He hesitated, barely a breath, but she caught it and the slight tensing of his jaw. "I would still ask you to return to the surgery," he said, though he kept his tone light. "Mr. Lowell will need the night off." She had agreed to those terms, and she would live up to them until they both agreed she need not. "He will," she said. "I understand. I do have something for you, though." He pulled a thin book from his bag. "My monograph on Mr. Etheridge. I thought you might like to read it." "Of course," she said. She took it from him and opened it to the frontispiece, where Augustine's name was printed in large, bold letters. How horrid is it, though? The illness, I mean, not the writing. "Well, I wouldn't recommend it for bedtime reading," he said. "Even with all of the medical theory laid on top of it, it is a terrifying tale. He was always in good cheer, but sometimes, when I think of what he went through, his body turning to bone around him until he could no longer move, it's not the best for the nerves, even on a good day." "I shall take that into consideration," she said. "But you may be surprised to learn that I have nerves forged of steel." "I'm not surprised at all," he said, tucking an errant strand of hair behind her ear. That single touch made her feel half drunk. "I'll see you this evening. I look forward to it," she said. He looked at her for another long moment, drinking in the sight of her in his foyer like a patient tasting rich broth for the first time in weeks, and then he turned from her, took up his oiled coat and left the hall. Draped in daylight, Lindridge Hall was still undeniably strange. Hallways did not run in sensible lines, and the house sprawled more than it needed to, given the rooms it contained. She found several fake doors that only confused her more. On the third floor, the pressed tin ceilings were embossed with intricate geometric patterns, eschewing the more common botanical inspirations. More than once, as Jane wandered the halls that morning, clutching the chatelaine she had borrowed from Mrs. Pearl, she would catch a glimpse of a room or the angle of a hallway and think that she saw some grander design to it, some shape that was only visible from a certain perspective. And then the illusion would disperse. The things that made Augustine feel ashamed, the undusted gazaliers, the wainscoting with its chipped paint, the worn, mildewing runners in the hall, all barely registered in the face of such undefinable oddities. She drew back dusty curtains to let the watery sunlight spill inside the house, and wondered at the small things she found abandoned. An iron candlestick with a half-taper of melted wax here, a sheaf of pianoforte music there, all of them fragments of a life that had once been lived here. Beyond those shards of history, the rooms were empty, suppurating with an omnipresent damp. The west wing of the third floor smelled of must and rot, and it only grew stronger as she opened the last door onto the library. Ceiling-high, empty bookshelves surrounded dusty chairs and tables. A great arching bowl of green glass, condensation running down its metal girding, crowned the room and trapped moisture within.
Some of the panes no longer fit well in their frames, and rain entered along the seams, flowing down to where it had begun to rot away at the floorboards. The stench of mildew was relentless. It had been abandoned, just like all the rest. This entire grand house abandoned. How did that happen? And yet how beautiful it must have been when the glass was polished and the sun shone in undisturbed, when the room smelled of wood smoke and paper and ink. She could have spent days lost in stories there. But now, here, she left it with a saddened heart. At the stairs, she met Mrs. Pearl, who was carrying something dark in her arms. It was sooty, the surface cracked like a half-burnt log, but the shape was all wrong. "Strangest thing, ma'am," Mrs. Pearl said when she noticed Jane looking. "I found it in the old master bedroom, but I am sure I cleaned the whole room last week, and there have been no fires there since I came here. It must be new, though the ashes seemed very old."
"What is it? A doctor's bag, I think? But I can't imagine why it would have been burned." She shifted it in her grip, and the contents rattled, metal and glass. She looked uneasy holding it, and Jane held out her hands. "I can take it," Jane said. "I'll get it cleaned up. It's no trouble, ma'am." "I have little else to do," Jane said, and Mrs. Pearl passed the bag to her. It was heavy and cold. Mrs. Luthbright was not in the kitchen when she arrived, so she took the bag straight over to the basin sink. She eased it open, wiggling free the stubborn catch. Its structure held, revealing pockets filled with broken glass, several scalpels, and other tools she was not as familiar with. Mrs. Pearl was right. Why burn such a thing? The tools were of fine make, and aside from the fire damage, she could see no other defect. Jane fished out each shard of glass, piling them off to the side. The bag was likely unsalvageable, but it was an easy place to start. From there, she freed the larger tools, pieces of metal and horn she didn't know the names for, and several clamps, delicate when compared with those used by carpenters, but horrible when she thought of them applied to flesh. She washed them all under the tap with slivers of Castile soap, then set them out to dry, much as if they were silverware. She'd learned a thing or two about instrument preparation from Mr. Lowell over the past week, most notably when she had assisted Augustine in what he'd called a pupillary incision surgery. She'd watched as he had taken a scalpel to an old woman's eye, clouded over from an old injury, and exposed by a metal spreader, and cut a slit that, he said, would become her new pupil, restoring some measure of sight. The woman had thrashed when her eyelids had been opened, and had moaned from the ether, but when the surgery was done, she had thanked Augustine over and over again. The paradox of medicine: pain and relief, life and death. She was cleaning the second scalpel when she slipped and cut the tip of her finger. The metal clattered into the sink, and she hissed, closing her eyes against the pain. When she opened them again, crimson blood was spattered along the sides of the basin, tainting the water as it spiraled down the drain. Grimacing, she shoved her hand beneath the tap and squeezed at her finger until the blood finally slowed. She eyed the rest of the implements warily. There were only a few left, and she made short but careful work of them, ever mindful of another prick. Back in the foyer, Jane gazed up at the staircases and the gallery walkway, considering resuming her explorations where she'd left off. Aside from Augustine's room and study, she'd seen very little of the second floor. But to her left stretched another hallway, and even with her knowledge of the rest of the house, she couldn't picture where it might lead. She followed it. There were only a few rooms branching from that hall, servants' quarters or storage closets, only one of which was in active use by Mrs. Pearl. Jane almost turned back, but then she saw a glint of metal in the dim light at the far end of the hall. There were no windows, and the gas lights did not extend all the way to where a door stood, shut tight. And yet the light caught, glittering, and drew her closer. The door was sealed with a line of 3 old keyholes and 1 newer padlock. That was what had glinted in the dark. It was attached to the door and frame by brackets that looked much weaker than the lock itself, out of place and hastily applied. Frowning, she tried each of the keys on her chatelaine. The keyhole locks gave way, but the padlock remained steadfast. She ran her thumb across the metal. It was bitingly cold,
and she pulled away with a wince and a flash of reflexive, alien dread. The chatelaine fell from her hand. It swung from where it was attached to her dress, rattling in the silence of the hall. What could be so wrong with the room that it would be locked up so tightly, that the servants could not access it? She stared at the padlock for a long time, waiting for her mind to present a solution, waiting to laugh, to be ready to move on. But instead, she only imagined breaking the brackets, smashing the door open, and looking inside. Air. She needed air to clear her head of these strange thoughts. She forced herself away from the door and upstairs to Augustine's room, where she determinedly switched out her house shoes for her mud-caked boots from the night before. The grounds outside of Lindridge Hall were ill-kept, rambling hillocks of dead shrubberies, all of it overgrown with vines now bare from the season. The rains had held off so far this morning, but the soil was still damp and spongy, and the sky was gray from horizon to horizon. No birds sang, not even as she climbed a low sloping hill to the house's left, the top of which was covered in the outermost edges of a young forest. Everything was still. When she'd come to Larrington, not even 10 years old, soon to be an orphan, and shell-shocked by the violence that had descended upon Camhurst, she hadn't known how to feel about such wide-open spaces. She'd lived all her life in an apartment in the center of Great Britain's capital. She'd been torn between the terrible fear of being exposed and alone beneath a menacing sky, and the stranger feeling of peace. Now she could see over a mile in every direction. She was alone. And wasn't that a good thing? Down below, on the road, a dark figure moved fast astride a horse. Augustine! Her heart leapt in her chest, and she found the last of her nerves fading away. She'll tell him about the tools, and about the locked door, and he'd have a sensible explanation for everything. He would tease her for fearing padlocks while accepting his medical curiosities, his skulls, and they would turn to more substantial topics, patience and plans and fascinations. They would return to Larrington, together. She picked her way back down the hill. A few times the ground gave way beneath her foot, compressing into a slick slide, but she managed not to twist her ankle. Finally, on level with the house, she quickened her pace. But the rider, who now stood in front of the door, wasn't Augustine. It was Mr. Lowell. Jane slowed to a walk, then stopped entirely at the foot of the small set of stairs leading up to the door. "Mr. Lowell," she said, causing him to start, then twist to face her. "Is everything all right? Dr. Lawrence should have arrived in town by now." "Aye, he did," Mr. Lowell said. "Sent me with his apologies, ma'am." She frowned. "Apologies? He won't be able to make it back tonight. The road is still washed out this far, and he wants to be on call for night emergencies. I'm actually here to return Mr. Pearl's horse and give this package to you." "And how will you get back? Surely he's not expecting you to walk." "There's a carriage waiting by the farms. The road is still intact between there and Larrington, heavens be praised." He considered a moment, then said, "Pardon my asking, ma'am, but I could likely get you to it, if you wanted. There was only so much I could bring with me. If you'd rather be at home." She almost agreed, but the clouds seemed darker now, heavier with rain than they had been just a few minutes ago. She was not eager to chance another carriage wreck. And Lindridge Hall was just a house. She had seen its roof rotting from her vantage on the hill. There would be no danger here, except of nervous fancies. No, it makes more sense to stay. What did the doctor send? Mr. Lowell smiled and went over to the horse, which was tethered to the bare-branched husk of a young dead tree. He opened one of the panniers and pulled out a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. She took it from him, feeling the familiar weight of books. By the size, she suspected at least one of them was the surgery ledger. "He said you'd be inclined to work," Mr. Lowell said, "so I gathered up some of the accounts from around the surgery." "Thank you," Jane said, smiling. Augustine already knew her well. Idle wandering wasn't fit for her spirit. Work would set her back to rights. "There's also a package Mrs. Cunningham came by to drop off. The treatise I've been waiting on. Thank you again, Mr. Lowell." He grinned and tipped his hat. "Glad to be of help." "And you're sure you don't want to go back?" "Not just yet." She hugged the package to her chest. "Send my regards?" "Of course, ma'am. And with any luck, they'll have that bit of the road shored up by tomorrow." The rains began again less than an hour after Mr. Lowell's departure.
She settled herself in a front sitting room where she could hear the comforting sounds of Mrs. Luthbright going about her day. Mrs. Pearl came and went, leaving tea and a stoked fire in the hearth. Mr. Lowell had packed her the large ledger book she had begun for Augustine, as well as haphazard records of occasional payments from patients who feared later debt, and orders he had sent away to Camhurst for. Behind it was her mathematical treatise and a slim volume she hadn't seen before. But she ignored all of those in favor of a letter, for it bore Mrs. Cunningham's familiar handwriting. Sipping her tea, Jane opened the seal and spread the paper out on the desk. She donned her glasses, also thoughtfully packed, and read. To our dearest Jane, you looked so lovely on your wedding day, full of a life we haven't seen in you in many years. I do apologize for the parade, which, knowing your temperament, might have been overwhelming, but we could not let our final child leave our home uncelebrated, and we knew that if we told you our plans, you would reject them. I hope you can forgive us our exuberance. Mr. Cunningham and I are both very proud of you, you know. You are one of the few young people of our acquaintance who will directly identify and act on what you want, with a detailed plan. And while Mr. Cunningham likes to take much of the responsibility for that, I think it rests entirely on you. You have always been very special. And how is your doctor husband? Mr. Cunningham and I watched the two of you together during the ceremony and throughout the parade. We suspect that it's perhaps less of a business match than you had originally planned. Though your situation is unique, it is not so far removed from the commonplace. Most marriages, arranged or not, are begun knowing next to nothing about your spouse. Mr. Cunningham and I were such a couple, as were your parents. Most who marry under their own desires do not see that. They believe they know the other person, even if they met them only a month past, even if they have never seen their beloved in all seasons. You simply have no illusions. And trust, from my experience, that knowing your partner from the start has little bearing on happiness. The things we didn't know were pleasant surprises, generally. I have faith you'll find the same. I implore you to move forward with an open heart and open eyes. Your plan to serve as little more than his employee is understandable. Numbers have always made things easier for you. But if you will take the advice of an old lady, be patient, and listen to him. You'll learn a lot by listening. With all my love, Deborah Cunningham. Jane traced Mrs. Cunningham's signature with her thumb, smiling at the page. They hadn't always understood each other, but Mrs. Cunningham had always been an earnest, loving woman, not quite a mother, but close enough to count. She was also perceptive in a way that had Jane blushing. No, this was not just a business match. Not anymore. Jane was just about to set aside the letter when she saw on the back of the page a small postscript. P.S. In the aftermath of your wedding parade, I spoke with several well-wishers, schoolmates from your time in Sharpton. It seems Dr. Lawrence acted as relief to Dr. Morton there, while Dr. Morton was dealing with his illness. Lindridge Hall is much closer to Sharpton than it is to Larrington, and they expressed surprise that he had not returned after his government posting, as they were all quite fond of him. I know not what we have to thank for our good fortune, but I am grateful he chose our town, if only for your own happiness. Sharpton. She had not thought much about her school days in recent years. Strange, to think they might have seen each other in passing back then. There was much about Augustine she did not know, Jane reflected. Not just his nature and desires, but his history as well. She found herself looking forward to hearing more of it, as much as she desired to share her own past with him. She let herself drift with idle fancy a while longer, then turned to the ledgers. As always, work was a relief. It quieted her other thoughts, helped melt away the hours. The rains, though gentler than they had been the night before, grew relentless, and the chances of the road being open tomorrow were dwindling. The clouds also blotted out the afternoon sun far sooner than it would have set, and even after Mrs. Pearl came by to turn up the gaslights, Jane soon stopped and capped her ink, rubbing her eyes. Mrs. Luthbright and Mrs. Pearl were once again in earshot, speaking in the dining room as they set out her supper. Jane rose and went to the sideboard, pouring herself a small measure of drink. She did not mean to eavesdrop, but their voices were soothing,
and she drew close enough to make out the words. "Mr. Pearl ought to stop coming round to bring me home when I can walk just as well," Mrs. Pearl was saying. "He's going to get himself lost or thrown some night with these rains. And you know, just last week I was already in bed when he rides in over the hill between here and there, smelling like whiskey, and asks me about the red-eyed woman. I kept telling him there is no woman, or if there is, he'd better not tell me about her. 'It's a spirit,' Mrs. Luthbright said, all solemn sobriety. 'He should wear his shirt inside out when he comes by, so as not to be bewitched by it.' 'It's a spirit, all right,' Mrs. Pearl snorted, 'a spirit made of barley. He says he went to knock at the front door here, but the lights were all out, so he turned to go. And then there she was. But I ask you, if there was a spirit living in the house, wouldn't we have seen it? In these past 3 months, I can honestly tell you I haven't seen a single thing, here or on the path back home." Jane did not believe in spirits, and yet she had to suppress a shiver at the thought. "Truly, it must be a ghost," Mrs. Luthbright said. "Don't you remember that nice carriage that came by here 2 years ago, a few months before they closed up the hall?" "There were always nice carriages back then," Mrs. Pearl responded, slowly. "So, no, not as such. A young woman moved into the house. From Camhurst." Jane frowned. "A young woman from Camhurst? A sister, perhaps? Or a cousin? Perhaps even one of his schoolmates, a fellow surgeon. And how do you claim to know this? Mrs. Young reminded me of it just last night." Mrs. Luthbright's voice dropped low, and Jane crept closer to the doorway, drawn as a moth to fire. "A few months after the woman moved in, the undertakers came up the lane, but there was never any funeral. And then the doctor's family up and left, and boarded up the hole. A young woman, undertakers, no funeral. The pit of her stomach filled with ash. It meant nothing at all, and yet the dread was back 7-fold, all the relief of her work dashed. "I've never heard of any of this," Mrs. Pearl said. "I think Mrs. Young is just trying to scare you." Mrs. Luthbright said nothing for a long stretch, the only sound the soft tap of silverware being set out. "I did see something once," Mrs. Luthbright finally confessed. "When?" Mrs. Pearl demanded, sounding eager. "But it wasn't a woman." "Of course it wasn't a woman," Mrs. Pearl scoffed, but Jane could picture her leaning in, thrilled by this old-world superstitious talk. "It was more like a shadow," Mrs. Luthbright said.
That time I stayed a bit past sundown because the doctor wasn't home yet, and I didn't want to leave the soup cold on the stove. I was in the dining room for just a minute, putting out the candlesticks I'd polished. There was something there, in the hallway. No, truth, Genevieve, absolute truth. I saw it with my own eyes. It walked past the door, and I thought maybe the doctor had come in quietly, but then he rode up a few minutes later. Did you tell him, and be discharged? Don't be silly, he wouldn't do that. Can never be sure. True enough. Their voices faded, and she heard the kitchen door swing shut. Jane tried to remember how to breathe. The stories, they were haphazard. Half-truths, rumors, ramblings of drunken men. None of the pieces fit together, and the environment did tend to influence one's thoughts. A crumbling house, alone on the hill, was enough to make isolated women given to wild imaginings, herself included. But then she thought of Augustine, afraid she wasn't real, frightened by the storms. All that meant was that it affected them all in similar ways. She had slept well last night, but how many times, in the past, had she woken up disoriented and anxious, with her thoughts tumbling with numbers, sums that made no sense, and ledgers that rearranged themselves? There was nothing for it but to wait for the unsteadiness to pass, as he had. Dinner was quiet and simple, baked eggs with gravy. As she ate, she heard the rattle of Mrs. Pearl closing the house up for the night. Strange that the night before it had been left unlocked, but she assumed the two women must have been in a hurry to get home. By the time she was finished, the dining room had grown dark, with long shadows stretching across the table. The gasoliers suspended above, not turned up bright enough to illuminate the whole room. Jane rubbed her brow as she stood. She was halfway to the door when something moved in the corner of her eye.
Jane turned to find nothing, save for her reflection in the darkened window. But for just a moment her reflection looked short, hunched perhaps, and Jane frowned, stepping closer. Her reflection had red eyes. When Jane blinked, her reflection was her own again. She took a deep breath. The servant's ghost stories had clearly frayed her nerves. She was not normally so given to jumping at shadows, and she would do well to stop it now, before it could worsen. Work was still the antidote to her girlish frights. Numbers, sums, and organization would set her right. She took her empty dishes to the kitchen, then retrieved her books and repaired upstairs, forcing herself to turn down every light on the way. In the study, she added logs to the banked coals and tended the hearth until, between it and the gasolier above, the room was warm and bright. She ignored the strange shadows cast by the skulls on the shelves and settled down at the desk. Working through the remainder of the ledger should have taken at most an hour, but her mind fought the yoke of focus every step of the way. She glanced over her shoulder at the slightest sound and found herself flinching each time she looked up at the window and saw herself reflected there. Just ghost stories, she admonished herself, and you've never believed in ghosts. Never. Ghosts, never spirits, never monsters. Her parents and the Cunninghams had raised a practical girl who knew better than to fear the unknown when she could fear bombs and armies. She had always been the logical one, the child obsessed with rules and procedure and schedule. A practical girl was frustrated and annoyed when her plans were disrupted. She didn't feel this sort of distracting fear. What was she becoming? The last page of the old ledger had only 3 lines filled in, and once they were copied, she stared at them, willing them to create more. She didn't have the focus for her mathematical text, with its philosophical discussions on the implications of the number 0 and its uses in novel arithmetics, and she was in no state to read Augustine's monograph on Mr. Etheridge, but her brain needed to be occupied. What of the thin volume that had come tucked between the ledger books? A quick glance inside revealed it to be Augustine's personal accounts, kept meticulously since he had begun his medical studies. The entries were written in the tight, messy script Augustine used when he wasn't taking his time, just like his first draft patient notes. But after a week of going through his records, she could make out the majority of the words. There were notes for trips to clubs with friends, as well as entry after entry of university gowns, new equipment, daily meals. She could learn a lot about Augustine from his ledger. She'd known Mr. and Mrs. Cunningham very well by the time she began keeping their books, and so she'd never realized it before. But here she could make out the edges of a man she'd only just begun to know. Where and how he ate, if he cared enough about food to mark it, and he did, at least in his younger years, eating out frequently and recording specific dishes. Where he traveled, what sort of apartment he kept. All spread out at her fingertips. She dawdled in his young life, luxuriating in now meaningless indulgences. She found his time in Sharpton 2 years prior. Her thoughts went to Mrs. Luthbright's story and the arrival of the undertakers, and so she skimmed ahead, through his return to the capital, and then a town on the far southern border, the government posting Mrs. Cunningham had mentioned. Finally, she reached his arrival in Larrington. Jane turned to the back half of the accounting book, then pressed a ribbon into the gutter to mark the point of change. From there, she began copying out the relevant expenses line by line, making a small mark of her initials beside each original. She didn't go so far as to cross them out. She wasn't sure if he'd want to keep his funds somewhat commingled as they were now, or if he'd want to separate them out as she was doing. The record she was making might only serve as a quick reference rather than as an active tool. Food purchases, tea for the patients' families, restock of bandages, she copied the last 2 over. And a payment to a Mr. and Mrs. Pinkcomb for a large portion of his recorded balance, described only as Elodie. It was still marked as pending, though it had been entered nearly a month ago. Paging back to before he'd moved to Larrington, Jane found similar entries every few months. None had actually been subtracted from the ledger balance, as if the Pinkcombs had rejected the checks. Elodie. She shifted uneasily in her seat as she kept paging through the ledger. The Elodie entries persisted back to just shy of 2 years ago. 2 years ago, when he had left Sharpton. 2 years ago, when a woman had come to live at Lindridge Hall. 2 years ago, when the undertakers had been called and all the Lawrences had left the area. A red-eyed woman looked out from the windows when Mr. Pearl came by in the evenings. You will never stay the night at Lindridge Hall. She sat back in her seat, limbs leaden, skin crawling. The timing might have been a coincidence, but Jane couldn't convince herself of it, even as a possibility. Something had happened to a young woman, perhaps named Elodie, and it had happened in this house. Mrs. Cunningham had proclaimed Jane had married Augustine under no illusions. But no, she'd had them, basic ones she hadn't questioned the logic of. She'd assumed he was a good man, and that his reasons for keeping apart from the rest of the town were as harmless as her own requirements. Could she have been that much of a fool, so deceived by her desires and his apparent kindness? Elodie, she touched the entry in Augustine's ledger. It doesn't matter. These checks were never cashed. It wasn't a present threat to the stability of his practice. There could be other explanations, ones that weren't half so dark, but perhaps more lurid still. Perhaps there had been an affair with Mrs.
Pinkcomb. Perhaps a daughter named Elodie. Maybe a payment for a discreet service. Neither was her business, and ghost stories even less so. And yet she felt betrayed. Jane did not sleep that night. When the sun rose, she dressed and made her way down to the dining room for breakfast. But though dawn drenched the room in gold, it did not pierce the numbness she wore like a shield to guard against the uncertain pain inside her. It was well-worn armor, crafted first in Camhurst, against the panic in the streets and the fetid gases that had filled her lungs when the Ruskins had begun their shelling. She had tempered it in Larenton while she sat with strangers and waited to learn if she was an orphan. Now it stilled everything within and without her. She passed the day walking the grounds, then inspecting the curiosities in the study. Malformations and disease. What did it mean that Augustine kept them? She had assumed before that they were only the fascinations of an eccentric mind, but they were dark things, sometimes violent, often linked to death. Perhaps they should have been her first reason not to trust him. She traced the brittle wings of pinned insects and breathed away dust that crowded on fine metal objects, the purposes of which she could not guess. She took her meals and twice attempted to shake off her bitterness. It is not your business, she told herself. All men have such secrets. If you had followed his directives, if you had gone back to Larenton before the storm, or despite the storm, you might never have known to wonder. But the pain remained, and so too did her shell. A few hours before sunset, Augustine returned to Lindridge Hall. As he alighted from his carriage, Jane left behind his ledgers on the study's desk, open to the first mention of Elodie in case she should require evidence. The house was silent around her, the very runner along the floor taut as if with a held breath, waiting for an answer. She reached the landing overlooking the foyer just as Augustine asked Mrs. Pearl, "Where is Mrs. Lawrence? Is she about? Is she well?" He hadn't seen her yet, and she took the moment to study him. Could a man's secrets be divined by the angles of his cheekbones, the curve of his shoulders? "I've hardly seen her today," said Mrs. Pearl. "Shall I fetch her?" It was then that Augustine raised his eyes and spotted her. A bright smile blossomed over those features she'd been inspecting, and now, with his face tilted up to her, she could see no falsehood written in his skull. She gripped the banister and fought back the answering smile that wanted to erupt from her. His expression fell. Did he look guilty, or merely worried? The shame of a man who had done her wrong, or the concern of a husband who fretted over her health? Her stomach somersaulted. The shell flexed, but did not crack. "Hello, Augustine," Jane said. Mrs. Pearl quietly took her leave. "Jane," Augustine responded. He stepped forward and held out a hand. She hesitated. She did not want to touch him, and simultaneously she wished to fall into his arms, lose herself in the overwhelming certainty she'd felt just a day before. Balanced between the two, she descended the stairs, taking his hand at the final step. "I'm sorry I left you here for so long," he said. "I kept myself entertained."
I hope you haven't been staring at sums this whole time." Sums? Was he testing her, or did he somehow not realize what his books had revealed? Her fingers tightened against his reflexively. "Oh, yesterday I explored the house," she said. "The house with a woman in the windows. The house with a locked door." Augustine tensed, as if he could hear her thoughts. "And did you find anything of interest?" "Mrs. Pearl found a bag of yours," she said, "instead of all the rest." He frowned. "A bag?" "In the third-floor bedroom." She led him to the dining room. "It was in a fireplace, badly burned. Some of the scalpels were still fine, though, and I've cleaned them for you." "Was it a very sick patient, then? In your parents' bedroom?" She hadn't thought to question it then, but suddenly it seemed all of a piece. How could it not be? "Yes," he replied after a moment's thought. "Yes, several years ago. How strange, though. I can't imagine how we didn't have the hearth cleaned." He shoved his free hand into his pocket, but not before she noticed a tremor in it. He hadn't known about the bag, or he hadn't imagined she would find it. "Augustine?" "Sorry, it was a particularly unpleasant case," he murmured. "Difficult to think about." He stopped at the entrance to the dining room, turning and smiling up at her. "I did miss you," he said, "greatly." "And you," she said, half by reflex, half by desire. She hated herself immediately for it. He must have seen the frustration in her. "There's a carriage," he said, "down at the end of the drive. Are your things packed?" "No," she said, "I had intended to stay tonight." "The roads are clear now," he said, glancing not to the front door, but to the stairs. "Jane, let us go in for dinner," Jane said. "I will pour us claret." And she left him there without listening for argument. He followed faithfully. The dining room was cleaner than it had been on their wedding night, the windows polished, the curtains drawn back to admit the gentle afternoon sun. There were no cobwebs, no dust hanging in the corners, and even the upholstery had been scrubbed. The wine glasses were newly cleaned, and she tried to feel pride in it as she poured the wine at the sideboard. The feeling didn't come. They sat down at the table in silence, and a few minutes later Mrs. Luthbright emerged from the kitchen and laid out several steaming dishes for them. Augustine murmured a few words to her about sending the carriage away. Jane hid behind her meal, eating without taste. Each bite went down hard, scoring her throat. How to begin? When the cook had left, Jane decided to come at it from the side, the way it had struck her. "You know, Mrs. Luthbright believes the house is haunted." His fork scraped against the ceramic of his plate as he gathered up more morsels of stewed venison. Sitting back in his chair, he chewed, swallowed, without expression, without hurry. Jane's heart beat harder. "I didn't know she was the superstitious type," he said, once he'd washed down his food with wine. "Do you agree with her?" She resisted the urge to glance at the nearest window, searching for a woman with red eyes. "I don't really know," she said. "I haven't given it much thought." "And does Mrs. Pearl share Mrs. Luthbright's fears?" "No, she doesn't," Jane said slowly, "though she did say her husband has asked several times if you entertain guests." "Mr. Pearl is a notorious drunk," he said. "So I've heard." Now. She must ask him now. Steeling her spine, she leaned in slightly. "Who is Elodie?" His face went still and ashen, the way it had when Mr. Renton's life had slipped away beneath his scalpel. When he gave no answer, she pressed the attack with dispassionate logic. "I finished going through your ledger books. Mr. Lowell included your personal expenses, I suspect not at your explicit request. The payments to the Pinkcombes, what are those for, Augustine?" She expected him to beg out of answering, to tell her it wasn't appropriate dinner talk, or that it was personal, not suited to their potential lurking audience. But Jane didn't care. Better to keep on, to corner him. She reached for one of her earliest hypotheses, ridiculous though it felt. "Is she your child?" Jane asked. His eyes shot open, and he laughed. "Lord, no," he said, shaking his head. She flushed, embarrassed. He was keeping something from her. What did it matter if an explanation seemed out of character? What did she know of his character at all, really? "Well," she said, struggling to keep her composure, "who is she then?" "Was," he corrected, laugh failing in an instant, his expression turning to a grimace. "She was a patient I wasn't able to help." A patient, Jane repeated, the way his face fell. Like when Mr. Renton died.
I feel uniquely responsible for what happened to her. I've been trying to make amends with her family ever since, but they always turn it down. I suspect they hate me for trying, but I can't leave it. Was she the woman who lived here for a time? Who died? Jane asked, desperate to prove to herself that something here was amiss. His brow furrowed. Where did you hear about that? The servants, Jane said. Yes, she was, he said, running a nervous hand through his hair. She's also the cause of that burned doctor's bag. She died of a terrible fever. A patient? Here? He hesitated a moment, then shook his head. She was the daughter of a close family friend. They didn't feel they could care for her at home, and they didn't trust her to the local physicians. I told them it was foolish, that I was ill-suited to care for her, but they insisted. And she died here. Yes, to my great shame. Shame? Well, they had that in common. She sat back in her chair, body softening. She was ill-suited to such isolation, it seemed, and returning to the surgery in the morning sounded more and more appealing. A little distance, and she'd stop jumping at shadows. A patient, Jane repeated, and she rubbed at her temples, willing her blood to leave her inflamed cheeks. And here I thought you had some grand dark secret. Really? A child? A child, or some standing arrangement with a mistress who stopped accepting your payments years ago. That drew another laugh out of him. Leaning across the table, he reached out and took her hand. She gave it over to him gratefully, sheepishly, needing the warmth of his touch, the solid connection of it. I promise I have no such sordid history for you to discover. Truly? Truly. He came around the table to her side, never letting go of her, and she rose to meet him. Gently, he cupped her face with his free hand. I know our start these last few days hasn't been the most auspicious, but I swear to you, I am yours. Every inch save what this house demands of me. Their lips were almost touching. He looked at her with longing, as if her suspicion had not disrupted anything between them. Jane's breath caught, her heart quickened. I think I have been very foolish, she murmured. He smiled. No, not foolish, cautious. Cautious but bold, traits I admire greatly. His thumb traced the line of her jaw. She was melting at his touch, in happiness and relief. Relief that, perhaps, she had not been foolish after all, that she had not let herself be misled, that he was as good as she knew him to be. I was afraid that I would have to hate you, she confessed, intoxicated by his breath against her mouth, by the intensity of his gaze, and angry that I had to. He did not answer, but closed the bare distance between them and kissed her fervently, heedless of who might be listening, watching. She was momentarily stunned. He had touched her fondly the morning after their wedding, but that had been all, and she realized she'd thought, perhaps, he might not ever touch her so again, let alone with desire, with passion. But no, it had only been the house between them. Bad nerves. His kissed her slowly, but with such intensity that her knees weakened, and she wrapped her arms around him as if to keep herself upright. His hand slid along her waist, down and around her hip, and nudged her closer to him. What had she been afraid of? Nothing. There was nothing to fear, especially not as she drank him in, learning how to kiss by each touch of his lips. She followed him as he pulled away, as he took her hands again and led her after him. On the second-floor landing, Augustine pulled her close once more, stealing another kiss, as if the distance between the top of the stairs and his bedroom was an unfathomable, unmanageable distance, as if he would die without another drink from her lips. After, they lay quiet together among the pillows, tangled together. She studied him, how his dark hair clung to his skin from sweat, how his brow no longer held its near-constant furrow. He looked at ease as she felt, and she stretched out along the sheets, breathing in that freedom. What had she been afraid of? Isolation was the culprit, not this house.
The burned doctor's bag, Mr. Pearl's drunken stories, why should she fear them? She had only one question left, one last worry, inexplicable and whispering. "What of the door?" she asked as she nestled beside him. "There are so many locks." He was silent only a moment. Then he murmured, "It leads to the old cellar, but it's dangerous," pressing a kiss to her temple as he drew the coverlet over them. "The tunnels could collapse." "What's down there?" she asked, eyelids heavy, voice thick. "Nothing," he said, "nothing at all." Sleep came, but did not remain for long. Some time after midnight, rain drumming on the windows of Augustine's room, Jane rose and pulled on her nightgown. She'd woken up, overheated by her husband's body in the narrow confines of the bed. He had been right, it was not built for two. And yet she could not help but feel pleased at the stiffness of her limbs. She looked down at him, wondering a moment longer. He had wanted her, and she had wanted him in return, and it had been miraculously simple past a certain point. Buttoning her housecoat by touch, she shuffled across the bedroom floor until she reached the door to the hallway. With one last glance at the bed, she slipped out of the room, then felt for the knob mounted on the wall that would bring up the gas lighting. The study couch had been good enough for him, and so it would serve for her. But though the couch proved comfortable, the hearth was cold, and the shadows cast by the skulls and other oddities unsettled her too much to sleep. She left the study behind and climbed up to the third floor instead, her mathematical treatise and Augustine's monograph on Mr. Etheridge clutched to her chest. The library hadn't been piped for gaslighting, likely due to the arching glass ceiling, but a candelabra was set on a small table by the door. She took it, lighting it from one of the sconces in the hall. Inside the library, the air was still thick and musty, but no longer unpleasant, and the room was warm, despite the ceaseless drum of the rain on the glass above, courtesy of a fire Mrs. Pearl had built that morning to help dry the room out. The sitting room would have been a more comfortable spot, perhaps, but she did not intend to sleep now, only to read long enough to exhaust her mind so that she could return to bed worn out enough to slumber once more. Mrs. Pearl had freshly polished the long table in the center of the room, and chairs now sat around it, clean and handsome. Jane set the candelabra down. The library's green liquid light folded around her, bathing her like water. After a moment's thought, she set aside Mr. Etheridge for the daylight. Instead, she opened to the first page of her mathematical philosophies. The writing was dense, the type small, and deciphering the logic took up the whole of her attention within minutes. Her only regret was that she hadn't brought her pen to make notes in the margins, but sliding her finger along the text worked almost as well. As she read, the rain came down harder, the sound echoing across the high-ceilinged room. The book sketched out the possibilities of seemingly impossible mathematics derived from division by zero. Zero did not function the same as 1, or 2, or 20. It erased or expanded beyond the bounds of reality. And so, this text argued, one could use zero to take the volume of a rounded barrel, without needing to fill it and measure the contents in a more standard container after. One could find the area below a theoretical curve, calculating smaller and smaller regular areas below it into infinite nothingness. One could find the answers that must exist, but that no Britannian scholar had ever been able to reach with exactitude. Magic! It sounded like magic. Reaching the end of the second chapter, Jane paused to rub her eyes.
Tendrils of sleep were beginning to tug at her shoulders, but she knew herself. If she went back down now, should just be wide awake again after a few minutes. Still, the words were starting to dance before her eyes. Sighing, she looked up and gazed out the darkened windows. Something was there. Her breath caught, and she stared, willing the shadow to resolve. "Augustine?" she called, but her voice was barely above a whisper. Her pulse racing, she rose from her chair and picked up the candelabra. Whatever it was moved. As it turned its head, she made out a fall of golden hair, not her own, for she was perfectly still. And then she saw the terrible red eyes. She fell back a step, a cry beginning to build in her throat. The empty shelves surrounding her seemed to grow in size, to loom and pen her in. Elodie! No, no, it wasn't Elodie, couldn't be Elodie. And yet, who else could it be? She pinched at her fingertips, as if that would dispel the illusion, but Elodie remained. Her features were indistinct, her face seeming to warp and blur around those red eyes, but her gaze stayed fixed on Jane. She had to get to Augustine, had to get somewhere safe, where she could realize what an anxious fool she was being. It took all her willpower, but at last she tore her eyes from the ghostly figure to look toward the well-lit hallway. She took one step, then stopped, a half-formed cry leaking from her mouth. Shapes moved against the far wall. There were 3 of them, and they were tall, taller than any man. They had elongated heads, downturned, shallow crescents. In the gaslighting, those crescents looked like some kind of headdress, with the wearers veiled and robed beneath them, almost hiding their strange proportions. But she could see. She could see how their shoulders sloped unnaturally, how long their limbs were as one lifted what might have been a hand. From the headdress there was an unbroken line curving out to the shoulders, masking any hint of face or throat. All 3 turned toward her. She staggered back into one of the shelves, breath coming in sharp, shallow gasps. Her hands were shaking, the wax from the candelabra splattering and stinging her bare feet. The flames guttered as she sank to the floor, wrapping her arms around her knees as if that would offer any protection. One of the figures in the doorway turned toward the windows, and Jane helplessly followed its gaze back to Elodie. But Elodie was gone, and the 3 figures were static only a moment more before proceeding down the hall. Toward the stairs, toward Augustine. Outside, distant thrums of thunder shivered through the night. The beat of raindrops on glass was cacophonous, out of sync with her pulse, out of sync with everything. They're headed toward Augustine. She had to move, she had to go to him. But fear had locked her joints up tight, and her shoulders shook with reflexive, silent sobs. She'd never believed in spirits, not even as a child. But what else could Elodie be? The monstrous statues? And if they were spirits, they were beyond her understanding. They were beyond her power. She was helpless. Augustine was helpless. And then she realized he had known. He knew about these things. This was why he'd tried to keep her away, why he sent the servants home at night. It wasn't baseless superstition. It wasn't war-bred nerves. It was real danger. She had to get to him, and she had to get him out. When she reached the doorway, she watched as, one by one, the gas lights leading down the hall were snuffed out by an unseen hand. She felt her way to the stairs. Ahead of her, the figures descended in single file, barely visible in the gloom. They didn't walk as she did, but seemed to flow downward. Heaving for breath, she grabbed the doorframe she stood in with both hands, knuckles white and nails straining. Her bravado faltered, then rebounded as they reached the second-floor landing and turned into the darkened mouth of the hallway leading to the bedroom. If she shouted Augustine's name, would he wake up? Would they disappear? But her voice still refused to work, refused to come out as more than a hitching, whimpering sob, and she was too far away. She stumbled down and into the second-floor hallway, the lights ahead of her guttering out as the creatures passed by. Moving slower now, terrified to catch up to them and see them turn once more to her, she crept along the carpeted floor in their wake. They passed the bedroom without a moment's hesitation. Jane stopped, not daring to breathe. Had she been wrong? Did the things not care about him either? But then she saw the barest shadow of them turning the corner, and she knew. He's not asleep. He's in the study. Desperate, she opened the bedroom door and peered into the darkness. The bed was empty. She raced down the hallway and around the corner, the way ahead pitch dark, save for the faint light below the study door. She stumbled to a halt before it, the hallway empty. She had not seen the door open for the creatures, but it gave under her barest touch. Augustine stared at her from across the room. His hair was mussed from sleep,
but he didn't look any different from usual. And then, as he took in her wild expression, his own turned grave. "Jane," he said, and crossed the room to her, taking her still trembling hands. "Jane, what is it?" She couldn't find the words. Her throat was closed as though a fist were tight around it. But they were alone. They were safe. Those creatures, whatever they were, hadn't come to him. Then the window behind him rippled slightly, as if it were the surface of a lake, and the shadows resolved themselves into the faint outline of a dead woman. Elodie held a finger to her lips. Augustine's arms closing around her were the last thing Jane knew before she collapsed into oblivion. Jane woke up in Augustine's bed, the coverlet rumpled and tugged half off. Daylight streamed in through the windows. She wasn't wearing her nightgown. It sat carefully folded where she'd put it the previous morning. Her dress remained in a crumpled heap by the side of the bed where she'd discarded it. Her housecoat hung neatly where it had hung the night before. The night before. Cold panic washed through her, and she looked around, frantic, for any sign of Augustine. The last she remembered, she'd been in his study, had seen the red-eyed woman in the window. And then there was nothing, no memory, not even the sense of lost time. Augustine's side of the bed was empty, but the pillow still had a deep depression in it, as if he'd only just left. She rose from the bed cautiously, flinching away from the bed frame and the gathered shadows beneath it. She couldn't bring herself to dress fully, too afraid even in the light of day. Instead, she drew her housecoat around her. She paused just enough to pull her slippers on, then went to the door. Jane hesitated, biting down the urge to call Augustine's name like a frightened child. It was day. The rain had stopped. The halls would be brightly lit by the gas sconces, and below should find Augustine sitting down to breakfast. Mrs. Luthbright would be there, and Mrs. Pearl. She had nothing to fear. Easing the door open, she peeked out into the hall. Everything was as it should be. She slipped out and padded down the runner, down the front stairs. The house revealed nothing, and her heart had begun to slow by the time she stepped into the dining room. Nobody was there, but she could hear sounds coming from the kitchen. She started toward it, only to be interrupted by the creak of a door. Her entire body went rigid. "Good morning, Mrs. Lawrence," Mrs. Pearl said. "I didn't know you would be wanting help getting into your clothing this morning. If I had—" Jane turned, pasting on a gentle smile, or her closest approximation of one. "Oh, no, don't worry. I'm quite used to dressing myself. I just wasn't sure where Dr. Lawrence was. Is he out on call?" "No, ma'am. He's walking the grounds, but breakfast will be set out shortly."
She turned to go, then paused. "Pardon my manners, Mrs. Lawrence, but Mrs. Luthbright and I were both happy to hear that you remained in residence another night with the doctor." "Is that so?" Jane asked, then flushed as she remembered their intimate time together. "It's a large house to be alone in at night," was Mrs. Pearl's response, before she dipped a curtsy. "I'll go out and fetch the doctor. Tell him you'll be down to breakfast shortly." "I'll be down to breakfast now," she said. Mrs. Pearl looked pointedly at her quilted wrap, but Jane just took her seat at the table, once more fixed upon the thought of lurking shadows. It was only a few minutes before Augustine appeared in the door. He was fully dressed, his jaw freshly shaven, and his hair carefully set, just as composed as he'd been on their wedding day. There was no trace of concern in his eyes, and confusion rocked her. He had to know, he had to be worried for her, for what had driven her into his arms. "Good morning, Jane," he said, smiling. "How did you sleep?" Her brow furrowed. What an odd way of putting it. He was acting like she hadn't collapsed in an overwhelmed faint. She looked to the doorways. Was he concerned about an audience again? She couldn't find the words. Instead, she watched him closely as he sat down across from her, willing him to give her any sign that he remembered last night. His smile faded to a concerned frown. "Bad dreams?" he asked. Her heart sank. "No," she said. "I had trouble sleeping last night, as did you. I slept like a child, for the first time in quite a while, to be honest. Something is wrong." "You were awake," she said. "I saw you, in your study."
His brows drew down farther, and he reached across the table, offering her his hands. She gave him one of hers, and he clasped it loosely, thumbs stroking at her knuckles. The house, it tends to provoke bad dreams, nightmares even. I was in bed all night with you. It must have been a dream. It wasn't, she said, shaking her head. What was it about? I came to the library to read. I saw people, but they weren't people, and they ignored me and headed for your rooms. I followed them, and the more she spoke, the less real it all seemed, but the panic was there, thick in her chest. It felt real, even if it sounded like a nightmare. I left books there, she added, voice barely above a whisper. My treatise. Your monograph on Mr. Etheridge. Mrs. Pearl didn't tell me about any books she found, Augustine said, but I will look if you want me to. Yes, look. But if he was right, if there were no books there, she shook her head. I was so scared, she whispered. I've never had a nightmare like that before. Why didn't he remember? It couldn't have been a dream. It felt real, far too real. But her housecoat had been where she'd put it the evening before. If she checked his study, would his monograph still be there? Would her book still be in the stack of texts on his desk? She tried to think back to what she'd read, but her memories were too fuzzy. Her exhaustion had made it impossible to take everything in. She'd thought she woke up in bed because Augustine had moved her there after she collapsed, but if she'd fainted, surely she would have come to again far before morning. Maybe he was right. 3 nights ago, she'd woken him from a dream, and he had feared she wasn't real. Wasn't this the same thing? What she'd seen was impossible, but it was so beyond any nightmare she'd ever had. And, let's get you back into town today, he said. I'll arrange to stay the night at the surgery with you. Would that help? Yes, she shut her eyes, exhaling raggedly. If, somehow, it hadn't been a dream, she would have wanted him to come away from this place at all costs. And if she really was just being ridiculous, it would be nice to be somewhere else and not alone. Yes, that would help. She thought of going to him, of settling into his arms for just a moment's comfort, but stopped half out of her chair when she heard footsteps. That will be Mrs. Loothbright with breakfast, I wager, Augustine said. But it was Mrs. Pearl, who entered at a quick trot. Mr. Lowell is here, she said breathlessly. He says it's the Marebeck farm. The eldest son is, he's vomiting uncontrollably, Mr. Lowell said from the doorway. The middle child rode into town to fetch you, says it's been going on since last night. Augustine swore. I'll be right out, he said, then looked back at Jane. I'll have to go straight there, and it's a fair way from Larrington. I'll come with you. There's no time for you to dress, and whatever has happened with the Marebeck boy, it might be catching. I could help, she said, pitching her voice quieter so that Mrs. Pearl, who was lingering, couldn't hear. Mr. Lowell had already taken off, no doubt to see to the horses, so that they would be ready to move again soon. If it were an injury, I might take you up on the offer, but this is different. He fixed her with a serious gaze. Mr. Lowell will need to stay with me in case we need to rush the boy to the surgery, so it may be some time before we can fetch you back to town. Will that be all right? She nodded, numb in the face of his determined rushing pace. Without so much as a glance at Mrs. Pearl, he drew Jane close and pressed a fervent kiss to her lips. I wish I had more time, he murmured. That nightmare seems to have distressed you so much. It's fine, she said, voice weak. I'm possessed of a rational mind. I'll recover. She managed a faint, wry smile. He gave her shoulders one last squeeze, and then he was gone. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Loothbright did bring breakfast. It was toast, salted fish, and porridge. Jane barely tasted any of it, and didn't speak more than a few words to either Mrs. Loothbright or Mrs. Pearl, except to send Mrs. Pearl for her treatise. Mrs. Pearl returned within a few minutes, having had no trouble finding it in the study. She'd never moved it then. It really had been a nightmare. Several hours later, with her senses steadied by the sunlight and prolonged quiet, Jane set aside the book. The logic was so unfamiliar that she couldn't say if she'd ever read it before. Rubbing at her temples and wishing for her spectacles, she stood up. The sun was already past its peak. She'd lost half the day in her work. Would that she could lose more. She needed to forget all traces of Elodie, of her red eyes and her finger held to her lips. No wonder that Jane would dream of her in the burst of chaotic relief at learning the tragic details of her story. But she needed to be practical, hard of spirit. Augustine needed her so. He needed a wife who could help his patients and who could stay by his side in this house with him, if need be. A partner in every sense. She wanted to be that, for herself as much as for him. And then, as she climbed the stairs to the bedroom, she saw it. There, bright pink against the pale skin of the top of her left foot, were the faint, dotted burns of candle wax. It hadn't been a nightmare. Augustine had lied. Jane stood in the doorway to Augustine's bedroom, looking at the rumpled sheets, her heart so in tumult that it seems to be numb with the constant turning. They had shared intimacy last night, and it had been sweet and gentle and deeply connecting. She had been so glad to trust him, so glad to learn there were missing details, details that made it all make sense. She wanted it all to make sense. Why would he lie about Jane collapsing in his study? She knew he had lied, and yet the lie itself vexed her. He hadn't known what she had seen. Even now, though she could still conjure up the image, she couldn't name what had happened. Ghosts? Spirits? They did not fit into her orderly world, and surely they could not fit into his. And yet he had not wanted her to stay at Lindridge Hall at first. He had been transfigured when he found him hiding in his study on their wedding night. He had been afraid as she had been to see the woman in the window behind him.
And now he had lied to her, elaborately and emphatically. When she'd come up with her marriage plan, she'd somehow thought it would be simple, that there would be no drama, no uncertainty. And perhaps, if she'd chosen a different man, her heart ached. She didn't want to choose a different man. She wanted Augustine to be who she'd thought he was. That man would not have lied. That man would have confided in her. The day Mr. Renton had died, they had bared their souls to each other. They had worked together through blood and loss, and when she had looked into his eyes, she had felt safe. She had felt seen. Had that been a lie too? No. No. There was something she was missing, some variable that, once solved for, would put all of this into alignment. They would laugh, as they had last night. But she could not stand the sight of their bed. She dressed quickly, movements sharp enough to nearly tear the delicate lace neckline of her plum gown. She did not look at the bed, and as soon as she was suitably put together, she took up her valise and left the bedroom, shutting the door tight behind her. The house seemed to grab at her as she descended toward the foyer, splinters in the floorboards catching at her skirt hem. Shadows reared up into unearthly, half-remembered forms. This was not a place for her. She no longer wanted to be at Lindridge Hall, this desiccated, funereal husk. Yesterday, her shield had been built up high and firm, ready for the assault of what the name Elodie might mean. Now it lay in ruins around her, dismantled by her desire and trust, leaving her vulnerable. Her time in this house had brought her nothing but fright and grief. The roads were once more open. Sending for a carriage from town would take too long, but though she was too poor a rider to ask for Mr. Pearl's horse, perhaps she could beg one of the nearby tenant farmers to take her back to Laurenton by cart. Perhaps, once away, once back in the rhythms of town, the ache of betrayal would fade. Augustine could explain what had happened. She could understand. They could balance the two sides of their equation, confusing lies against honest passion. She reached the foyer, and had taken a few steps toward the kitchen when she paused, the flesh between her shoulder blades tensing. Jane turned toward what felt like 1,000 eyes upon her, and saw only the empty hallway that led back to the locked cellar door. The world went still around her, and she could hear Augustine's voice whispering in her ear, feel his breath hot upon her throat. Nothing at all. It's dangerous. The tunnels could collapse. Her feet moved without her willing them, her hands remembering the unnaturally cold bite of the padlock. If he could lie to her so completely that he erased her from the previous night, then what of his reassurances, his promises? She could not trust them. She could not him. Not now, not in this house.
The hallway settled around her, its lights dim, all sound from the rest of the house muffled. The padlock gleamed as she drew closer. The chatelaine rested heavy against her skirts, useless, and she stared at the gnarled wood of the door. The answers to her questions were beyond it. She knew, without knowing how, a sharp hunger rising in her. But just as she reached out to touch the lock once more, the door shuddered with a deep, insistent boom. She jumped back, staring, as another came, and another. The door did not move, though surely something inside was striking it. And then the world came crashing back, and she heard the front door open. Laughter spilled in from beyond, of 10 men, 100, and a woman. We were invited. The woman was Dr. Georgiana Hunt, and she had brought with her 7 of Brentagn's great surgeons and physicians. Jane dug her nails into her palms, lurking in the hallway. The doctors filled the foyer with their valises and their laughter, running roughshod over Mrs. Pearl. Jane tried not to cry with the confusion of it all, the disaster. She was in no state to remain in this house, let alone entertain guests, but she could think of no way to turn them out without humiliation. As if hearing her thoughts, Mrs. Pearl grew defensive. "I beg your pardon, doctors, but Dr. Lawrence made no mention of house guests." "Just like him," a man proclaimed, then laughed heartily. The sound was unnatural, bouncing off the arcing ceiling of the foyer. Jane recoiled, then bore up in reflexive defense of her husband. He had written to them, dissuaded them from coming. He had said as much to her. And yet here they were. The thought sobered her. Had he lied about that as well? But to what end? No, she had grown too sensitive, too quick to blame, and these visitors were haughty, proud, and just the sort to ignore Augustine's protestations, just as she had. "Surely you do not want to stay in an empty country house for the day, doctors," Mrs. Pearl said, still desperately attempting to turn them away, and Jane was thankful for it, even knowing it arose from shame at the state of the house. "We have no gamekeeper, no stables even. Laurentin is far more entertaining. And a better place for them, where they would be Augustine's problem, not hers." The suggestion went unheeded. Dr. Hunt's contralto boomed through the vaulted foyer as she said, "But what of Mrs. Lawrence? We would like to see her just as well." Jane went cold, cringing farther into the cellar hallway, where she had no excuse to be. Yes, she is in," Mrs. Pearl answered. Jane pictured the bobbing of her head as she curtsied, though she could hear the strain in the woman's voice. "If you'll come to the sitting room, doctors, I'll go and fetch her." More chatter, more indistinct words, moving away. Jane crept closer to the foyer, and caught the edges of their shadows as they entered the other room. Pulling her skirts up around her knees and trying to move as swiftly and as silently as possible, Jane raced up the staircase. She stopped only when she reached the bedroom door. She quailed at the thought of stepping back inside, but she could not be found clutching her valise. Too many questions if she were, questions she could not answer in front of an audience. She forced herself to open the door once more, and, averting her eyes from the bed, she placed her bag back down. She all but ran to the study then, because it made far more sense for Mrs. Pearl to find her there. But stepping inside was a new blow. She remembered Augustine finally taking her in his arms on their wedding day, his eager, bashful smile, but also the shock of a woman's name in his ledger, her own uncertainty, the anger that she could not summon now. And there, in the window, was her reflection, so much like what she had seen the night before. But it was hers, through and through. Her eyes were sunken, her hair limp, her lips pursed tight. Evidence of her distress. Jane had never cared much for her appearance, except when it would draw attention. This, among doctors, would. She pinched furiously at her cheeks, trying to draw color up into her pallor. She stared at her reflection and willed herself to be placid and pleasant. She sought out the Jane that had been and wrenched her into the form of a mask. In the window, a happier woman looked back at her. Jane smiled, and though it felt thin, it looked easy. Mrs. Pearl mounted the stairs below her, her footsteps echoing up, as Jane threw herself into the desk chair and cracked open the ledger. The tidy columns sickened her. "Ma'am?" Jane turned in her seat to look at Mrs. Pearl, her face as pinched and drawn and clearly unhappy as Jane's own had been. She wanted to throw herself down at Mrs. Pearl's feet and to beg the woman for a way out, for a way home. But instead, Jane said, "I heard a carriage. Is it Dr. Lawrence?" The lie sat ashen on her tongue, but sounded smooth and calm enough. Was this how Augustine had felt when he had lied to her that morning? "No, ma'am. It appears—" Mrs.
Pearl said, wringing her apron in her worn hands, that Dr. Lawrence invited several of his colleagues over. Did he mention anything of the sort to you, Mrs. Lawrence? They intend to stay the week, but we don't have the stores or the beds, and—" She trailed off, helpless. Jane wanted to blame Augustine in that moment, wanted desperately to have Mrs. Pearl on her side, aligned against a master who kept the truth from them. But that would not solve their dilemma. "I'm sure it's a misunderstanding," Jane said instead. "I'll go attend to them." She approached the door, and Mrs. Pearl stepped out of the way. But as Jane made her way down the hall, Mrs. Pearl cleared her throat. "Pardon, ma'am," Mrs. Pearl said. "It's just, you didn't ask where to find them." Jane froze. She ducked her head. A poor liar, I. "Oh, I had assumed you'd put them in the sitting room, the dining room, seeing as it is quite clean." "The sitting room, ma'am. I cleaned the curtains just this morning, thank everything." Jane looked over her shoulder with a sheepish smile that was not hard to fake. "Of course. What good timing," she said. Mrs. Pearl smiled back, but it was not happy. Jane descended the stairs. They were waiting for her. A cry went up as she reached the doorway. "Mrs. Lawrence!" a small woman with brilliant copper hair declared, leaping up from her armchair, faded, embarrassingly understuffed, but clean. She crossed the room to Jane, holding out her hands. "We are so glad to finally meet you. I am Dr. Georgiana Hunt." Her cheeks were ruddy with drink already, courtesy of a snifter she had left behind on the end table by her chair, and her eyes sparkled as she took hold of Jane, drawing her fully into the room. She wore fitted men's trousers, a high-necked blouse and vest, and a long coat, tailored precisely. The coat wasn't a surgeon's apron, but it had certain similarities. It was still rumpled from a day's journey in a carriage, come all the way from Camhurst against Augustine's direct request, and so soon upon the news of the marriage. Why? It could not be just to meet her. "Augustine's new bride, doctors," Dr. Hunt announced. Another cheer went up from all assembled. There were 5 men scattered about the room, as well as 2 other ladies in the company. One wore a dress closely modeled on traditional undertaker's garb, with a black high-collared vest and narrow skirt. Her brown hair was trimmed in a startlingly masculine style. The other was Dr. Nizamiev, the specialist from the asylum in Camhurst. Jane's world contracted, tilting ever so slightly off kilter. But of course Dr. Nizamiev was here. If these other schoolmates of Augustine's had come, why not her, whom he had seen much more recently? Dr. Nizamiev barely marked her now, all her attention on the notebook she wrote in. It was the others who watched her, and Dr. Hunt who was waiting for her to speak. "I'm glad to meet you all," she managed after a moment. "I hope you will forgive me for the state of the house, however. We were not expecting you." Well, if we had waited for a formal invitation from Augustine, it would never have come. We are quite familiar with his nature. We had, however, hoped to find him here, as his surgery was empty. "He's with a case, a child," Jane said, flushing as she realized she had forgotten all about the Meyerbeck boy, concerned with her own distress. "Violent vomiting throughout the night." "Hyperemesis," one of the men said gravely, and it took her a moment's awe before she realized he was not offering a diagnosis, but simply restating what she'd just said with more erudite words. He rose from his chair and joined her and Dr. Hunt, inclining his head. He was quite handsome, with jet hair and umber skin, and finely crafted features of the aristocratic sort. He was broad-shouldered, too, and the fingers that clasped hers were long and finely made. "Mrs. Lawrence, it is a pleasure," the man said, with a controlled smile. "My name is Andrew Ving. I'm head surgeon at a private hospital in Camhurst. Your husband and I trained together in medical school.
"I must admit, I'm saddened to not find him at home. Are you certain he is with a patient?" Jane went very still. "Excuse me? I fear he's avoiding us," Dr. Ving said. "They know he lies. But no, he could not have been lying about his patient. He had no reason to, and no way to have brought Mr. Lowell in on the deception. And yet that patient had left her in this house, a house he had before claimed he did not want her anywhere near. And she had company. She had to comport herself appropriately, not spiral out in paranoia. "I am sure he is with a patient," Jane said. "He left here in great haste this morning. Hopefully he will return tonight." Ving sighed. "He's going to get himself killed, attending virulent cases. He's too good with his blade to be wasting his life out here." He paused, then inclined his head. "No offense, ma'am." "None taken," she said, despite her bristling. "I've seen his skill firsthand. Have you?" He sounded surprised. "The second day I knew him, I assisted with an emergency surgery." The scent of blood filled her nose as if she still wore her soiled gown. With it came the memory of their charged, quick touches, and the full force bloom of her intoxication with him. A mess. It was all a mess, right from the first. Ving leaned in. "Really? What sort?" "Abdominal. A man came in with a malformation of the bowel." She tripped over the words, though she remembered them issuing smoothly from Augustine's lips. "You're trained, then? Where at? Almont? Edinbridge?" "No," she said, smile tightening. "No, I was merely there. He needed another set of hands." Ving regarded her curiously. Jane looked among the highly educated faces of surgeons and physicians crowding around her, and realized that she was not what they had expected to find. "I see," Ving said, pulling her back. He offered her a patient smile. "Well, what I wouldn't give to have seen that! Augustine is a wonder with a knife. Some concentrated practice, instead of this generalist nonsense, would quickly bring him to my level, maybe higher." She could almost feel Renton's blood under her nails again, and this man only cared about skill. The patient died the next day. Ving shrugged. "It happens," he said, without embarrassment or empathy. "Abdominal surgery carries risks." "Yes, I suppose it does." But his nonchalance sat ill with her. A man like him, she could see his dismissal. By comparison, Augustine seemed almost too good, too generous of spirit. He had never quizzed her on her education. Should that have been its own clue? "You said that was the second day you met?" Ving asked, gaze fixed on her as if she were a curiosity, vivisected. Her skin crawled. "With no nursing training at all?" "No, I'm actually an accountant. I keep Dr. Lawrence's books." That got a laugh out of him. An accountant? He did find an interesting wife. "Did he hire you first, or—" "In a manner of speaking," Jane said, then inwardly relaxed as Hunt brought over 2 glasses of brandy, one of which she pressed into Jane's hand. Jane took a quick but determined sip. "Are you boring Mrs. Lawrence out of her mind, Andrew?" Ving shrugged. "I was just getting around to making my case for Mrs. Lawrence to draw her husband back to Camhurst. If you had been a nurse, Mrs. Lawrence, I would have described to you the wonders of the Royal. They're always in need of skilled nurses. I wonder if they'd be in want of an accountant?" A self-taught accountant, she did not add. After all, grammar schools hardly trained tradeswomen. Instead, she tried to picture Camhurst, tried to picture Augustine in a grand operating theater, sought after, with the easy arrogance of his classmates. If only he had been that man instead, a man without time for spirits, a man whose secrets might have been more prosaic, though perhaps that man would not have wanted her. "I can't imagine him going so far afield," Jane said, taking refuge in bitterness. "A pity. We have missed him these last 2 years."
2 years ago, a patient had died in this house. Jane paused halfway to another swallow of brandy. It seemed the eyes of all gathered had turned on them in that moment, as if sensing the sudden quiet that had come over her thoughts. "He's been a hard man to track down since then," Hunt confided, sitting on the arm of the nearest chair, crossing her legs and leaning one elbow on her knee. He was under consideration for a lead surgical post, and then he was gone, off to the southern counties, treating chronic injuries left over where the gassing was worst. It was all very sudden, just the government posting, that was all. She was still jumping at shadows. I still can't believe he accepted the job, Ving sighed, giving up his future, and for what? Of course, it was a hard thing, Elodie's death. Jane went very still. Elodie? Ving continued, heedless. But surely he— Did you know her? Jane blurted, before they could devolve to sniping about achievements and the lack thereof. Ving bared his teeth in an unconvincing smile, as if he was very rarely cut off. He adjusted his cuffs, shot a look at Hunt. Who, Elodie? Of course we all did. Georgiana stood up at the wedding. The wedding? The wedding! Jane could not breathe. She choked down another mouthful of liquor to hide her pain, her panic. She was in residence with her family while we were attending university, Hunt offered, and was a frequent guest at the parties we attended. She was a wonderful woman. It was a terrible shame what happened. And, she said, with a glare in Ving's direction, no surprise at all that it hurt Augustine so deeply. Those payments weren't to a patient's survivors, they were to his in-laws, the parents of his wife. She felt a scream building in her chest, and it took all her willpower to wrestle it down, to only wince and look away. Her hands trembled, and she clasped them both around the base of her snifter to hide their shaking. And what did happen? She asked, fighting every inch of her that wanted to strain forward, to grab Ving and shake the truth from him. She had no idea how she sounded as she croaked out, "All my husband has told me is that she was sick, and that she wasn't his wife, that she was only a patient, that everything was safe in this house." Her guests did not seem to mark her distress. "Sick, yes," Ving said. "She died of yellow fever. She and Augustine had moved into this house, I believe, while he covered some physician's posting in Sharpton, and when he was no longer needed, Augustine joined us on holiday. She'd been under the weather recently, so she stayed behind. A week into the trip, he received word that Elodie had taken ill, and by the time he reached home, she was dead. Even if he had received the message 3 days sooner, he wouldn't have been able to return in time to do anything." Jane rocked back on her heels, the picture of polite, sympathetic grief, while inside she burned. Lies building upon lies. She could not support it all. He had lied about his dead wife, a wife she now saw haunting the windows at night, a wife with bloody eyes who looked at her from behind Augustine and held a finger to her lips. It was all impossible, and yet it seemed more and more real with each new revelation. Had Augustine told the truth, that he hadn't been able to save her? Jane chanced a glance at the window. The sun was still solidly above the horizon, but sunset could only be an hour out, 2 at most. And suddenly she wanted to stay. She wanted her guests to remain, to bear witness to what she had seen the night before. They could tell her the truth of it. She so desperately needed the truth. "It was a tragedy," Ving continued, and a scrap of real emotion crept into his voice. Elodie, it seemed, was one of them, unlike Jane. "It's a wretched, horrific illness, destroys the organs, great gouts of blood everywhere, and nothing that can be stitched up. But I'll never understand why he would blame himself so much for it, that he would take himself off to the hinterlands to atone. That shame, that flight, meant something." Jane sank into a chair, sure of it, unmanned by it, gaze firmly fixed on the road back to Larrington. "That's because you are far too cold," Hunt answered, as if Jane were not present. "Even ignoring the fact that she was his wife, he became a doctor to save lives, as, I would hope, did all of us. A man's skills have limits, and if he can't handle losing a few patients, he certainly shouldn't have pursued surgery or doctoring at all, no matter his natural talent." "He told me," Jane said woodenly, "when our patient died that I should never blame myself, that he would take the blame." Ving snorted. Martyr of a man. Bring him back to Camhurst, and we'll quickly cure him of his weakness." "I do not think I could entice him to go," Jane said. Her head had begun to ache. One night ago, this had all been so much simpler, so much easier, and for a moment she once more wished she had never found out the lie. But if it had not been last night, or this morning, then it would have happened now. Despite his best efforts to keep his old companions away from her, they had come, and they had broken his illusions with their idle chatter. She wondered what Augustine would say if he returned to Lindridge Hall and found them all here. How would he act? How would he dissemble? How would he excuse himself? Could he even handle the pressure of it, or would he simply collapse? And as if it had been summoned by her thoughts, she caught sight of his carriage upon the road. Jane started, and Hunt asked after her, only to look and see the carriage herself. "Our good doctor?" she asked, and Jane nodded. Hunt capered away with a delighted shout, and Jane tried to draw on her good humor, rising with a thin smile. "Let us go to welcome my husband," she said, and led the assembly back into the foyer. Augustine's carriage pulled to the top of the drive, despite the crowd of other carriages that his house guests had abandoned. Augustine alighted from it in a rush, his face pale, his hair more disordered than its normal gentle curl. Jane had not expected the sharp pang of desire that came with seeing him again, the heady rush of wishing that he would take her hand in the crowd of his colleagues and make her feel less adrift. She had steeled herself for the rising of her rage, but it lay stunned, still nascent, still uncertain. Its lassitude left her vulnerable. A wife, she repeated to herself, a dead wife. Looking at Augustine, she was certain he knew what she had learned. It was subtle, but Augustine was wild in front of her, afraid of the coming night, afraid of his lies being overturned, afraid of Jane left alone with these men, and women who did not have the common decency to heed a rejection. He hid it well, through some great practice or effort of will. Behind her, Hunt was indifferent to it, and Ving too, and all the rest. They cried out greetings happily, and only Jane saw his panic. He came straight to her and took her hands, pulling her close. "How long have they been here?" he whispered. "I swear I did not know they would come. Are you all right?" Jane was silent, because the only words that wanted to come from her lips were, "And why should you be so afraid of their presence here?" "They cannot stay the night," he said. "We don't have the beds, and—" He faltered, hesitated. Say it, she willed, but he did not. Instead, he leaned in to kiss her cheek. "I will take care of this." She jerked away, as if his touch burned, and twisted to look at their guests. Insolent perversion made her. "And here is our good doctor, here to join us for the dinner that Mrs. Luthbright must no doubt be conjuring for us even now." Augustine's hand tightened on hers, a question and a plea. But then he stepped away and bowed to his guests. "My dear friends," he said, once more the confident, kind man she had known, tempered by just the barest edge of the haughty pride that all assembled seemed to wear as a second skin.
"I bid you welcome, though I would beg you to read my letters more closely next time. Lindridge Hall does not have rooms grand enough for you." Hunt raffed and closed the small distance between them, looping her arm with his and urging him into the house. "You don't need to stand on ceremony. We are well aware that Larrington cannot offer the amenities of Camhurst. We have come prepared to rough it if your gracious servant, Mrs. Pearl, can locate blankets." Jane feared they did not have even that, and, following the group back inside, watched Augustine, trying to guess how direct he would be. "The inns in Larrington are much better, and your drivers would prefer it, I'm sure. Lindridge Hall has no stables of its own, not any more. The horses were presumably tethered around the side of the manor and grazing on the unkempt fields, their grooms watching the darkening sky and wondering if they were to return to town before nightfall. Then I will send the drivers to the inn," Ving said, peeling off from the group. "They can come back in the morning." "Doctors," he said, and though he must have been afraid, she could not hear it in his voice. "I wish to be a good host. Please allow it. Augustine, your company is all we require.
"And when have you known us to sleep a whole night away when games await?" Hunt said. Augustine's thumb worked at the ring on his finger, and Jane saw the bone pull tight. "What games? You should leave," Augustine said, patience wearing thin. Ving, by the door, broke out into laughter. "Augustine, you would not send us away? And your surgery is no place to host company. I hardly wish to drink amid drained boils and whatever chickens you've operated on today." "We will not judge you in the slightest," Hunt added. Jane opened her mouth to add to their protest, only to find Dr. Nizamiev regarding her. She watched Jane, not Augustine, not them together, as a hawk watched difficult prey, and Jane recoiled instinctively. She stood, frozen, as Hunt clapped Augustine on the shoulder and led him firmly into the sitting room, as Ving slipped out the door, and the rest of the doctors once more took up posts by the fire or the window. "Careful," Dr. Nizamiev said, bringing up the rear of the procession, just far enough behind to murmur so quietly only Jane could hear her. "You wouldn't want to appear unsociable," her skirts whispered past. Jane's cheeks burned, and her hands trembled. She had not been subtle with her shock or displeasure. She had forgotten she had any need to be, in front of such an oblivious audience as these doctors. But she was watched by at least one, and she did not want Dr. Nizamiev to read into the symptoms of their discord. She watched as Augustine poured new rounds of brandy, as he pressed Mrs. Pearl to encourage Mrs. Luthbright to produce small finger foods ahead of the dinner that must surely be straining her and Lindridge Hall's pantries to the breaking point already. He had pulled himself back together quickly and gave no further sign of unease. He laughed off his earlier stridency. Shaking herself, she donned her practiced smile as she was cornered by one of the other men, who probed about her family and education. She was recounting her introduction to sums and records when Ving returned to the room and came straight to her side. "The drivers have all been sent back to town," he proclaimed. "And I begin to see why you are so pessimistic about your ability to change our Augustine's mind. He is quite different from how I knew him." "Is he?" Jane said, moving with him to the sideboard. Her previous glass had been abandoned, but Ving found a fresh one for her and filled it, pressing it into her hands. He was careful not to touch her. "I have only known him thus, dedicated to his work, and dissembling. He is transformed, prickly and recalcitrant," Ving said. "I didn't know about Elodie," she confided, desperate for some reaction, hoping that he would perceive the wrong that had been done to her and present a solution. But Ving only shrugged. "I'm not surprised. I hear it drove his family from him as well. They cared for Elodie like a daughter, and were happy to accept his responsibility for the death." He snorted. "They should have blamed the marshlands, and their mosquitoes and ages, and the doctor they called to aid her in Augustine's absence. They should have blamed themselves for leaving Camhurst for this, pardon the aspersion, damp manor. Foolish to blame him. He's a surgeon by nature and by training, not an internist." Jane looked to Augustine, then stiffened as Augustine caught her gaze and came to her, drawn as if by magnetism. "Andrew," he said, "Augustine, your wife is lovelier than I could have pictured." He inclined his head, lifted his glass, and smiled at her. "She is a wonder." Jane felt bile rise in her throat. Augustine turned to her, taking her hand. "Can I beg you to ask after Mrs. Luthbright?" He was trying to get her away from Ving, of that she was certain. But she could not read if his countenance was fearful or jealous. Ving laughed and grasped Augustine's shoulder. "Surely you can rely on your staff." "They are not accustomed to such guests," Augustine returned, never looking away from Jane. Jane considered asking him about Elodie in front of witnesses, then thought better of it. Ving had already excused Augustine once. She could not stand to have it waved off again, as if the lie meant nothing. She smiled and fled to the kitchen. The pageantry continued. Every time she returned to the sitting room, Augustine was there to ask another favor of her. Ask Mrs. Pearl to fetch the linens from the third-floor closet. Make sure Mrs. Luthbright had found the remaining good silver.
He interrupted every time she began to speak with one of his guests, and her suspicion grew with each deflection. On her third trip to the kitchen, she asked Mrs. Pearl to draw Augustine into the hallway so that she could speak with her husband about sleeping arrangements. The sun was nearly set, and Mrs. Pearl was all too eager to oblige. Augustine stood, frowning, as Mrs. Pearl left him without much in the way of explanation, in the hallway by the kitchen door. But before he could retreat, Jane was on him. She crossed the gas-lit hall between them and saw his eyes widen as she trapped him in the corner. When she was close enough that she was sure nobody else might overhear, she whispered, "I know you lied to me, Augustine." She was so close she could feel his breath upon her chin, stuttered out, a crack in his facade. She drove her fingers into it, pried it apart a little farther. "I remember what I saw last night. Jane, I know about Elodie, about who she really was. A patient, Augustine? A patient, not your wife." His flesh went white, his expression shuddering. Triumph flared in her breast, but then his jaw firmed. He met her gaze. "This was never supposed to be a true marriage, Jane," he said. She stepped back as if struck. "You asked me to marry you as a business arrangement only," he continued, voice lowering. "I agreed, for that reason only. I told you that you could not come here, and you were more than happy to agree as well." His brow furrowed, and he reached out as if to clasp her shoulders, but his hands fell short, tensing in the air, then falling back to his sides. "And yet I am here," she said, "and you have betrayed me." He grimaced. "Is it betrayal, or is it jealousy, this fury over Elodie? Because you do not own this part of me. I did not offer it in the bargain." He was right. Curse her heart, traitorous organ, for hating that fact. She wanted to scream, to argue, but their terms had been clear, and she had never demanded honesty. She had only assumed he would give it to her, that she deserved to know everything, that his life was now hers as well. She hadn't known to ask for honesty. She hadn't realized all that she wanted. A miscalculation, an error of judgment. His hand settled at last upon her shoulder, and it was gentle, not angry.
"You should never have had to know any of it," he murmured. "It should never have touched you." "And this morning," she said, clinging to the sharp edge of betrayal that still remained, aching and blood-soaked in her chest, "you made me think I was going mad. You erased me from reality." He flinched, and when he answered, his voice was low and soft, a caress. "I thought only of your happiness. I saw things. I saw Elodie, Augustine." The intake of breath through his teeth was sharp. "If you had known it to be only a nightmare, you would have been free." Her heart thundered in her ears. Free from what? But before he could respond, Jane heard footsteps fast approaching. Augustine stepped away, smoothing down his waistcoat, as Hunt came around the corner. "I'm afraid we have exhausted the decanter," the doctor said. Then, "Oh, did I interrupt?" "Strategizing only," Augustine said, and he sounded embarrassed but composed. There was no hint of fear in his voice, and Jane drew strength from his play-acting. They would offer no hint of weakness to their unwanted guests. Jane turned to Hunt. The demure smile she had learned to wear for Mr. Cunningham's clients settled on her features. "I'll send for Mrs. Pearl to replenish it," she said. Hunt nodded and disappeared. Jane buried her face in her hands, taking refuge for just a moment. This was too much, all of it. She needed answers. She needed some kind of plan to move forward. But when she looked up once more, her husband was already ducking back into the sitting room. Mrs. Luthbright conjured a feast from nothing. The table groaned under the seemingly endless parade of small courses. Half a dozen root vegetables cooked in just as many ways. Their staggered arrival buying time for the stews of dried meats, rehydrated in a desperate rush with wine. Off flavors masked with young herbs sown only months ago.
Liquor drenched every item to communicate luxury and wipe away any criticism. Jane clasped Mrs. Luthbright's shoulder and whispered a fervent thanks. But what put a smile on the cook's face was Jane's promise to wash the dishes herself. Relieved, Mrs. Luthbright had gone out under the darkening sky, followed less eagerly by Mrs. Pearl, whom Jane had promised was not expected to find beds for the raucous crowd inside. Jane sat beside her husband at the head of the table. Hunt produced from her valise more wine from abroad, sparkling and sour. Conversation ranged widely, tides shifting, words forming changing webs across the long table. At one moment, Ving was describing a heroic surgery where the patient had writhed, despite the ether, but his bowels, perforated by industrial equipment, had been stitched whole again after the labor of 5 surgeons over 3 hours. Whether the patient survived the night went unaddressed. At another, Hunt was discussing the newest advances in the theory of disease transmission. And then the conversation would turn to gossip, to absent friends and hated rivals, to who was receiving funding for what, and what the Crown might ask of its physicians next. Despite herself, she was entranced. These were great and brilliant doctors, finely educated in a way she could not match, but found herself desiring. In another life, she might have been one of them, able to discuss mathematical theory with the authority of a university graduate. Philosophical debates sprang up and consumed the whole table, and Augustine dove in as well. It was impossible to resist, as her intellect thrilled. She found herself sparring with him over points of logic. It was glorious, delirious. In the service of their guests' comfort, she cast aside her memories of the night before, of strange, statuesque figures and red-eyed wives lurking in windows. She gave herself over to the fantasy instead, and for 2 hours her guests saw her and did not laugh, and it seemed as if the impossible could become real. It seemed that if she could only contrive to divide the world by 0, she could have everything she'd never thought to wish for. And then the dinner finished, and her guests rose and retreated back to the sitting room. She could smell tobacco smoke curling in the air as she gathered up the dishes and carried them off to the kitchen. The darkened windows of Lindridge Hall held no figures. The lights remained lit. She had passed through the fire, and on the other side was a better reality. On her 4th trip to gather dishes, Jane realized the dining room was no longer empty. Dr. Nizamivier sat in Augustine's seat and caught Jane's gaze as she inexpertly stacked greasy platters. She rose and approached Jane with such precise steps that she almost seemed to glide across the floor, as she had in the surgery. The image of the figures outside the library returned to Jane, and her stomach turned to lead. "Dr. Nizamivier," she said, in proper greeting at last. "The new Mrs. Lawrence," Dr. Nizamivier returned, inclining her head slightly. Her eyes never left Jane's face. It had been barely a week since Mr. Renton's death, but it felt like half a lifetime away, with everything that had changed. And Jane's unease with Dr. Nizamivier had only grown. Given the strange mysteries of Lindridge Hall and her husband's lies, precisely what kind of specialist had he called forth from Camhurst to see a patient with an impossible ailment? "How do you find married life, then?" For all she knew, the question was a trap. "New," Jane said, hoping to end the conversation. Dr. Nizamivier laughed. It was sharp and short, and to Jane's ear, calculated. "So it is. May we speak of your husband, given your better vantage point?" Yes, though I don't know what I could tell you that you don't already know." "It is what I can tell you," Dr. Nizamivier said, and Jane was caught. She had no solid ground to stand upon anymore. All her assumptions had been torn apart. She would take all the data she could get to measure out this new reality. Make sure she missed nothing, figured everything correctly this time. She could see her guests silhouetted in the warm lamplight of the other room, and heard Augustine's laughter among the voices, but she sat in the chair the doctor pulled out for her. Dr. Nizamivier remained standing, studying Jane's face. "I had never thought he would marry again, not after Elodie." That unwelcome pang in her chest again. Was it growing gentler yet? "I do not believe he intended to," Jane replied, "but he did. I take it that your arrangement is uncommon, given our first meeting." Her words were clipped and controlled, cold, analytical. She sounded like Jane did when Jane was deep in her work, and though Jane had never felt ashamed of it before, now it made her skin crawl. Dr. Nizamivier saw something. She was at work, even here. Doing what? "Yes," Jane said, warily. "Yes, it is uncommon." "And do you stay often at Lindridge Hall? Had you visited it before the marriage?" Jane's hands fisted in the fabric of her skirts. Her gaze drifted to the window behind Dr. Nizamivier, half expecting to see Elodie there, watching. Only her reflection looked back. Dr. Nizamivier canted her head, a falcon judging the distance of its next strike. "You know," she said after a moment, "you've seen things." Seen things. An unwise admission to an asylum specialist, and yet Jane could not stop her forward lurch, her desperate query of, "You know?" Her pulse began to pound. "He told you?" "Yes, he's told me." Jane could no more leave the conversation now than she could follow the Cunninghams to Camhurst. "There are some things you should be aware of," Dr. Nizamivier said, pulling over another chair and settling into it. "But why?" she asked. "Why tell me?" "Don't you want to understand?" Dr. Nizamivier asked. "I marked you for a creature of curiosity, not a coward." Jane bristled. "Of course I want to." Dr. Nizamivier sat back with a self-satisfied smile. Her voice dropped low so as not to carry. "When Elodie fell ill, your husband was a guest at a retreat organized by the others in this house. The purpose of the retreat was to practice magic." Jane stared.
I certainly have seen things here. But what? If spirits were real, if she could see the imprint of Augustine's dead wife in a darkened window, no blanching wedding rings in sunlight, wearing a shirt inside out, those were not spells, they were hope. The world was governed by logic and emotion, not esoteric power. Magic was not real. It was a fantasy, an impossibility, something from old superstitions. But then she thought of Mr. Renton, of Mr. Lowell's whispering, of chalk and salt. "Magic is very real, Mrs. Lawrence," Dr. Nizamayev said. But what they were doing that week wasn't. They were schoolmates reunited after several years of being separated by their residencies, and they were playing. At university, we were all part of a particular eating club, a covert gathering that performed rituals and had shared secrets. There are many of them in many universities across the country, and outside of it too. And most are play acting at best. Ours was no different. We had gathered that week just to relive our younger days. And then the news came that Elodie Lawrence was deathly ill. Jane found herself leaning in, desperate to hear more. And he left, but not in time to save her. Correct. What happened next I wasn't present for, but he told me some of the details when he came to me for help 3 months ago, just before he came to Larenton, at the end of the long disappearance that Ving had wondered over. Jane felt the pressure increasing inside her skull. What did he tell you? He was distraught after Elodie's death, and both his family and hers blamed him for it. He was desperate. So he worked a spell. He tried to fix what he felt he had broken. Her skin crawled, and she hunched forward, shivering. He tried to bring her back? Yes. Impossible. But she had seen Elodie, holding her finger to her lips. And so had Mr. Pearl, and others too, no doubt. It didn't work, though. She breathed, desperate to maintain the foundations of her world, the logical constructs that had bounded her decisions, led her here to this moment, married to a man who believed in the ridiculous. It couldn't have worked. Elodie is not here. He is married to me. You're right. It didn't work, Dr. Nizamayev said, and Jane's eyes watered with relief.
But the doctor was not finished. She said, "It didn't work because transmutation of that sort is impossible. I don't know where he found the spell, but at most it should have let him speak to her spirit, not make her body so much as twitch. Except nothing happened at all. The families found out and were disgusted. They felt he had profaned their home. And so they left him." Jane scrambled to slide all these new fragments into the expanding portrait of her husband. They fit easily. "Why tell me this?" she asked again. Dr. Nizimeyev had some less altruistic aim, but what it could be, Jane did not know. It yawned, black and indistinct behind the glittering sharp edges of the truth of Augustine. "You are clever, Mrs. Lawrence. Let me set the puzzle pieces out for you, and you can tell me what you see." Jane's throat bobbed, and then she nodded wordlessly. "Go on." "His spell was unsuccessful," Dr. Nizimeyev said, "but that does not mean it had no consequences." "The hauntings," Jane said. Dr. Nizimeyev nodded. "He fled, trying to avoid them, but he sickened. When he came to me 3 months ago, he was barely able to stand, but no doctor had been able to diagnose him. He came to me first, instead of seeing Georgiana Hunt or the others, because he was afraid they would discover what he had done. He knew I was circumspect and that I was experienced." "Experienced how? Are you a sorceress?" Dr. Nizimeyev smiled then, animating her face, which Jane realized had been oddly blank while she related her story. "I study those who perform magic and those who think they perform magic. It's a personal curiosity of mine after being a part of that eating club." "Mr. Renton," she said, eyes widening as the logic clicked into place. "He called for you to attend Mr. Renton because he may have worked magic. And then he turned me away because he did not want to know what had happened, only to have me remove a problem from his hands. And because, I suspect, he resents that I could not help him when he first came to me. But I have been doing research on his behalf and have tracked down some texts that may be of help." Jane looked at the sitting room doorway, mouth gone dry. "Let me get him," she said. "You should be telling this to him, not me." "I have already spoken to him," Dr. Nizimeyev said. "He refused," Jane frowned. "Refused? Something has convinced him that he deserves whatever punishment finds him inside these walls." Dr. Nizimeyev shrugged. "If that is his choice, so be it. But if you have also seen things, you deserve the choice to arm yourself." "To work magic, you mean?" "Impossible." "Impossible." "Yes. Or to convince him to do it himself." Was that it? Genuine concern for her safety? Jane scanned the other woman's face and found only that unsettling stillness. No, there was more here than wanting to rescue Jane and Augustine. There was more that she was not saying. Jane would be a fool to believe Dr. Nizimeyev when her explanations were so thoroughly tempting and wrapped with approval that had not been there the day Mr. Renton died. "You'll forgive me," she said, gathering up her skirts and standing. "If all of this sounds ridiculous, how am I to believe you, to believe this? My colleagues are skilled at diagnosing abscesses and fractured bones, but I am skilled at locating fear. You're terrified, Mrs. Lawrence." Jane could not argue that. But it didn't matter. "I am returning to the surgery tonight. I will never come to this house again. I was never meant to come here. This is not meant to concern me." "Is that so?" Dr. Nizimeyev said. But before she could press her argument, Augustine's raised voice broke through the seductive murmur of the next room. She heard the scraping of furniture against wood, and saw again the blackened windows of full night. The spirits had arrived. Jane rushed into the sitting room, sure that she would see red-eyed Elodie in the window. But instead, she found Augustine red-faced, unable to find his words, and Hunt at his side, grinning. "It's only a little spell," Hunt said. "Can't we go back to the way things used to be?" "This has gone on more than long enough," Augustine snapped, jerking away from Hunt as if her touch at his shoulder burned. He was panicking. We have enjoyed your company, but it is time to be reasonable, Georgiana." Hunt's delighted expression fractured, and she raised her chin a hair. "Do not treat me like a child, Augustine. You come to my home despite my objections. You impose upon my wife and my staff. You refuse to listen to our polite suggestions that you return to Larenton." Jane stepped fully into the room, and Augustine stopped, looking at her, eyes wide. "I must," he said, mastering himself with visible effort, "return to the surgery at any rate. My patients may have need of me." He was running away. From her? From his guests? It hardly mattered. He was a man beset, a man who rejected aid. If Dr. Nizimeyev was telling the truth, he had chosen to suffer and so leave them both vulnerable, when he could have fixed this all, could have acted so she would never have encountered the spirits of the previous night. Selfish, foolish man. "My husband tells the truth," she said, and watched his shoulders fall in limp relief. "One of us must always be in attendance at the surgery, if possible." Soft murmurings rose from the back of the room, wagers of if she'd go and leave the doctor to them. Flight called to her, the simplest answer she had. But she did not want to leave. She felt as if she stood balanced upon a precipice, answers on one side, ignorant bliss on the other. And her heart burned too hot for bliss. She stepped closer to Hunt and held out both her hands, palms up. They did not tremble because she clenched her calves and pressed her feet into her shoes to root herself to the ground.
"If Augustine will not take part, may I join in his stead?" "Jane, Jane, you can't." "Why not?" she asked, looking to Augustine with as much need, as much honesty as she could summon in front of an audience. "Tell me I can trust you. Tell me this can be fixed. Dr. Nizamiev has told me of your games." Behind her, Dr. Nizamiev's skirts brushed over the flooring. Hunt tore her gaze from Jane and looked to the Ruskan woman, brow arched. "You preempted me." Augustine struggled to pick his words. To her left, she heard one of the men murmur, "She has not been initiated." But Ving patted the man's shoulder and came to stand beside Hunt. "You would be most welcome," he said. Smoke curled from the cigarette he clasped between his fingers. She tried not to look surprised, but she recognized the smile on his face. He was needling Augustine. This wasn't about her. "She can't," Augustine repeated weakly. "Jane, please." "She's here," Ving said. "It's that simple. And Augustine, as much as we would be honored by your own attendance, I'm sure we all understand the demands of your profession. You do not have a locum installed, and there must be nobody else about for miles. Go to your patients. Only give us the use of your cellar." Jane's mind went immediately to the padlocked door. He had said the cellar was crumbling, dangerous. A muscle in Augustine's throat jumped, and he turned away, going to refill his glass with a shaking hand. "There is no cellar," he said. Jane's heart sank at his boldness. "That is not what Elodie told us," Ving said. Augustine was silent for a long moment, shoulders bowed. He was considering something. At last he spoke. "You must be mistaken. Elodie was initiated in the library. My parents could hardly have excavated entire new rooms beneath the house to play at magic." Her head spun. Too many new details unspooled themselves around her. His parents playing at magic. His parents disgusted with Augustine for trying to work magic himself. Elodie playing at magic by their side, dying somewhere in this house. He was lying about the cellar. She knew it with a horrible certainty. "Then, Augustine, we will just use the library," Hunt said in placating tones. "There's no need to be so distraught. It's only a bit of fun." "A bit of fun," he spat. "A bit of fun and a nudge to the universe to preserve our patients in our absence. Then go back to Camhurst, tend to them there."
"Jane," he said, rounding on her, "these games are childish folly. There's no need for you to stay. All of you, please. I will send the carriages back to you. I can find space for you all somewhere in town, but do not drag this madness back into my home." "Augustine," Jane murmured, and he clung to his name, leaning ever so slightly toward her, a desperate light beneath his features. Hope that she would side with him, hope that she would believe him. She trembled with the effort of resisting the easier option, of going to him, taking his hands, choosing to accept the version of reality he was so desperate to maintain. "Go back to Larrington. We'll follow in the morning." The sitting room gave over to uneasy conversation when Augustine had gone, his carriage retreating down the road. Hunt stood by the hearth, scowling, glaring out the far window. Jane came to her side, mulling over her new array of facts. "What is initiation?" she asked. The doctor shrugged. In university, there was a process for joining the club, a series of tasks, a hierarchy of knowledge. And Elodie was initiated? Yes, as was I, and Augustine, and all the rest. It's usually required before you participate in ritual workings. Jane braced herself for a rejection now that Augustine was gone, but it didn't come. "We can work around it," Hunt said. "After all, you're here." Ving had said the same thing. "I don't follow. It can't be that simple." "It's not," Hunt said, "and it is. That you're here at all means that it will be of value to you. Like seeks like resonates with like." If she sounded less than convinced, could Jane blame her? They weren't alike at all. There have always been groups like our little club, and they always grow by synchronicity. Those who would benefit from learning the great secrets will find themselves placed in the path to learn those secrets. Initiation only provides an imposed structure to help make sense of strange new truths. But regardless of preparation, when the time comes to awaken to the truth of the spirit, the world finds a way to midwife. "I see." She didn't. It sounded preposterous, the logic of a group determined to feel special, unique. She was here because Hunt had invited herself, because Ving wanted to drag Augustine back to the city, not because Jane wanted to play at magic. But she was also here because she had seen spirits in the hallway, and because Augustine had lied to her. And if Elodie had been initiated, if what transpired then had led to whatever Augustine was now avoiding, she would learn more by following in their footsteps. "I suppose I must then," Jane said. "Exactly. You begin to understand." She turned from Jane then and clapped her hands. The physicians came to attention, 2-1. Even Dr. Nizamiev fixed on her. "To the library with us. Avdotia, will you be joining?" The woman shook her head. "No, I'll wait down here for you all to finish." "Of course," Hunt said. Her attention had already slid away from Dr. Nizamiev and back to Jane. "Lead on, Mrs. Lawrence." Jane did not relish the thought of going up to the library with the sunset and Augustine gone. What would happen if she took them to the cellar door instead? She might convince them to help her break the lock based on their memories of Elodie. And what would they find behind it? But she was not sure she could explain herself, and so she led them up, turning on the lights as she went. None of them guttered. No shadows moved. The rug remained smooth and even beneath her feet. No doubt Mrs. Pearl's doing, a quick tidy for their guests. "Now, before we begin," Ving said, falling in next to her as they reached the second-floor landing, "what has Avdotia been filling your head with?" He held in one hand a valise. Several of the other guests carried cases with them as well. "Just that you have done this before," Jane replied. "I confess I'm not convinced of it." "That is the adult, rational mind speaking," Hunt said behind her. "It veils what we know to be true as children. Children, you know, often see spirits, often feel things, but they don't have the context. It is the marriage of sight and context that leads to understanding. Do you follow?" No. She had never seen anything of the sort. Her childhood visions had been of bombs. Spirits were a monster of a different age. They should have been left behind along with all these superstitious practices. "As much as I can." They reached the third-floor hallway, and she led the way to the closed library door. She hesitated only briefly before turning the latch. The room was chill, but empty, blessedly empty. She scanned every window, every pane of glass that arched above her head, but found nothing but their own reflections. The rest of the guests filtered in, talking to one another in low voices. She watched as they set out their cases and pulled out loose, pale robes, pulling them on over their traveling clothes. All wore pale colors, except for Hunt and the other woman, Dr. Reese. Theirs were dark, embroidered with something akin to star charts. She took a deep breath. "If you're afraid," Ving said, softly by her ear, "you should know that none of this ever works. We haven't figured it out." She twisted to look at him. What an oddly vulnerable admission from such a proud man. "Do you believe it could? Work, I mean?" "Oh, yes, with all my soul. I have seen things," he said, quick to justify himself, "and read things too. Too many things to doubt that there is something else to this world that we can only barely touch. We have centuries of stories of ghosts, of monsters, of beasts beyond understanding."
They fall off as the march of progress continues on, but they must have had their root in something. Tonight, though, nothing will happen here besides chemistry and theater. So it's fake? Not at all. He pursed his lips, then shrugged. The best explanation I can give is that we are following a path laid out before us by a lineage that goes back many generations, to before those magical stories stopped. By following the path, we learn things each time, and we move closer to the truth of it. She thought of following proofs that greater minds had devised for mathematical conundrums, and how, though she followed the steps, she did not always understand the whole of the progression until she'd tried it many times. It was reasonable. The whole room took on a peculiar scent as her guests lit curling incense, at once pungent and faded, acrid and sweet. From the empty shelves, the doctors hung painted cloths covered in brilliant pigments, laying out intricate paths of symbols that Jane vaguely remembered from church services as a child and decorations in the magistrate's office. They were combined with what she imagined were the iconographies of other peoples, married to some form of map. Geometric designs wove in and out of the depictions of fanciful figures, and the whole array created a sensation of deep uneasiness in her, of being lost in another world where different laws held sway. The other woman, Reese, inscribed a circle of chalk upon the floorboards. Chalk, Jane thought, her breath catching, as Hunt took her hand and led her to the edge of the circle, then across it, all the way to the center, where the table she had read at the night before still sat. "Kneel here," the doctor said, and Jane swallowed, lowering herself to her knees. Hunt let go of her hand and unfolded a square of fabric, a silver veil. She draped it over Jane's face. "As you are in the role of a new initiate," Hunt said, "and as this is not an initiatory night, you will not be privy to any of the secrets. You will watch through a veil, and you will see the shape of things, but not the detail. Follow the guidance of my voice, though, and you will still be able to lend your aid to our work." Jane shivered. Ving might have claimed that this was only pageantry, but she was growing less certain by the second. The whole thing was too elaborate, too real-looking. "And what is the purpose of the circle?" she asked. "Many things," Hunt replied. "Containment, protection, focus." And Jane was at the center of it. She chanced a glance at the nearest window. Through her veil, it remained blank. She watched as they all arranged themselves about the circle, inside the chalk line, all their murmuring, intoxicated conversations ceasing. Nobody held a lit cigarette, nobody held a glass. They moved solemnly and with great focus, as if it were a dance upon a stage. Then Hunt took up a ceramic bowl with a spout at one end. Standing at the inside edge of the circle and facing outward, she began to move her lips in a soft whisper. Slowly, she poured a stream of something from the bowl, walking sideways as she marked the perimeter. Salt. When she reached where she had begun, she handed the ceramic bowl to the man who stood closest to her.
She and Rhys left the perimeter and approached the center of the circle, taking up positions across the table Jane knelt before. She could barely see them between the angle and the veil. Instead, her eyes focused on the 2 candles sitting on the table. One was small and already burning, the other tall and in an elaborate setting, unlit and fresh. The room filled with an expectant silence, one that almost thrummed upon the air. It felt real. It felt alive. "Let this candle be the light that guides us in our work," Rhys said, her voice clear and deep, ringing across the space. She held something to the burning flame, and once it caught, used it to light the taller candle. "Let the power in its incandescence enchant the circle that circumscribes the realm that we inhabit, so that we may do the work safely and in total focus." Jane should stop them. Mr. Renton had played these games of chalk and salt and ended up dead on the operating table. This was dangerous. This was not right. By the senses, we align ourselves this night to the work before us. By the burning of these offerings, we place ourselves upon the path to the work. Hunt set fire to the contents of a bowl. As Jane watched, the smoke that rose from it turned dark before bursting into a dance of colors, sparking and leaping, that she could see even through the veil. There was a sharp crack. Several of the participants jumped at the sound as the bowl fell to pieces, smoldering. Jane smelt blood. She tried to stand and found herself immobile. The iron stench grew, grinding against the empty spaces of her skull. She wavered on her knees. Somebody was hurt. Somebody had to be hurt, perhaps from the breaking of the bowl. She straightened her spine, trying to see over the table, trying to see Hunt's hands, the other woman's, but the world was growing dim. Distantly she heard Rhys intone, "We guide ourselves to the imbalance, to the missing member of our ranks. His mind has been clouded by grief, and his hands turned clumsy by doubt. By the flowing of this water, we align ourselves to the forces at work and begin to see their origin, their path, their conclusion." They had come for Augustine, to call him home. This was all for Augustine. They had put her in the circle, as what? An offering? A sacrifice? The stench of blood grew. Her head spun. She tried to scream and could not. Instead, she saw Elodie. Elodie laid stretched across a shining white plinth of stone before her. There was blood in her eyes, on her lips, obscuring her features. Crimson oozed from beneath her. But she was alive. Her chest rose and fell. Her breath rattled. Jane gasped, but could not move, could not turn her head. Could they see this? Dr. Nazamiev. She needed Dr. Nazamiev. But instead of Dr. Nazamiev, she saw Augustine, dressed in traveling clothes. He rushed into the room. The library blended with an unfamiliar chamber of hewn stone walls. She tried to reach out for him, to beg him to stop this. And he turned to her and Elodie. He ignored the dim shapes of the men and women around them. He ran to the table, the plinth, and for a moment she was overjoyed, because Elodie might still be saved. She could not speak, could not explain, but there he was, rucking up his sleeves, pulling out a blade. No, this was wrong. This was no operating room. And this was no way to treat his dying wife. Where was the grief, the tenderness? Where even was his doctor's manner, his steady reassurances that he would help? Absent. All absent, replaced with a fevered look as he slit Elodie's nightgown open down the front. And then he split her chest in two. Elodie was weak but alive. She was fighting, thrashing, screaming, and Jane felt tears upon her cheeks as she stared up at the plinth in horror. So close that she could feel the chill radiating from the stone, feel blood spattering across her brow. Her hands spasmed, and she jerked forward, but she could not rise from her knees. "Stop! Stop! You'll kill her!" she tried to scream, but the words would not leave her throat. She could hear nothing but her own heartbeat, the crack of bone, and Elodie's convulsing limbs sliding weakly over the stone. Augustine plunged his hands into the wound. Blood coated him, coated Elodie and the white stone below her, and it was all Jane could smell. His hands were inside her chest, and he was sobbing. He was laughing. There was none of his calm control during surgery, none of his procedure, his confidence, his solemnity. He looked wild. Jane screamed. She had to stop him. She had to stop him. What has he done? Hands gripped her, and Jane wailed, thrashing. The veil slid from her face, and then the cool, musty air of the library flooded her nose.
She couldn't smell blood anymore, and when she blinked, the vision was gone. She was being held fast by Hunt and Ving, and all around her the doctors murmured to one another in their play-acting robes. Tremors rocked her as she looked between the gathered faces. "Mrs. Lawrence?" Hunt asked. "Are you back with us?" "I saw—" She gasped, then fell to shaking once more, confused, in pain. Augustine had lied to her, had hidden Elodie from her, had left her unable to trust her own memory. But she had not thought him a monster, had never feared him to be a brute. The Augustine of her vision refused to coalesce, not only with the man she wished him to be, but with the man she had observed. His outline did not match the wretched horror she had seen. And Hunt, Ving, Nizamiev, they'd all been clear. Elodie had been dead when Augustine arrived. Whatever ritual Dr. Nizamiev claimed he had worked, it had been after her death. Not whatever it was that she'd just conjured, on the scaffolding of Hunt's pageant. And yet, it had felt so real. And yet, she could not explain it. She remembered the words of Rhys's incantation. By the flowing of this water, we align ourselves to the forces at work and begin to see their origin, their path, their conclusion. They had tried to summon up Augustine's affections and draw him back, and instead, they had revealed her what? She was helped to her feet, then down the stairs. Hunt settled her in the sitting room and pressed more brandy into her hand. Behind her, Jane could hear muttering, make out only isolated words. Sensitive, perceptive, a true medium. "I am sorry," Hunt said, touching her shoulder. "Leave me," she mumbled. "Drink your brandy." Jane took an obedient sip, the liquid sloshing from the shaking of her hands. She stared at it, and then beyond it, to the darkened window. Her reflection stared back at her. She willed her features to be transformed, for her gray eyes to weep red. She willed Elodie to appear before her, to offer some explanation, some condemnation, anything. She could hear, distantly, Hunt's voice, discussing diagnoses and treatments with one of the other doctors. They would take her apart to find what was wrong with her. The thought filled her with revulsion. "Give Mrs. Lawrence some space," Dr. Nizamiev said, moving in front of her, the fabric of her skirt obscuring the window. Jane looked up. Dr. Nizamiev looked back, impassive. Hunt left without argument. Dr. Nizamiev was, after all, an expert in madness. All the other voices faded, retreating out to the hall, the foyer. Perhaps they would leave, and at that thought Jane started forward. "No, no, I cannot be left here alone for the night." But Dr. Nizamiev caught her shoulder and eased her back, then sat down beside her on the small couch, not looking away. Jane turned to face her mechanically. "You saw something," Dr. Nizamiev said. "I saw horror." "I don't understand," Jane mumbled, gripping her glass tightly. "I don't understand what I saw." "The ritual can be affecting," Dr. Nizamiev said. "The power of suggestion, a type of hypnosis." "No!" Jane seized Dr. Nizamiev's hands with one of her own. "I need you to tell me what Augustine did. I need you to tell me about magic. You must promise me one thing before I continue." Dr. Nizamiev's notebook was open on her lap, and Jane watched as she penned a quick observation. Whatever it said, she could not read, but Dr. Nizamiev looked pleased. Jane's skin crawled. "Of course," she said. "What is it?" "That you will accept as true everything I am about to tell you. It will not be easy, but it must become a part of your understanding of the world, or else I will have wasted my time." "I promise," she said hastily, desperately. Dr. Nizamiev set the pen down in the gutter of the book,
but did not close it. Good. Now, I do not know precisely what Augustine did to try to bring Elodie back from death, she said. The admission kindled quick anger in Jane, but before she could argue, Dr. Nazamiev held up a hand, stilling her. He only told me of the results, but I can tell you the logic of it. Lindridge Hall was silent around them. The lamps beyond the sitting room had dimmed, and they sat alone in a small pool of light. Please, you are an accountant. Yes. Perhaps you can think of magic then, at its most basic, as changing numbers, she said, shifting the reality of a thing, making it into something else. Alchemists strive to change lead into gold, water into wine. But it's not simply replacing a 2 with a 3 in a column of sums. It is changing what 2 represents. I don't follow, Jane said, though she could feel herself leaning forward, the mathematical logic seductively familiar. You could say that the word 2 means 3 things, but 2 items would still always be 2 items. It's a strange sort of logic, Dr. Nazamiev said, as if conceding a point. Jane frowned. It doesn't work. Remember your promise, Jane. Here, another option. Change the meaning of an operator. Summing goes from one thing being added to another to one being added to another and another. This is all semantics, Jane said. The nascent headache from earlier that evening had turned to pounding. She could still hear Elodie's screams if she was not careful to keep her focus. Semantics could not stop that. Semantics could not save her. She could not accept semantics as a new truth. It's impossible. And that is why you and I cannot work magic, because we know it is impossible. Jane's head jerked up. Because it is. The premise of the working of magic, Dr. Nazamiev said, is first and foremost that the practitioner believes that she knows that it is possible, but it isn't. If the practitioner knows that magic is possible, then the practitioner can change the rules by which the world functions. But that knowing extends beyond belief, extends beyond mere acceptance. Magic must be a part of the practitioner's every waking moment. It is an altered state of being. There was an odd light in Dr. Nazamiev's eyes, a hunger, an alteration of her predatory gaze. She was not just watching Jane now, she was watching for something, some response, some slip. It's madness, Jane said. But Jane's mind was working, turning over the problem, faster and faster. The properties of the number 0 were, in and of themselves, impossible. To divide by 0 produced irrationality. But if her text was to be believed, that irrationality then produced real, true answers. The area under a curve, the volume of an irregular object, all real things. Her treatise even contained a proof that if division by 0 was allowed, one number could be proven another, just what Dr. Nazamiev was now describing. Except the properties of 0 could be tested by reality. Magic could not. It's madness, she repeated again, quietly, to herself. Dr. Nazamiev arched her brow. Madness, she mused, sitting back. Yes, it is. Jane shivered. You lock the mad up. This was it. The trap that Dr. Nazamiev had laid. Jane, mad, removed from this house and her husband's life. But Augustine had shown no signs of wanting her gone, and Dr. Nazamiev had no reason to claim her as a patient. And Dr. Nazamiev had made her promise to believe so as not to waste her time. Hardly the behavior of a doctor set to commit her. I study madness, Dr. Nazamiev said, lips faintly curved. And I study the practice of magic. As I said, magic is my personal curiosity. Madness is my professional one. She paused in thought for a moment, then shrugged. Have you ever had the experience of somebody telling you a new fact, and it changes how you perceive the world? Of course. She searched Dr. Nazamiev's face for a flicker of a joke. There was none. She thought of the proof that had demonstrated to her, as a young girl, that the area of any triangle, of any arrangement, could be found using the measure of its component parts. The unmeasurable calculated from the measurable. And she thought of Elodie. For the moment, let us grant that changing the rules of the universe is impossible. Granted.
Then a magician, one with proven ability to do things beyond what their fellow humans, is somebody who has a particularly focused kind of madness. Does that sit better with you? Their belief in an impossible thing is so strong that if they turn their will on a question, they can change the answer for other people without ever telling those other people what they did. It changes how those around them perceive the world, even if the underlying fabric of the world remains the same. "The ghosts I've seen," Jane said, hand tightening on her glass. "You contend that Augustine's force of will did that. Yes, but the logic is circular. Because the ghosts exist, you've proven Augustine can work magic. Because he can work magic, he is the reason for the ghosts. What if it's something else? What else is there?" Augustine's hands in Elodie's chest. "Simplified concepts for the introduction of ideas aren't ever accurate," Dr. Nizamiev said. "The ghosts exist. That is our constant point in this puzzle. The rest is supposition. Likely supposition, but supposition all the same." The throbbing in Jane's head was so insistent now that she wondered if she'd cracked it open on the library floor, and she rubbed at her temple with her free hand. If it's a matter of simply believing in the impossible, why couldn't he have brought her back from the dead? Why isn't she here, right now, at his side? Because he did something worse than what he confessed to Dr. Nizamiev, her mind proffered. Because what you saw was not the action of a man desperate to save his dying wife. But her throat closed up, and she could not voice the thought aloud. If willing something could make it true, voicing her suspicions could surely do the same. "Magic," Dr. Nizamiev said, her accented vowels focusing Jane's attention, is, at its basest nature, knowing the reality of something to be different from what it is. But it is not a matter of wishing for an end result, or we would all be capable of it. The magician must understand every element that must change in order to produce the desired result. Every equation must balance and proceed from one to the next. The changes to the world that would be necessary to truly bring somebody back from death would require knowledge too complex for the mind of man to comprehend. So instead, he what? Trapped her spirit? If the ritual he found was incorrectly structured, it's possible. The ritual guides the magician's force of will. It cements the magician's knowledge of the working of the world, and thereby lets her choose exactly which thread to pull on, which number to change the meaning of. With a sickening pop, something clicked into place inside her brain. A proof. "Rituals are like mathematical proofs," Jane said wonderingly. Dr. Ving said rituals function by reproducing the steps over and over again, thereby learning the logic of it by the practice, like studying trigonometry. But couldn't you just as easily practice nonsense? Just because a thing is written out step by step doesn't mean it leads anywhere? Dr. Nizamiev inclined her head in approval. Just so. A poorly designed ritual can lead a magician astray. A magician gets what she asks for, whether she meant to ask for it or not. And what had Augustine asked for? What plea had he been making, up to his arms in gore? Jane shuddered, bowing her head and curling in upon herself. "Tell me," Dr. Nizamiev said, voice quieting but not softening, "what happened up there?" "They were asking to be shown what had led Augustine away from his old life," Jane said. "And I saw her. I saw Elodie," she swallowed. "As you have before?" "No. Before I saw her in the windows. She was silent. This time it was as if she was in the room, and she was screaming. Augustine had, I don't understand. Tell me." It was a command, and Jane flinched, drawing back reflexively. She did not want this cold, strange woman to see into the house's darkness, but who else could she turn to? How could she return to the surgery in the morning? How could she greet her husband?
What ritual, she asked, voice weak, would lead a man to cut open his wife's chest and reach in to take her still-beating heart? Dr. Nazamiev inhaled sharply, the first scrap of surprise Jane had seen in her all night, the first crack in her control. What you saw, the woman said, may not be literal reality. You must remember that. But what if it was? I have no answers. It doesn't make sense, Jane whispered. I have seen him with his patients, and he is caring and kind and skilled. I have never seen him be cruel. I have seen him lie, I have seen him manipulate, but never harm. Neither have I, Dr. Nazamiev agreed, which is why I wonder if it might not be, instead of the truth, a filtered perception. What do you mean? If Elodie is here, in these walls, Dr. Nazamiev said, rising from her chair and gesturing around the room, then does it not follow that she may still retain some measure of coherence, of thought, of feeling? Stories tell us that ghosts are fixed in time by strong emotion, fear, or grief, or confusion. What if you saw not what was, but what the ghost of Elodie remembers? Fractured interpretations, reassembled into something that goes against truth. I cannot take that chance, Jane said, her hands fisted in her skirt. Then what will you do? Dr. Nazamiev asked. A nightmare is not evidence for a magistrate. Jane plucked at the cloth, picking at threads. She stared straight ahead. What options did she have? Why ask about magic, Dr. Nazamiev said, if you have no plan to use it? She was interrupted by Ving appearing in the doorway. Pardon, he said, ignoring Jane entirely. Nazamiev, have you seen my instrument case? Jane frowned and rose from her seat. Is something wrong? Is somebody hurt? A little accident, he said, gaze flicking to her and away again. Georgiana went to pick up her glass and it shattered, but I can't find my blasted bag. Dr. Nazamiev said nothing, looking at Jane instead. I haven't seen it, but there are tools here, Jane said. An old bag of Augustine's. I just had the contents cleaned up the other day. It's in the kitchen, if I'm not mistaken. That will have to do, he said grudgingly, but he did not move. Instead, his skin grew pale. Dr. Ving. He was looking at the darkened window. Jane turned to look as well, but found only their reflections looking back. I've never known you to be skittish, Andrew, Dr. Nazamiev said. I had not expected screaming tonight. No offense, Mrs. Lawrence, I would have preferred to be spared it myself. The glass shattered? Jane asked. She motioned for them to follow her into the kitchen. Ving and Dr. Nazamiev followed at her heels. There, on the counter, were the cleaned scalpels and other tools. Ving went to them immediately, fingers hovering just above, until he found a sharp, curved needle. It was the strangest thing, he murmured. Never seen it in my life. Like the offering bowl, it just split. Reese is convinced that she closed the ritual wrong in all the chaos of your fit. She's up in the library again, trying to fix things. He scoffed. What a load of nonsense, if you ask me. Mrs. Lawrence, do you have sewing thread? Somewhere, I'm sure, Jane said, and began checking drawers, hoping that Mrs. Pearl kept her belongings close to Mrs. Luthbright's instead of in some unknown closet. Where's Augustine's? His bag must have had some in it. It had burned away, Jane said. Burned? Ving's voice grew more strained. It was found in a hearth upstairs. Ving swore and dropped the needle. It clattered against the ceramic of the kitchen basin. Burned? Has Augustine seen these? No, but he said he burned the bag after a particularly virulent case. Yes, Elodie's, he snapped. These aren't fit for anything. No telling if they still carry the pestilence. Surely not after years. It's not worth the risk. He seized up a graying dish rag and stalked out of the kitchen. Dr. Nazamiev followed behind.
Jane lingered in the kitchen, looking at the gleaming metal, barely blackened anymore from the flames. She thought of the scalpel that had bit into her finger. Creeping closer, she looked for any trace of blood on the cloth they rested on, and found nothing. Of course there was nothing. They'd been cleaned. They were identical to the instruments at the surgery that had seen 100 patients. The past did not cling to them, any more than it should have clung to the house. When she emerged from the kitchen, she found the doctors all gathered in the foyer, checking their bags. Hunt's hand was bound tight, and she was swaying slightly where she stood. There were many hours still until dawn. Jane frowned. "What has happened?" "The spell," Reese said as she cinched her valise shut. She had shed her robes, they all had, but she still looked slightly abstracted as she had inside the circle. She eyed Jane warily. "I haven't been able to write it." "Leave off it," one of the men snapped. "You're just riling everybody up with your spiritualist talk. The carriages are hours off still, and if any of us is going to get to sleep, we need to drop the act for the night. It's not fun anymore, Reese." Reese scowled, and Hunt laughed shrilly. "It's not fun because you know it's real now." "See, look what you've done," the man shouted. "Doctors," Jane said, stepping into the fray, though she quaked in her shoes. "This house is not the most comfortable place to spend the night, as Dr. Lawrence and I attempted to warn you. You are not safe. We should all leave immediately." But she could hear rain beginning to drum on the roof far above, and she felt again the carriage turning, sliding toward the ridge. It was a risk to remain, but it was plainly dangerous to leave. "Let us all settle into the sitting room. I will fetch blankets. Though I understand your unease, I assure you that you are in no danger." The spirits had yet to attack her. She had to believe that would hold. There was little sleep in the sitting room, though Jane saw no more visions or ghostly specters, statuesque or otherwise. There were no more disappearing bags, though one of the doctors, an ophthalmologist named Dr. Guernsey, thought for 5 minutes that his cravat had been stolen from his very neck, only to admit, sheepishly, that perhaps he had loosened it earlier and it had slipped off on its own. Murmurations swept through the room in cycles, Reese still wide-eyed and convinced that she had put them all in danger, Hunt on the edge of hysterics, and all the rest vacillating by the hour as to whether they thought everything a game that had overstayed its welcome, or a real threat. Dr. Nizamiev sat quietly by the doorway out to the hall, contributing nothing, entertaining no theories and offering no guidance, merely writing in her notebook. Jane watched her nervously. Nobody spoke to her after she provided the blankets, and Reese had checked her eyes and balance for any sign of lingering disruption. Once she was proven sound, in body if not in mind, they all avoided her. She was grateful. All the safety of not being alone, all the privacy of being ignored. It was only quietly that she wondered if they were afraid of her. When the sun finally broke over the mist-draped hills surrounding Lindridge Hall, and Mrs. Pearl and Mrs. Luthbright arrived, bearing apologies that there would not be much breakfast beyond bread and tea, the tension in the house lessened, but did not leave entirely. Ving immediately imposed on Mrs. Pearl to have her husband go to town and summon back their carriages, despite her protests that he would already be working in the fields. Jane saw a small amount of money change hands, and then Mrs. Pearl was out the door. Jane left the group as they sat down to breakfast, retreating up to the bedroom to splash water on her face and change her clothing. The bed galled her now to her very core, and for a moment she considered telling Mrs. Pearl to ready the upstairs bedroom for her alone. But no, she had no plans to remain, not in this house and not in this madness. The carriages seemingly arrived as soon as she had buttoned up her fresh dress, and Jane realized she must have drifted off where she was standing. She shook herself and went back out into the hallway, watching from the landing as her guests gathered up all their belongings. She descended the stairs, smoothing out her skirts, and came to Hunt's side. The woman was bleary-eyed, her hair frizzing wildly. "Where will you be staying in town?" Jane asked. "Nowhere." Relief warred with embarrassment in her heart. "Are you sure? Where else in your wretched town could put us up?" Hunt snapped. Jane went very still. Hunt immediately looked contrite, but she squared her shoulders and shoved both of her hands into her trouser pockets. "You're a rational woman," she said, not quite meeting Jane's eyes. "You understand logistics." "I do." "But what of Augustine? What of him?" Hunt asked, a muscle in her jaw twitching. "He was very clear last night. He wanted us out.
He wanted warning. "He's right," she said, abruptly moving again, scooping up her bag. "About the magic, about everything. It's time we moved on. He clearly has already made his choice. He can keep his rotting mansion and his provincial practice." Jane should have responded, but she was frozen with anger. She was furious on Augustine's behalf, then disgusted with herself in the next heartbeat. "Come," Hunt said without looking back, "we'll drop you at the surgery. You shouldn't remain in this place." No. The vehemence of the thought surprised her. She wanted to leave this place, wanted to rest, wanted to feel safe. But she was not prepared to see Augustine, not prepared to ask questions she did not want to hear the answers to. Her disgust would overwhelm her. Her fear would overrun all reasonable thought. And she did not think she could manage the carriage ride back to town without strangling Hunt. "I'll remain," Jane said stiffly. "As you said, I understand logistics. I need to help my household recover from your invasion." The words were more bitter than she had intended, but Hunt seemed to shoulder them without a flinch. Already written off, already relegated to a box that read, "Unpleasant host, unpleasant locale." The other doctors left with tipped hats, or brief, polite commentary, or nothing at all. Finally, as the carriages began to roll away one by one, she made her way back to the sitting room and began righting the furniture. It was Mrs. Pearl's job, and she was far too violent with the carved wood, but the movement helped vent her frustration. It was 2 minutes later when she realized Dr. Nizamiev sat at the desk. "Do you plan to stay then?" Jane asked, voice rough. "No." Jane felt nothing, and so much at once that it could only be perceived as nothing. "Then, please, leave me." Dr. Nizamiev rose and held out a small package, wrapped in crisp, thin paper. It contained several thick photographic printings. "Take these," Dr. Nizamiev said. Jane hesitated, then took the package, sliding the first out. In the photo was a young man lying on a cot, staring at the ceiling. He looked like any other patient, or any other fresh corpse. Jane looked up at Dr. Nizamiev, confused. "A magician," Dr. Nizamiev explained. "He was delivered to me in the dead of night with a note pinned to his shirt. It was brief, but it said he had participated in a ritual intended to summon what he called a demon. It went wrong, whatever happened, and he hasn't moved once in the 3 years he has been in my care. Dr. Nizamiev, there exists a whole floor of my hospital that is for those patients with unique ailments." Jane turned to the next photo, this one of a woman who wept bitterly as she clawed at her face, her skin protected by the thick leather mitts strapped over her hands. "Magicians or suspected magicians," Dr. Nizamiev continued. "I fund their care, and in turn I observe them. From what I have seen, Mrs. Lawrence, all magic eventually leads to ruin."
Every magician will reach a point where they harm themselves or others, and when they do, they can rarely be rehabilitated. "Monstrous," Jane whispered, thinking of Mr. Renton, of his twisted bowel. "It is monstrous to lock them away." Dr. Nizamiev made no response, clearly unbothered. "Our patient. If he had lived, would he have?" "Perhaps," Dr. Nizamiev said. "He clawed his belly open," Jane said. "His flesh had distorted." "Then you have seen firsthand the risks. Very few magicians know about this. All who do think they're different, special. Dr. Hunt, Dr. Ving, have both seen my patients in person. They fall into the arrogant category instead of the ignorant. Your Dr. Lawrence as well, up until recently. I have no intention of ever attempting magic, if that is your concern." She half expected anger, but Dr. Nizamiev's tone was unchanged as she said, "You promised me to accept it all as true, and I can see that you have done so. I cannot tell you what you need to do to unravel the mess of this house, but you have a mind for magic." Jane flinched. "You said that we were the same, that we knew it was impossible." Dr. Nizamiev smiled. "Logic can be brought to bear in powerful ways. But at the very least, Dr. Lawrence will certainly have to return to the practice if he is to be rid of his affliction." Jane shook her head. If you're so certain, why show me this? Why frighten me? Dr. Nazamiev tapped the photographs, and Jane turned to the final print. It looked for all the world like a body hanging from a noose. But there was no noose. The body was a woman's, and her toes hovered limp an inch above the floor, the rest of her body floating above. Her head had fallen to one side. She stared at the wall. She was impossible. "This world is real, Mrs. Lawrence," Dr. Nazamiev said. Her voice, chill and emotionless, made Jane's skin crawl. "There are ghosts in this house, and they will not go away merely by wishing it to be so. They will not go away if you ignore them. And now that you've seen them, you can't go back to the understanding of the world you had before." Jane swallowed, lifting her chin to look at Dr. Nazamiev. The other woman was watching her closely, as if taking note of every minute detail of her, studying her, measuring her for a cell. As if one day Jane might end up in her care after all, and Dr. Nazamiev was eager for it. "I have penned my address on the back of the first photograph. I have a wealth of research available to you, should you want it." Jane frowned. "Strange that you brought these with you for a house party. Were they for Augustine?" "No," Dr. Nazamiev said. "He has also seen these patients in person." "Then how could you have known to bring them?" Dr. Nazamiev picked up her bag, and at first Jane feared she would not answer, so calmly was she moving toward the foyer. But then she looked back, lifting one elegant shoulder in a shrug. "Georgiana explained the concept of synchronicity, did she not? Call it that, if you like." Jane stood immobile, clutching the photographic prints, until long after the door had shut and the carriages had all driven away. Her head swam with exhaustion. Tears pricked at her eyes. She closed them and saw, faint and confusing, a blonde woman on a red-soaked plinth. She shuddered. Dr. Nazamiev was right. There was no option for a simple life anymore. Slowly, Jane peeled herself from the sitting room, leaving behind the stale scent of old cologne, of spilled brandy, of what might have been a pleasant night, except in the particulars. Friends from afar, stories of her husband's life, a brief dance with him where he proved to her that he could have played his role far better if only circumstances had been different. But the night had been sour from the first. The contorted figures in Dr. Nazamiev's photographs and memories of the shadows in the hallway pressed in on her, leaving her barely able to breathe. If the servants crossed her path, she didn't notice. She thought of impossibilities and mathematical proofs and the steady cadence of Dr. Reese's voice. The world falling away. Fear, anger, desperation. Hers or Elodie's? She reached the locked cellar door. The final padlock stood, unmoving, taunting her. The cold dread she'd felt the other day rose from the floor, curling around her calves, reaching for her heart. This time she knew it for what it was, the promise of knowledge. Another hidden secret, one last place she could not go. Augustine had been quick to anger after Hunt had begged the use of his cellar. Had it only been that he hoped to keep Jane from realizing that he had played at magic? Or because the cellar itself was not what he had said? He had made it sound so sensible, so simple. The tunnels could collapse. She would have believed him, had it not been for the wax burns on her foot, for his agitation in front of his guests, for his hands, drenched red, inside a body where they should never have gone. Her headache spiked as she stalked back through the halls, up the stairs, making her way to the library. Dr. Reese had taken away all her ritual implements, but the candelabra Jane had clung to so desperately in the face of the spirits that haunted Lindridge Hall was still there, off to the side of the faded chalk circle. It was made of good iron, kept rust-free by Mrs. Pearl's attentions, and the weight of it felt powerful in her hand. Minutes later, the padlock gave way after only 3 great swings against its upper arc. It clattered to the hall floor. There was no answering sound, no shout from the kitchen, or running feet upon the stairs.
Jane carefully replaced the candles, which had been knocked free of their holders, and lit them one by one in the gas sconce nearest to her. Her fear had made her as cold as the metal in her hand. She hauled open the door. Inside, it was pitch black, and there was no switch for gas lights on the inner walls. This part of the house had not been modernized with the rest. The candlelight was her only illumination as she made her way into the gloom. She followed a short hallway to a set of stairs that began as wood, but as she descended, they and the surrounding walls were replaced by old white stone. Familiar white stone. Cold, damp air rose up from the blackness below her, chasing away the last of the mid-morning warmth that clung to her shoulders. She welcomed it. She wanted the chill. It made her stronger. Because the room she now stood in was no collapsing cellar. It was a crypt. Its ceilings were high and vaulted, and the sections her candles illuminated were made of more of the same carved stone. Niches lined the walls, and several halls branched off into the darkness. This had been here first, she was sure of it, before the house, before the horror. It was old and solid and wrong. Picking a passageway at random, she entered a room that was longer than it was wide. Jane's light fell on a stone chair, facing away from her. Another few steps, and she could make out the bulk of a long banquet table, with chairs on either side, all made of the same glimmering white rock. Her heart seized in her chest, and she clutched the candelabra with both hands, trying to offset her sudden shaking. There was no red stain upon the table, and her vision had not shown her chairs, but she knew. She recognized the plane of the stone, and saw where Elodie's nightgown had lain, spread out across it. One of the seats had words carved into it. She approached, fear weaving through her spine. Jeremiah Lawrence, 1714-1769. She checked the others. Most had names inscribed upon them, all members of Augustine's lineage, and one, the one she stopped at, was carved with the name Elodie Lawrence, 2 years dead now, at only 24. At the far edge of the room, she saw a faint movement in the shadows. She froze, eyes widening, free hand reaching out to steady herself on Elodie's chair.
Augustine? The servants? Or worse, the strange figures from the other night? Her eyes darted around the room, frantic to find where the first figure would come from, looking for the elongated bodies, the unnaturally shaped heads. Instead, a human-sized shadow stepped out of the gloom. Jane's chest heaved in sputtering gasps, and she clutched the chair and candelabra more tightly. For one wild moment, she felt sure it was Augustine, scalpel in hand, but the silhouette was too curved. Elodie. She could see the waving outline of her floor-length nightgown, could smell the iron tang of blood. Jane staggered back, knuckles white on the candelabra, staring as Elodie emerged from the blackness, passing by the table that was now red and slick. It shone wetly in the candlelight, pocks of flesh distorting the shadows. It looked more like the operating table in the surgery than a monument now. Crying out, Jane looked over her shoulder and moved the candelabra toward the doorway. It wasn't there. The wall was smooth and unmarked, but she was certain it was the way she had come through. She pressed her free hand to the stone, searching, searching. There was no indentation, no hint of a corner, no indication a door had ever stood there. She let out another wretched sob, running along the wall, feeling desperately for some mark, some symbol. Nothing. She reached the corner and pressed her burning forehead to it, too afraid to look behind her. There were no footsteps, no rustle of fabric, no wheezing, rattling breath of the etherized or dying. Impossible that a dead woman was behind her. Impossible for the dead to walk at all. A hallucination, a vision, that was all it was. But without sound, she couldn't tell how close the impossible dead woman might be. Jane's pulse pounded in her ears, counting down until she was certain Elodie was close enough to touch her. She jerked and turned, helpless against her panic. Elodie was only inches away.
Even this close, the lines of her face seemed to waver and shift, as if she were reflected in uneven glass. But her cheeks were hollow, her lips blue and cracked. Her eyes were red, red as the blood that soaked the front of her gown, that poured from the ragged edges of her skin and muscle and bone. Slowly, Jane sank to her knees. She needed to speak. She needed to understand. If Elodie truly stood before her, if Elodie was bleeding all over this cellar floor, then Jane had to save her. She had to rush to her as surely as Augustine had rushed to Mr. Renton's side. She could not hesitate. She could not be the monster. "What do I do?" she whispered, reaching out to touch the hem of Elodie's stained gown with her free hand, the other still clutching tight to the candelabra. "What do you need from me? Tell me, please, what he did, and I will make it right." Elodie looked down at her, face pained, opening and closing her mouth without sound. She was still. Her chest did not rise or fall, and Jane felt sickly grateful, because if it had, the ribs would have spread, and blood would have drained faster still from the wound. "Tell me," Jane begged. "They said you died before he ever returned, and that he only called your spirit forth. But what I saw last night, is it true?" Elodie grimaced, then reached down and seized Jane by the hair. Jane swung the candelabra instinctively, its limbs striking the ghost's shoulder. It rebounded, Elodie as immovable as stone. The candles tumbled from their iron holders, guttering, going dark, all but one that glowed feebly by their feet. Her hand stung from the impact. The candelabra slipped from her grasp as she reached up, hooking her fingers around Elodie's cold fist. Elodie moved, shifting her grip to cup Jane's chin, thumb against her cheek. She bowed low over Jane's prostrate form, and her eyes bored into Jane's. The fine lacework of vessels within burst in 100 places. Her fingers slipped lower. They pressed hard to Jane's pulse. There was no kindness in her touch. Jane struggled, but could gain no purchase. Her knees slid on the blood spreading beneath the both of them, her legs tangling in the fabric of her dress, tearing it. Her vision swam, and she remembered the burn of gas in her nose, the creeping darkness that had pressed in on her in the cellar of her mother's house. She was going to die down here. Heavens protect her, but she was going to die. Would she be put in one of those chairs? Had Elodie? Her head pounded as her heart beat double time. If Augustine found her down here, would he simply shrug? Or would he suffer? Would he miss her? Would he realize he had done this? She felt a desperate kindling in her gut, a horrible certainty that she could not die, that she would not die. It was like a mass pressing upon her stomach, her diaphragm. It forced a scream up out of her, and she surged upward, grabbing Elodie by the hips. She pulled herself along the spectral form, soft now, like rotten fruit beneath her fingers. The pressure against her throat released. Jane shouted and threw Elodie from her, then scrabbled for the candle. It was almost dead, and she scooped it up, her frantic motions making the faint light flicker out for a moment before it blazed again. She brandished it before her with shaking hands. Elodie was gone. No blood coated the floor below her. The stone was no longer slick. Her other hand sought behind her. There, her fingers hooked around the doorframe. She backed through it, then felt along the wall toward the stairs, eyes darting around the darkness. She couldn't see more than a foot on any side of her, but she came across no bloody ghosts, no lurking creatures. She found the stairs and climbed. She didn't stop moving until she was in the foyer. Melted wax coated her fist, and her knees were bloodied, but she couldn't feel the sting anymore, and the ichor that had soaked her skirts had disappeared. She fumbled with the latch to the front door, glancing back at the hallways, at the decaying grandeur of the staircases. The latch gave way, and she stumbled out into the sticky, humid brightness of midday, nearly falling down the front steps. The front garden stretched out ahead of her, tangled and half dead. Staggering, she made her way down the drive, past withered trees and the desiccated remnants of old blooming vines. She could feel the sickness rolling off the edifice at her back, the lies clinging to the shingles of the roof, the menace rising up from the cellars. She could still smell old blood. Augustine had killed Elodie. Elodie would have killed her. Elodie was telling the truth. Elodie was lying. She could not sort one thought from the other, and it was all she could do to start off down the dirt lane, headed back to town. She had to get out. She had to escape. She reached Larrenton hours later, her feet aching, her house shoes in tatters. She held her skirts carefully, trying to disguise the tear across the front. The noises of town immediately pressed in on her from all sides, and she flinched away from people who passed too close. She would have turned and fled, except that she had nowhere else to go. The long walk had given her overwrought mind time to parse out some logical thoughts, the half-formed semblance of a plan. She could not go back to the surgery, of that she was certain. The thought turned her stomach, and she didn't know what she would do when she saw Augustine again. He had promised her explanations, but could he explain what she had seen? Could he explain why her throat was bruised? No, she could not face him, yet, if ever. She could not live inside those surgery walls that stank of blood, not any more than she could live in Lindridge Hall. When the Cunninghams had been young, the obvious choice would have been a priest, but the passage of time and the changing of the world had rendered such men useless and almost gone, replaced by magistrates who were just as likely to send her to an asylum or hand her over to Augustine as they were to listen to her.
She still had one option left to her, however. She would go back to Mr. and Mrs. Cunningham and beg on their kindness. Impose on them for a night or two, and then ask if they would take her to Camhurst with them after all. She could bear it, must bear it, in the face of all that had happened. The marriage could not be annulled, now that it had been made binding. But Mr. Cunningham would know some tactic she could use. They would want to help her, wouldn't they? She threaded her way through the streets, keeping her head down, constructing the narrative that she would offer them. No ghosts, no magic unkindness then. Unspecified betrayals? Would it be enough? They had entreated her to move to Camhurst with them, and she had refused, had set herself on this path. With their support, yes, and yet Jane reached the familiar lane that she had lived on for so many years, and quickened her pace, lifting up her head at last. She was nearly running by the time she reached the doorstep, her plans cast aside in the face of simple, pure relief. Home. Jane knocked. There was no answer. She stared up at the house's facade for several long minutes, willing herself to see motion in the upstairs window. Mrs. Cunningham bustling about, or Ekaterina stripping the beds. But there was nothing, and she became acutely aware of the traffic behind her, carts and footsteps, murmuring voices, jarring shouts. The carved face in the lintel above her leered down. She was near the center of town, the house convenient for a solicitor's clients, and suitable to a solicitor's standing. She hunched in on herself, imagining 100 eyes on her, judging, weighing, evaluating. The Cunninghams' strange ward, falling to pieces now that she had left their oversight. Jane knocked again. Again, no footsteps. Where could they have gone? It was not market day. Had they gone visiting? Ekaterina could be out doing the shopping, and the Cunninghams away to the next town over for tea and joyous conversation before they left for Camhurst. But she needed them here. Her heart was thundering in her chest, and she tested the latch. The door opened. The house was barren. Jane stepped into the gloom, lifting one shaking hand to her mouth and letting the door fall closed behind her. The house's inhabitants were gone, and with them all the furniture Jane had grown up around, all the landmarks of her youth. What had once been Mr. Cunningham's office now stood empty. Even the rug that would have borne the impression of the heavy desk's feet rolled up and carted away. She checked every room, wide-eyed and hoping that even if the first few carts had gone to Camhurst already, she would find at least the bedrooms untouched, a promise that they would be home by evening.
The bedrooms were empty boxes of wood and plaster. Stifling a wordless cry, Jane sank to the floor of her old room. She stretched out along the floorboards, rough where the rug had kept padding feet from wearing them smooth over the years. She stared up at the ceiling, searching out the water-stain shapes the way she had when, as a girl, she'd woken up at night hearing phantom shelling in the distance. But the rabbit and the 15 speckles, all in a line, were gone. They'd had the ceiling repaired before moving out. How had they accomplished this all so quickly? It had been not even a week since she was married. Had they been so glad to be rid of her? No. The judgeship was important. It made sense that they had set off quickly to their new life. But couldn't they have left the house to pack up later? A week was not enough. A week should not have been enough. They should have been here. They should have at least said goodbye. Jane's eyes stung with tears, and she tilted her chin up, willing them away. But that last abandonment was the final crumbling of her walls. Battered by the carriage nearly slipping over the embankment, by her house guests' petty needling, by Lindridge Hall and Augustine and Elodie. Sobbing overtook her, and she rolled onto her front, pressing her forehead against the wood. This had been a mistake, all of it, set in motion when she had decided that marriage was her best option. If she had never made that list, if she had only followed the Cunninghams to Camhurst as they'd wanted her to, she would have been happy. Or, if not happy, at least content. Camhurst's courts would never have let her serve them. And she would have been bound to socialize and curtsy and smile, and the scars of the war would have resurrected her old terror, perhaps. But it would not have been this. It would have been predictable. It would have been manageable. How did one manage a blood-soaked husband and a vicious ghost? How did one manage magic? She stayed there, on the floor of her childhood bedroom, weeping for herself and her arrogance and her fears, until the light changed to a darkening golden glow. Only an hour at most remained until sunset, and for a moment she considered remaining right where she was. Augustine would leave the surgery soon, if he hadn't already, and as soon as he was gone, the surgery would be safe for her. She only needed a bed. In the morning, before he arrived, she could buy a seat on the mail coach to Camhurst. But no, she could not stay in this house past dark. Its empty walls held as many memories as Lindridge Hall held ghosts, and she did not want to be run out for trespassing. She looked wild, her hair tumbled down from its chignon, her dress muddy and torn. Trembling, she sat up and pulled her hair down, then plaited it. She did her best to disguise her ruined dress. And then she went back out into the streets of Laurenton and walked the familiar path to her husband's surgery. It was far too fast a walk. She remembered with consuming clarity how long it had felt to hurry through the streets to meet Augustine that second day and the third, eager to test her skills against his needs and find herself well suited. She had been enamored from the start. She had been fixed on him. A part of her still rose in welcome to see the familiar door of the surgery. It was only 3 steps away that she seized up once more, staring at the building. What if he hadn't left yet? What would she say to him? What would she demand? Could she just bow her head and continue on, and allow the both of them to sidestep the anger that filled her? She had to manage only another day, surely. That was not so difficult. She could do that. She would do that. It was not so hard to pretend for a fixed duration. It was only eternity that she could not bear. She entered the surgery. The hallway was empty. The door to Augustine's office was mostly closed, though she could hear within the low murmur of conversation. He was with a patient then. Relieved, she hobbled to the kitchen. She would tell Mr. Lowell that she was here, and ask after dinner, and hope that Augustine would leave without knowing to check on her. Mr. Lowell, however, was not in the kitchen, and Jane eyed the kettle with longing before easing herself down into one of the chairs. A few minutes. She just needed a few minutes off her feet, and then she would get herself upstairs and washed. Dinner could wait. She woke up to the sound of the front door closing. Grimacing, she sat forward, rubbing her neck. She must have dozed off, exhausted after the previous sleepless night. But that would have been Augustine leaving, or Mr. Lowell arriving. And Jane. Augustine stood in the kitchen doorway. By his expression, he hadn't expected to find her there. Anger flooded her, and fear, and confusion, and she thought she must look like a cornered, hunted animal. She wasn't ready. She wasn't ready to see him, to speak to him. Very him. Why couldn't he be in his corrupted house, bedding down with his secrets and spirits? "Hello, Augustine," she said. It was a struggle to keep her voice light and even. She did not want to. She wanted to scream. "Where is Mr. Lowell?" "Off to bring you home," Augustine said.
Jane flushed with guilt. She said nothing. "How did you get here, Jane?" "I walked." Augustine stared at her, then seemed at last to see how disheveled she was, how her skirts were muddy and her cheeks wind-chapped. "Stay there," he said, then filled the kettle and set it to heating. He disappeared into the supply room, emerging with bandages and compounded unguents. "Augustine, don't! You must be blistered. That is not an easy walk." He knelt before her, reaching out for her ankle. She jerked away, as if his hands were still drenched with gore. Jane? He did not know what she had seen, what had happened to her. She did not want to tell him, not yet, not ever if she could help it. And yet she had no other explanation for why she shied from his touch, though her feet throbbed, though he was a doctor. She wanted to scream accusations, but instead Jane placed her foot into his hands. He gently pried off the scraps of her house shoes and washed her swollen, blistered feet. She had not realized how badly they hurt until that moment, and she found herself choking down pained sobs. He did not falter and made no comment on her poor choice of footwear, her impulsive flight from Lindridge Hall. By and by the wound stopped bleeding and the dirt washed away. Distantly she heard the door open. She heard footsteps on the stairs, the sound of a door opening above, a soft thud. Footsteps, again. Augustine did not look up as Mr. Lowell appeared in the doorway. "Doctor?" "Oh, Mrs. Lawrence," he said, and his hands loosened on his cap where he had been wringing it. "I have brought your things from Lindridge Hall." "Thank you," Jane said, too embarrassed to meet his gaze above Augustine's bowed head. "I would have come sooner," Mr. Lowell said. "It was just—" "No harm done," she said, throat-catching. "No harm done at all." His cheeks were red. They must have made a strange tableau. "Will you be needing me to cook dinner, then?" Her chest burned. "We will be fine," she said, meaning nothing of the sort. Mr. Lowell ducked his head and left. When the front door had shut once more, Augustine withdrew and went to the stove, adding fresh wood from the pile and tending it. "I shouldn't have left you there," he said at last. "It was cowardly of me. And cowardly to lie, and cowardly to take me to bed to distract me from my questions, and cowardly to make me believe I dreamed a nightmare instead of witnessing your secrets." Through great force of will, Jane did not say any of it. Instead, she covered her cleaned and bandaged feet with her skirts and said, "It was." Augustine began to cook in silence, frying up fish that had been soaked in wine and herbs. Jane thought of fleeing, but just as she drifted to sleep as soon as she was seated, now her stomach was reawakened. The scent was heady, as was the wine that Augustine set down before her. The meal was large enough for two, her and Mr. Lowell, she presumed, but he still gave her the better share, keeping only a little for himself. She devoured the meal. "Have Georgiana and the others remained at Lindridge Hall?" Augustine asked when she was only a few bites from finishing. His own plate was barely touched. Jane set her fork aside and sat back, swallowing down a mouthful of wine to clear her throat. "No, they left this morning." Augustine glanced to the window. Night was falling. "Go," Jane dared him. "Go. Go back to your spirit-infested house, your wretched magic, your horror show." She had seen him covered in blood. She had seen him murdering Elodie. But then Elodie had turned on her. Jane could still feel Elodie's fingers on her throat, and that cold pressure once again turned her anger to frustrated confusion. Her appetite turned to ash. She pushed her remaining dinner around her plate. "The Cunninghams have gone," Jane said into the drawn silence between them.
Without a word. Did you know? He frowned. No, he said, though a letter arrived here for you 2 days ago, the day she had refused to leave Lindridge Hall. If she had left, she would have been able to say goodbye. If she had left, she would never have known what lurked in that house. She should have left. Vary her curiosity, vary her suspicions. You should rest, he said. May I help you upstairs? There are 2 bedrooms. If you are going to Lindridge Hall tonight, you should leave now. I'm staying, he said. Jane looked up at him wordlessly. May I help you upstairs? He repeated. In answer, she tried to stand up, but her feet, now that they had been tended to and rested, roared with pain. Wincing, she fell back into her seat, then nodded. It appears to be necessary. Yes. Augustine gathered her up in his arms and bore her from the kitchen. Through his shirt he felt warm. More than warm, fevered. Sweat beaded his brow. You are not well, she said. He laughed bitterly and mounted the stairs. No, Jane, I'm not. I think that's very clear. They reached the 2nd floor, and he towed open the door to a small, clean bedroom, warm from a banked fire and perfumed with dried flowers to counteract the smell of human suffering below. Her valise rested by the door. He eased her down onto the bed. For one last breath, she was close enough for her to smell the sickness on him. His hands were tender as they withdrew from her, and that contrast of bleak honesty and gentle care unsettled her, more than anything else. He pulled away and made as if to leave, then hesitated in the doorway. He looked back at her bandaged feet. Jane, he murmured, why did you walk all the way from Lindridge Hall? What happened? And where, before she had been able to resist, to wave away the question, now she crumbled. She wanted so badly for him to explain everything. Dr. Nazamiev told me about magic, about spells to bring back the dead, she said. He paled, but did not reject it. And he did not look at her with a liar's false pity, the way he had when she told him of her nightmare. What else? He asked. I saw you, Jane said. When they played at magic, I saw you, covered in blood. I saw Elodie, dying. You had your hands about her heart. He closed his eyes tight, as if in pain, but did not deny it. He did not fight her, did not threaten or excuse or lie. Jane pushed herself upright in her bed, emboldened. Augustine, I saw her down in the cellar. She was there, soaked in blood, and she seized me. She would have killed me. Her voice cracked with anger and frustration, and she did not try to hide it. We have gone so far beyond our arrangement. Please, tell me, what have you done? Silence. Outside, she could hear the sound of night insects and the murmurs of a living town, so different from Lindridge Hall's preternatural stillness. She held her breath and waited for him to run. I lied to you, he said at last. I summoned the dead, and I held my wife Elodie's heart in my hand, and all of it, every single foul action, was because I was desperate and afraid. He related it all without emotion, eyes downcast. That first night we met, I told you we could not marry. But I was weak, and I gave in when you pushed just the slightest bit. I am ashamed of many things that I can never forgive myself for, Jane, and that, as much as all the rest, pierces me to my soul. And last night, I compounded it by blaming it on you. That was not fair, and I am sorry. Jane pressed her hands to her face. She heard Augustine leave, his steps heavy, and then his pace quickened. A door cracked against the wall as it was heaved open, and she heard him retch. He was not well. Everything she had learned was true. She should ignore him, sleep, and in the morning she would go to the magistrate. The marriage could be broken, now that he admitted that he was a murderer. But he did not feel like a murderer. Her heart whispered, traitorously, that she knew him, and she could not shut it out. Very him. Jane levered herself off the soft new mattress and hobbled out into the hall, each step a necessary agony. The door to his study was open, though none of the lights were on.
The sound of his breath drew her inside. He was crouched behind his desk, bent over a ceramic dish, and she passed him without a word. She went leadenly to the couch where she had first kissed him and sealed her fate. "Tell me everything," she said. "I want to understand. I thought I knew you." He said nothing as he wiped his mouth on his sleeve. As if in pain, he eased himself back against the curiosities cabinet that contained Mr. Renton's bowel and closed his eyes. Jane waited. "I loved Elodie," Augustine said at last. "Our parents were close friends, and we always knew we would marry. By the time we were grown, I truly loved her. Shortly after we were wed, she took ill, then rallied. I had thought to cancel my travels with my colleagues to be by her side, but she encouraged me to go to them, only sad that she was not strong enough to travel with me. I left her at Lindridge Hall with my parents and hers, all gathered together because of her illness, and all but her displeased that I would abandon her while she was still recovering. And then I received the letter saying they had been right, that she was dying once more, and if I could have conjured flight, I would have flown back. As it was, the journey took 3 days. By the time I got to Lindridge Hall, she was almost dead. I did everything my training had taught me, and more besides. Her pulse was fading, her heart on the verge of stillness." He paused, his jaw tensed, his teeth grinding. "But a person does not die when their heart stops. They have a few moments more, borrowed from the universe, and I have seen it done, where the heart can be brought back." Her world began to slow, her eyes burned. "Augustine," she warned, but he did not stop. I split her chest open, and I held her heart in my hand, and I pumped it for her, to squeeze the blood through her veins. It could have worked, Jane, but she died instead, and in the end, it was I who killed her." Hot, filthy tears slid down her cheeks, and she wasn't sure who they were for. For Elodie, who had surely wished to die in peace, but had instead suffered the brutality of her husband's desperation? For Augustine, falling into such depths of self-hatred whenever he lost a patient, faced then with an even dearer loss? Or for herself, for having to know these things that she would have preferred never to touch on? "If I had simply left it there," Augustine said, after a long pause, "I might one day have forgiven myself. But I was arrogant, and I was ashamed, and I was grief-stricken, and so I turned to magic. You heard that Elodie was initiated, so was all my family, and all of hers. We had books upon books of magic ritual, and 1,000 empty beliefs, a hodgepodge of old religions and practices cobbled together into an entertaining whole, and I believed. I believed in it, and I thought our families would understand. Down in that cellar, I worked a ritual that I thought would bring her back." "But you cannot bring back the dead," Jane whispered. "No," he replied. "No, you can't. But you can open the doors to something, somewhere else. And your house can fill with the ghosts of every patient you have failed, their ranks added to with everybody who dies under your knife. And your family can find you in that cellar, with their daughter-in-law's chest cracked open, the woman who is the child they always wished they'd had for their own, and they can blame you and abandon you. I ran after that, unwilling to set foot in that house, unwilling to face the punishment that I had earned with every candle I lit and every incantation I said. But it made me sicken." She looked at him, truly looked at him, and saw his heaving breath, his feverish brow, smelled the stink of his illness. "At night you must return to Lindridge Hall," she said. She remembered how he had winced from his headache the night he had returned to her, and saw again his untouched dinner plate tonight. Remembered Dr. Nizamiev telling her about his mysterious illness. How could he run, if staying away just 2 nights made him retch and burn with fever? He nodded. "Each night I worsen. I am sorry, Jane. I tried to tell you all I could when I knew I would be too weak to cast you aside. I thought if we obeyed your rules, perhaps I could be happy again, and perhaps you could get out of life everything you desired. I wanted it to be enough. I wanted all of it to be enough.
I thought I could keep you safe." Jane clenched her fists into her skirts. "But I didn't want to follow my rules. And then the carriage crashed. And you came to me and saw nothing that first night, though I had heard Mr. Renton howling in the halls before you arrived," Augustine said. "And nothing the next night, though I was not there to protect you. I began to hope. They stopped coming to me, Jane. I saw nothing. I've seen nothing since you stepped foot in Lindridge Hall." "But now I have," Jane said. "You lied to me, told me it was a nightmare, but I remember. And I have seen Elodie in that crypt." "That is the only thing I don't understand," Augustine said, leaning forward. "I have never seen her, not once. And all the ghosts that haunt me have never once laid a hand on me. They have terrified me, yes, and pursued me, and mired me in the knowledge of my own failures. But to have seized you, Jane?" Jane stood slowly, leaning heavily against the couch. She spread her hands so that he could see the great tears in her skirt. She lifted her chin and hoped that there were bruises there for him to mark. "I ran all the way back to Larrington," Jane said. "You saw my feet. Do you think I would have done that for anything less?" He bowed his head. "That night," Jane said, "I did not see your patients. I did not see Mr. Renton. I saw inhuman figures headed for your study, and I went to save you. I thought you were in danger, and that together we could fight it." "Jane," he whispered, pained, "fight it. Fight it now. You cannot live like this. The creatures of Lindridge Hall would kill me, Augustine. Fix this. For both of us." He shook his head violently. "I am condemned," he snapped. "It is not something to be fixed. You will never go back to Lindridge Hall, and I will suffer the way I am destined to. I am not like Andrew or Georgiana, who believe that because of our medical degrees we can do no wrong. They think we are like gods. If we err, it is never our fault. It's the patient's choices, or the weather that day, or 100 other things. They think magic is their birthright, a game they are entitled to. But I know what I do. I know what I have done." Jane's lips pulled back into a snarl, anger cracking through her like a whip. "Augustine, listen to yourself. You may not be like them, but you are their exact inverse. You believe you are just as much a god, that every illness can be stopped, that every injury can be repaired, if only you do the right things, exert enough effort." His face went scarlet, then pale once more. "It is not just arrogance, Augustine. It is also cowardice. Because if everything is your fault, you don't have to face the truth that the world is a cruel, unpredictable place, and that you cannot ever control all of it. Death always wins, Augustine. You could not stop it." "You don't understand," he said. "You can't understand. I know that my mother and father are dead, and I could not have prevented it, no matter how much I screamed and cried and begged them not to volunteer." Her heart blazed within her chest, and she stepped forward, desperate to make him hear, make him listen. And Augustine refused to meet her. Death always wins, except in a world where it doesn't. Once I came so close to changing that, and then I failed. This is my punishment. It cannot be denied. Death always wins, except in a world where it doesn't.
What if he was right? What if she could have screamed and begged enough to make her parents stay? What if she could do the same here, help him, do anything, if only it would make him heed her? Change the boundaries of the world, change the truth of what rested, rotting in his brain. If he had come as close as he thought to changing death itself, couldn't she do at least that much? She wanted, so desperately, to be happy with him, to build a future by action instead of acceptance. "Look at the ring on your finger," he said, interrupting her wild spiral of thoughts.
Jane clenched her hand, feeling the bone curves press into her palm. "What of it?" "Mr. Etheridge," Augustine murmured, "did you read the monograph?" "No." A surge of guilt rose in her. She hadn't had time to. As a young man, the planes of his back began to distort. A few months after he noticed the first changes, he was thrown off his horse. He broke his leg, and though it was appropriately treated, bone grew up and around his knee, locking the joint for the rest of his life. From there, the illness crept into his very muscles. Injuries that would have been little more than bruises on you, causing great sheets of tissue in his arms to transform. I tried everything. I cut the bone away with a saw, burned the remaining fragments where they sat in the muscle, gave purgatives, and had him fast for weeks, then ordered him to eat only rich